Cardano Summit 2024. Please welcome to the stage your host, Georgia Tolley.
Hello there, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Cardano Summit 2024, a blockchain event that truly spans the globe. Now, I'm Georgia Tolley, and I'm going to be your MC for the next couple of days. And while it's awesome to see everyone right here in Dubai, welcome to you all here. I do know that there are numerous community events going on all around the world right now. So if you're watching online right now, hello to you as well. And as you can imagine, I am hugely excited to see how our schedule of thought-provoking sessions and speeches unfolds. And in the next few minutes, we are going to be welcoming for our opening keynote, Frederick Gerhard, the CEO of the Cardano Foundation, to join us. But I also want to talk a little bit more about what we've got to anticipate right here at the Cardano Summit, because of course, there is a huge amount going on. You know, we've got the Cardano market downstairs, we've got the masterclasses, we've got the startup street, and we've got the ongoing battle of the builders. And then, of course, we will be rounding off our summit with our gala dinner and our much-awaited award ceremony tomorrow evening. But for now, we have literally dozens of preeminent speakers just waiting in the wings and numerous important topics to examine and discuss. So to that end, it is now time for our opening keynote speech, and it will give me the greatest of pleasure to welcome to our stage Frederick Gerhard, the CEO of the Cardano Foundation.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you to the UAE. Thank you to your support. Thank you to everybody who's been here since 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and all the way up to where we are today. When Cardano was founded, it was founded on some tenets, some principles. It was founded on the idea that sound money is important. It's the fabric of how we tie society together, how we measure trust. But sound money alone was not sufficient. What we needed to do is we needed to create a new way of asset representation. Cardano today now has over 8 million asset representations in a standard which is now defining other blockchains. Now, that's not enough. We needed to make Cardano smart, to go from a transaction layer to a smart thinking, collaborative technology stack. And that's where things got heavy. That's why we got into a lot of problems. Because there was a vision, and there was this transaction ledger, and there was the asset standard. But we are not in it for the money. We're not in it just to redefine finance. We are in it because we believe that the social fabric who ties the population of this spaceship we call Earth is important and is broken. So we needed to find a way where the community was not just comprised of individuals. The community was comprised of people who saw value, who saw vision, who saw business opportunities. People who could not interact with society as we know it today. People, for some reason, don't have a passport, don't have an official identity. People who want to stay in their local community, whether that's in sub-Saharan Africa, whether they're refugees in a refugee camp, whether they are caught off and are living on a fisherman's vessel, they needed to be able to contact capital markets without the permission from capital markets. This is a very, very big thing. And today, I just saw the latest stats, there's 220 million active monthly wallets measured across layer ones. If we think about what citizenship means, citizenship on a layer one is the wallet and the native assets who connect you to the ecosystem. That builds up the economic identity. With 220 million active wallets on a monthly basis, that de facto makes us the 6th largest nation state in the world. But we are defragmented. We are defragmented across different layers, different layer twos, different political stands about one architecture and another architecture. But Cardano has always been not just about banking the unbanked and bringing 7 billion people together in a collaborative layer. It's also been about interoperability. Interoperability across different technology stacks, different business models. And one of the things I would like to highlight here, when we reflect on that purpose, is that we've now been able to do the asset representation. We've been able to ensure that wherever you are in the world, with very, very little access to internet and money, you now have access and still have access, and we are fighting for that continuous access to get economic opportunities without you need to leave the geographical setting you're in. And thank you to community projects like Landano, who makes that possible. So give the Landano team a really big applause for making that happen. Huh? Now, if you go up to our startup street, you will not only find them, you will find other projects who went beyond and above, even sometimes crossing what we thought academically was possible, and make things happen in local society, in this case, Mozambique. Now, why are we coming here for the 3rd year, you might think? Because it has something to do with this social fabric, this idea that we now have institutions, we have non-for-profits, we have businesses who rely on Cardano, we have individuals, we have non-identified anonymous stake pool operators. We have so many different people who flocks to Cardano. The thing is that the UAE has a vision. Many summers ago, I was part of writing some of the first of the DLT regulation here in Dubai. I did a very small contribution to it. And it dawned upon me that there is something very unique here. Here there is a vision. There is a 10 years roadmap of where they want to be. And then they work themselves backwards and say, what do we need to attract the right people, the right opportunities, the right technology to enable us to go there? So sometimes when the rest of the world is fighting and trying to think about these short-term incentives, we find allies as here. Thank you very much to Sultan Al-Sawaidi, to Captain Mohammed from the police, who has been supporting us for more than 2 years with our local partners in SAT. We're now on a journey of making the world more safe, but protecting your privacy. We don't need to trade off privacy to be safe. So give them all a big applause. Now, this has not been easy, and I can walk you through the eras of Cardano, and we can speak about decentralization and those things. But the fact of the matter right now is that we are in a situation where the social fabric, the people who needs to be here are here. And we can go really far and think about how that works. And now we are in the age of governance. The age of governance was not just the Chang 1 hard fork, who had this new tricameral model. The age of governance is a very, very large transformation. And you might say, why do we want to go from something which is close to, a decentralized, federated, kind of a monarchy style? And that's because there's a lot of unbalances here. Because if Cardano truly has to be free, nobody can own Cardano. Nobody can control Cardano, but you need to be able to influence Cardano. If you want to run a nation state on an architecture who's been under attack so much as Cardano has been, I mean, I don't know if you're all aware of it, but in the last 12 months, we've been under attack from a large nation state actor, not only the Cardano blockchain, but also the pioneering entities has been under a huge attack from this nation-state actor, and it got a little bit sweaty, right? Because what do you do when social engineering, brute force attacks on the chain and all of those things are happening? We've been under constant attack through smart contracts, through the Haskell node, through multiple vectors from the Cardano wallet, and it gets a little bit iffy because some of those things are actually not the core blockchain, which is protected by all the stake pool operators. And then we had this huge denial of service attack. And what was so interesting about this denial of service attack was that even though we believe in our infrastructure, and Cardano has not missed one single block since 2017, which basically means that together with Bitcoin, which was the original inspiration for some of the architecture, I cannot point on any, neither defense, critical infrastructure, or I'm just coming from visiting NASA, the space agency, and you will hear more about that. This is not how technology works. You take technology down, you patch it, and you spin it up again. And then you fork it, and you spin it up again. And you keep changing it, but it always has these downtimes. And Cardano didn't have any. This is why very large actors, like the United Nations Humanitarian Crisis Organization, they find trust in us. This is why the UAE find trust in us. This is why NASA finds trust in us. Because nobody owns and controls Cardano, but you can influence the source code. We are now running on full open source with the help from Intersect, Emergo, IOD and others, and all the members, and that allows us to change the social system of the acceptance of that. Because if you have something where you're going to run national elections on, you have something which your life and your community depends on, it cannot go down. But the world is changing. AI is becoming a part of our daily heritage, is becoming a part of our lives. We have a date for quantum computing, and who would have thought? I mean, we're just on the back of the 10-year anniversary of the Ethereum Foundation, and you know some of the original founders is finding it a little bit difficult sometimes to see eye to eye, but now we are working together with the Ethereum Foundation on quantum security, because Cardano, the ecosystem of Cardano, is the strongest in the academic research, and it's the most inspirational to speak to, and we can back that with science. So we might not be fast, but operational resilience is a part of the fabric we offer, because only through that we can verify that it works. And what's lying underneath all of that? It's the stake pool operators. So if you are a stake pool operator, I kindly ask you to stand up right now and get a huge applause, because you get up in the middle of the night and you look for how we defend against an adversary. You look for if the code is acceptable compared to what we are launching. So stand up if you're a stake pool operator, and let's give them all a very big applause. Huh? Now I know, because I know that some of the stake pool operators did not stand up right now. And they still deserve the applause. And the reason why they don't stand up is because they take their job very seriously. Operational security. We're right now working with a big 4 company to redefine what risk mitigation actually looks like. Not just for Cardano, but for all blockchains. Because the security of the internet needs to be upgraded. With the new emerging technologies and attack vectors who's coming, this is more urgent than ever. Not only do we need this new risk mitigation framework, but we need the companies to feel safe that when they have a third-party provider looking at a system like Cardano, they not only can trust us, they can verify that trust, and they know that we exist in 10, 20, 30, and 50 years' time. And they know that they can influence the product to market fit through our governance model, and they can build what they need to support their community and their business. And that means that from a business perspective, they can rely on us. This is magic. Yesterday evening when I came back, I was so lucky to speak to 2 die-hard Cardano people in the sauna, and they told me a story. Pragma, a membership-based organization, is building a Rust node for operational resilience and for business purposes. So organizations went together and said, you know, the Haskell node is amazing, but we need a Rust-based node to ensure that we have this equilibrium. So we don't want one node to take over. We want an equilibrium for operational resilience. We want specifications, and we want to ensure that the features are there. During that journey, these 5 companies who's not connected to the core research teams, who's been going on since 2015, they came into an issue. So they uploaded the code to GitHub, and they said, sorry, we know it doesn't work. Here's the code. 24 hours later, Pi from Sunday Labs, he calls them and said, I fixed it. I mean, isn't that amazing? He just fixed the problem. And they asked him, why did you do that, Pi? And he said, you know what? I need that for my company, and I need that for the future clients, what I'm doing. And anyway, it was a really interesting problem to solve. Now, the 6-7 million people who interact with Cardano on every single day is not like that. But there's so many names. I cannot mention all of them, and I see a lot of those faces out here who does that for a living. They don't care about necessarily that they're in a job who says this, or they don't care about that the mandate is this. Now they care about that we are part of something much larger, who actually has the opportunity to fight the centralized power where very few people has everything and keeps escalating and accelerating that. But what we're doing here is we are fighting for the stability of the human race. We are fighting for an opportunity that everybody have equal opportunity to economic opportunities, to build an identity, to verify their digital trust, and a collaborative economy powered by cryptographic evidence, and you. So thank you very, very much for believing in Cardano, for believing in blockchain and interoperability, for being here in UAE, who has a 10-year or 20-year strategy, because we in Cardano, we also have a 10-year strategy. And the next 2 days, you're going to hear from so many builders, so many ecosystem players, enterprises. There's even people here who never did anything on blockchain, and they chose to be here because they heard that something magically was happening. And that is what governance really means right now. It means that there is no longer 3 pioneering entities who had a vision. We will still be there. But now that vision is going to be specified based on industries, specified on special needs, specified on where you live and where you operate, and how you can contribute to Cardano. Thank you very much, and have a lovely day.
Wow, amazing stuff. And thank you very much indeed there to Frederick Gregard there, CEO of the Cardano Foundation. Thank you for setting the scene for the next couple of days. And I have to say, I was just staggered by a few of those numbers. 220 million wallets on a monthly basis, the 6th largest nation state in the world. Just gives you a real sense of the emphasis that we are placing on this topic today, the emphasis, the importance of the Cardano Foundation. Nobody owns or controls Cardano. That was the other key message that came out of that, but we can influence it. Right, let me bring you back to this. It is our main stage here. We have several themes that we are going to be considering and highlighting here. Many of them mentioned just there by Frederick Gregard. We've got adoption, we've got infrastructure, governance, impact, and education. And of course, we're also going to focus on the Dubai ecosystem and how that is developing. Ultimately, we are here to inspire you to drive the use of blockchain technology into new frontiers. It's going to be a fun couple of days. We're very, very excited to have you all here. The opportunity, the time is now. And this will be the moment when we start our panel of guests, our schedule of events. And without further ado, it is now my opportunity to invite everyone onto the stage. So the next conversation is actually going to explore specifically the UAE's roadmap to blockchain adoption. Basically, we're going to be looking at how the country is driving innovation and setting a new global standard in many ways for digital transformation. Our panelists are going to explore a future where the economy is connected, transparent, and efficient. Please welcome our moderator for this session, Hussein Saeed. He's an anchor at CNBC Arabia, and he's got several absolutely preeminent guests to join him on the stage for this conversation. Welcome.
All right.
Good start. Good morning, everyone. Okay.
Wasn't me.
Which
one of us is doing that?
Special welcome to you. So, thank you all for joining us on this very exciting discussion on the UAE roadmap to blockchain adoption. And I think it's not secret to anyone here that the UAE has always been a leader when it comes to adopting cutting-edge technologies, and of course, blockchain is not an exception over here. So the country's ambitious vision to integrate blockchain today, whether it is in the services, industrial, government, public, healthcare, banking, it all shows here, and it is also a testament to its commitment to innovation, to transparency, and to efficiency. So today, I'm very glad to be joined by key figures from the industry over here. I have here to my left Abdullah Al-Dahiri, CEO of Abu Dhabi Blockchain Center, Dr. Samir Al-Ansari, CEO of RAC Digital Asset Oasis, Frederick, you don't need an introduction, from Cardano Foundation, and Dimitri Fedotov, Director of Abu Dhabi Global Markets. And let us kick in to this conversation, and I'll start with you, Abdullah. And the UAE has positioned itself as a hub for the blockchain innovation. From your perspective and what you've been working on over the past few years, what are the key pillars today that make the UAE blockchain ecosystem stand out?
The UAE has always been a hub many years ago, and I think Dimitri will share more later on. Since 2017 or 18 back then, many regulatory frameworks were being put in, creating sandbox environments for companies to come set up here and doing many things. How I see it right now during this era that we are in, especially this year, is basically adoption and going to the mass scale. We are putting a leap forward of what maybe many other countries are not doing yet. We see more innovation in the space, whether it's from the regulatory environment, banking systems. Right now you saw like AE coin, an actual dirham-backed stable coin started launching from here, and more things are gonna come out in the next few months and years. So we do believe the adoption is gonna be scaling, and users are gonna start to understand more what this technology is, and whether it's from blockchain to crypto or Web3 in general. Even from the gaming spaces right now, we do see many initiatives. I can speak in Abu Dhabi for itself, like you have DCT, Abu Dhabi Investments Office, creating full-on clusters just to serve the purpose of the gaming ecosystem.
Wow, that's fantastic. So Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and now even Ras Al Khaimah is being a heavy player. So Dr. Samir, if you could tell us how RAC DAO today is also playing or shaping the future of digital assets and blockchain and your Emirates? And how does it align with the UAE vision?
Sure, thank you, Hussein. Good morning, everyone. Delighted to be at the Cardano Summit. It's really no rocket science. The basics are a good set of regulations and a safe environment for everybody to operate in. And that's what the UAE is about, a safe environment, a friendly environment, phenomenal infrastructure, a welcoming environment, and we're here to do business. So if one starts with that, I think the rest fall in place quite well and quite easily. And so when we created RAK DAO, and I say DAO for a reason, because I'll talk to you more about that in a minute, RAK Digital Assets Oasis, it was to fill a gap, in our opinion, because the UAE was on a journey. The UAE was very focused on blockchain, Web3, and where we want to be globally, not just within the UAE. And the focus at that time was pretty much on regulated activities. It's VASPs and what VASPs do, and how to issue licenses for regulated activities. And that's what AGDM was doing, Dubai Vara, the IFC to some extent, and so on. And so our vision was to fill that gap where there are 99% of operators, let's say, that don't need a regulated license. We call them unregulated activities, and I hate saying unregulated because they are actually strictly regulated. We don't onboard any company until we've done all the compliance necessary. Actually, our job is a little bit more difficult because, and I'm not belittling what AGDM and Dubai Vara does, and that's why it takes them a year to issue a license, because they have to go through a lot of hurdles to issue a license. But actually, any license we issue to these unregulated activities, first we need to make sure that that application, that business plan, actually is not someone trying to do a regulated activity, but comes through the back door, comes through an unregulated license issuer. And that's why our job actually is a bit more difficult to do that. Now, going back to what does it mean? What it means is really what I said to begin with, creating an environment where the innovators, the techie guys, the developers can get a license in a phenomenal jurisdiction called the UAE, where they can operate safely, where they can open a bank account, where they can plug into our ecosystem, which I'd love to talk to you about a little bit more later, and through that ecosystem, have the platform to innovate, grow, succeed. That's what we set out to do. And we literally turned 1 year old. Yep, we're only 1 year old, a couple of days ago. We have a big event on Friday to celebrate that and to celebrate the 400 licenses that have already been issued and the 60 ecosystem partners and so on and so forth. So it showed that we filled a good gap, and it frankly for me strengthens the UAE offering, so that whether you are a regulated business, a VASP, or a startup that wants a safe environment to operate, get a bank account, hire people. We take it for granted that you can hire people for anywhere in the world, because we can in the UAE. In other parts of the world, that's not possible. So to have that platform to operate and grow and succeed, don't underestimate it. And people are coming now. We were just saying earlier that there were many disbelievers in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Ras Al Khaimah, the UAE for many years. Finally, they woke up, only really in the last few years. We've been saying it for 30 years, but they woke up. It's okay, better late than never. But it's happening. This is the place.
Thank you, Dr. Samir. That's amazing, and welcome, Amr. Frederick, so we've heard from Dr. Samir and Abdullah today how the UAE is really being a leader when it comes to adoption, blockchain adoption. Today, Cardano, how do you support the UAE's vision and also their ambition today for the blockchain adoption? I mean, like in particular in terms of scalability and efficiency.
Yeah, so I think the honest answer is we don't. What we do, however, is we isolate companies, people and visionaries who has a vision, who fit into UAE, and we work with them in terms of the enterprise adoption, so the underlying fabric where the application landscapes need to put on. And that is a journey which is long. For the Cardano Foundation, that can take several years to get to the people who truly understand the differences between the layer ones, the connective tissue you need between a permissioned environment, the layer one, and digital identity to connect physical items to the blockchain. So this is the approach we've been taking. And this is a very unusual approach, because the normal approach for many layer ones and many blockchain companies is, you pay somebody or you do a favor and then you get an opposite back, a trial and error thing. And we don't do that in the Cardano Foundation. The other thing we do is we actually help the UAE to attract talent, to attract brain power, and to attract tax revenue, basically, to be very frank. So with our activities with the summit the last couple of years, with the access we have to the gentlemen here, but also others, we give people an opportunity that they can scale their business in a safe environment by coming here. And sometimes you just need to know who to go to and explain that, so a little bit like an exploration process. And the brand of UAE has definitely been changing, but the fact that we can bring in people from 80 different countries, some of the people in this room never left their country before. They got a passport for the first time to travel to the Cardano Summit, right? And now they are here, and now they meet these gentlemen, and they see the environment, the business environment, and they meet other people who can scale their business. And there is even some great academia people in the room as well. And suddenly, they have a base to take off from. So they're going from a very DeFi, I don't need regulation, I don't need anything, to suddenly their model is working, and now they have employees and they have responsibilities, and they need to think about, maybe the world is bigger than my little house here, and there's all these, regulatory agencies knocking on my door, and I'm unsure. And today, for 2 days, you can go on the startup street and you can get actual legal advice from a UAE law firm, and you can meet these gentlemen. So we attract that. That's how we do it.
That's awesome. Thank you. Dmitry, we have to go through you to get our companies set up. So, and as Frederick just said, this sometimes could take a long time. So today we need a friendly environment. At the same time, we need the security and compliance. Where are we now?
Yeah, I think where I would like to start is that a little known fact is that ADGM in UAE was the first jurisdiction to enact the virtual asset regulations back in 2018. If some of you remember what happened in 2018, it was disappearance of this lady from OneCoin, Dr. I don't remember her exact name. In January, the BitConnect collapsed. ICOs were dying left and right. And ADGM decided to come out with this amazing framework, the world's first for virtual assets. And ever since, we have been a constant in this space. So if you think about this, what happened since that time? So the exchanges appeared, let's say, in Beijing, were kicked out, migrated to Hong Kong, then to Singapore, then to Malta, and so on and so forth. During all this time, UAE was a constant welcoming and focusing on this space, and it started bearing fruit really when Vara was established in Dubai, and I'm very proud to mention that I was a part of the original team of Vara in Dubai when it was established before moving over to ADGM. So I would respectfully disagree with the fact that, or with the statement that it takes a long time to set things up. In contrast to other jurisdictions, we are extremely fast. So the framework that I'm extremely proud of, that I'm heading in ADGM, called the DLT Foundations regulations, that is the world's first purpose-built framework for blockchain foundations, for protocols, for DAOs, for Web3 entities. It only takes us 1 month to set you up, in comparison to, let's say, Singapore and Switzerland, where it can take about a year and roughly 150 to 200,000 US in legal costs and so on. We are extremely agile and fast. And I think this is because we have the right people in place. So I only fairly recently became a regulator. I have a legal background, but I know the industry very well. I've been in the industry since 2013. So I know exactly what the industry players are looking for. And so the same attitude have a lot of regulators here in the UAE. So things are moving very fast, and UAE is becoming the center for blockchain and crypto because of this.
Then that's fantastic, especially I think with so many other countries. What they struggled with is having their legal and regulatory framework. They cannot speak the language. And this is why it's important to have somebody within the industry itself. Thank you very much. Amr, you at the Dubai Blockchain Center, you speak to the public, you speak to the private sector, you speak to governments, you speak to companies. And we do believe that the public-private partnership is very important for this blockchain adoption even to scale up further. And if you can tell us, who are you speaking to now? What is the response, whether it's from the government side or as well from the public side? And where are we on the map?
So to start back, I mean, the discussions has been going on for a long while. I've joined the Blockchain Center recently, just 2 years ago, where Dr. Marwan has been leading this industry for over a decade. So I'm going to be speaking about my involvement since then. There has been discussion. We have almost an open policy to speak to anyone. We've been approached by so many startups, and it's, to be honest, overwhelming. I've seen all kinds of companies knocking on our door and wanted to speak to us, wanted help to navigate the marketplace, because they've seen, the minute they land in Dubai, it's the same experience with me, and I'm pretty sure with a lot of people here. This Web3, blockchain, technology, digital economy, ecosystem is, the vibe is there, it's attracting, it's fascinating for entrepreneurs, for businesses. So I do see that on a daily basis, which is great, because people are seeing what's happening in Dubai, have seen the advancements, have seen that we're being a leader in this space. And so the discussion starts from there. The entrepreneurs, the businesses, the startups, we're in constant contact with the regulators just to make sure that we pass on the voices to help in think tanks, discussions, open discussions. So honestly, it's all the ecosystem players from, as I said, the individuals. We've been approached by a lot of people who wanted to learn about blockchain. So individuals that have been hearing about blockchain and cryptocurrencies, and they wanted to learn. And all the way to the government, all the way to the regulators. A lot of government. I've had a call yesterday with another government that wanted to train their employees on cryptocurrencies, regulations, what's valid, what's not, how do we navigate all these. So that's a broader, simple answer to that. There's more, obviously, for the private partnership.
How easy is it to communicate with the regulators here, with VARA?
Events. I mean, events. I see the VARA staff everywhere. All the events. I've seen them yesterday at the Blockchain Life. In every event, Cosmos this week is full of events. Probably they're going to be there in Binance week in Abu Dhabi probably. So they're active everywhere. You can see them on.
So you have no problem with communicating with them.
Yeah, I think just for discussion purposes, there's no problems whatsoever.
Okay, awesome. Abdullah, let me ask you, if you can provide us some insights today into how government initiatives in Abu Dhabi are integrating blockchain. If you can give us some real examples of what impact they are having, probably on the public sectors, efficiency, transparency, things that blockchain should provide.
Look, again, blockchain was there since many, many years ago. Who here lives in the UAE? They can raise their hands. Yeah. So a lot of people who live here use an application called UAE Pass. UAE Pass is already integrated using blockchain technology since many years back.
And by the way, few people know this fact.
Exactly. So like these kinds of applications shows the dedication of government entities starting using these initiatives and technology in the region. Then we get to see use cases when it comes to logistics, whether it's from ports, and we are seeing this more and more right now. The central bank is building its actual CBDC, and that's even using blockchain technology right now. Some might disagree as why are they using like a private chain and that, but that's for another discussion. But we do see the adoption, and we are continue to seeing more adoption. Like Amro said, many discussions with government entities right now are, it's like Dr. Samir said, everybody's aware and everybody's more open to understanding this technology. For me, what I always say, whoever talks to me, whether it's from regulators or government entities or even individuals coming here or companies that wants to set up here, I always tell them one advice: there has to be knowledge to get to what you want. It's not like, oh, I want to build this and create the next boom of the industry. You can do that, but at the same time, it has to make sense. And then at the same time, there has to be knowledge, you know. For example, we've been seeing and hearing a lot of RWAs in the stock market and tokenizing stocks, tokenizing bonds and all of that. I might ask here to everyone is, why didn't that happen? It's not because they don't want to do it when it comes to stock markets right now. It's because how is the user experience of onboarding previous traders or family offices or hedge funds to do these things?
That's fantastic. But just one question on this. You mentioned the UAE Pass, central bank, other government services. Can we say in the UAE that the government is leading this initiative? Because in most other countries, it is the private sector leading, not the public one. You want to comment on this?
I want to comment on this, yeah. As many aware, maybe there's first of all, the Dubai blockchain strategy back in 2016. And the aim is to empower the government to be a blockchain-based government. So it's coming from the government. The vision is there from the government. That's followed by the UAE strategy, the Emirates blockchain strategy in 2021. And that is to drive, one of the main purposes or goals was to drive to enable 50% of the government transactions to be backed by blockchain platforms. So it is definitely coming from the government, and obviously the private and sector is seeing that and interacting to that.
Plus the UAE Digital Economy Initiative, which is to double the contribution of the digital economy from almost 10% to 20% by 2030 of the overall economy. Right. So that's a clear, ambitious vision, and that's kind of the wider digital contribution.
Okay. You want to add anything?
Maybe again, add a little bit to this. So sometimes, I think it's both to begin with. I agree. It's private sector and the government. But in some cases, it's actually very funny because the private sector is sometimes buffed with how fast and how innovative the government in UAE is. So, for example, the AGM courts, we have our own court system, is on blockchain with a metaverse twin that is transmitting the court real time to a metaverse. It was our idea. It was brought to life by one of the layer 1 protocols, layer 2 actually. But this is there. We are working on a solution where we, as a regulator, we onboard entities as a regulator, and then using ZK roll-ups, sharing this information with banks, with companies, so that they don't have to be onboarded by this, because they are also regulated by us. So if the entity is onboarded by the regulator, the bank can already rely on the information that has been on board without sharing this to this particular institution. So I would say that in many cases, the government actually is more proactive. And the reason for that is this old misperception of the industry that the government will slow you down. In fact, no, we really want this to happen as fast as possible. We want to enable you. Don't be shy, don't be afraid to approach us.
Great. Anything you want to add, Abdullah?
No, it's like the guy said.
They covered it all.
They covered it all, like they said. No one is going to stop innovation here. You know, whether you're building a securities platform or anything, it's an open air discussion. Like Amro said, you can go discuss, show your ideas. And I know that everybody is willing to adopt, invest, and look at it of how we can adopt it in many ways.
Awesome. Dr. Samir, RACDAO has been pioneering the development of regulatory sandboxes for digital assets. And how do these sandboxes foster innovation? While at the same time, I mean, same question as well, like ensuring regulatory compliance.
Yeah. Very good question. So as I said before, we are focused on the unregulated activities, but that doesn't mean we stop there. There is really a fine line between VASP activities, regulated activities, and the unregulated activities. And our announcement, we call it DARE, which is the Decentralized Autonomous Organizations Regulations, is really that. So when we launched RACDAO a year ago, I called it DAO for a reason. It worked very well, Digital Assets Oasis and DAO. And that's because we wanted to launch a legal wrapper, a product that really works for the industry around DAOs, Decentralized Autonomous Organizations. And it took us a year because it wasn't an easy thing to do. You want to create a product that works, that speaks to Web3, blockchain, and all of the innovators in that space, to the governance and the structures that people in the space want, but also a product that has the right legal wrapper that works within the rules and regulations of the UAE. Easier said than done. I thought when we started this journey a year ago, we would actually launch it at Token 2049 last April. We're launching it now. So it took a year rather than 6 months because we really wanted a product that works. So we listened to what the industry is telling us, and we've created something that I think is a phenomenal solution that I urge you to go and have a look at. Again, it adds to what we are offering as the UAE. But we're in a very unique position. So when His Highness Sheikh Saud, the ruler of Ras Al Khaimah, asked me to set this up and lead this initiative, it wasn't just, oh, let's create another free zone and let's just do as many licenses as possible. Not at all. It was innovation in the space of the future, in the technologies of the future, in this very exciting space that is beginning to affect our lives and will affect the lives of our children. So back to your previous question, he believed that that would be the tool to attract the right partners, which we're doing, to actually drive that innovation in the Emirate of Ras Al Khaimah. And we're seeing it across the UAE. And I don't want to steal the thunder of some of my colleagues in the tourism sector of Ras Al Khaimah, but we have many initiatives around blockchain, Web3 and so on, NFTs, you name it, for tourism, because tourism is going to be 30% of Ras Al Khaimah's economy after 10 years. You know what's happening in Ras Al Khaimah. So there's so many initiatives that are happening, and we're using RACDAO and our partners to create sandboxes in unregulated all the way to ... regulated, which is when we talk to our colleagues, by the way, in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, because I really think it is a very strong partnership. And it's a partnership that makes the UAE as a general landscape a much stronger one.
Amazing. Frederick, today if I would ask you what are the most promising use cases for the Cardano blockchain for government and the public sector applications in the UAE? Abdullah, he just touched on several of them. If you look for like the near future, what are the most promising blockchain innovations?
Yeah, so I'm Scandinavian from origin, so I tend to be a little bit too direct sometimes. And what I think really happened in the UAE is there've been front running a lot of proofs of concepts, is what I call it in my mind. So when we speak about the identity, right, what's actually happening is that it's being stored on a type of blockchain. And we can discuss sort of different types of blockchain, right? But it's actually not really put into use in the way when we think about what blockchain can really do for society. And there can be many reasons for that, but this is also a journey. This is about maturity. And when we think about CBDCs, for instance, digitizing digital money is, for me, not innovation. Central banks all over the world today can settle in T+0, and we can do something very similar to atomic swaps using the rails and the security from our regulators from around the world already today. What we need to start thinking about is how and when you run a nation state, can you put the right incentives to change monetary and fiscal policy? And that means that you need to start touching on the pure definition of what an asset and what money is. And that means that you need to start enabling things like smart contracts. You need to start enabling features and user experience for the clients. So they might not feel the blockchain, but they feel the effect of the blockchain. And instead of going from audits, who is like a spot check, so you can say, actually, I have something on something who looks like a decentralized ledger. You say, no, I'm using it, and this is the value. I can verify the value of that. Whether you lower the cost, you create stickiness with a new client group, or you're able to move into world trade, like we do on the Cardano ecosystem, where we work very closely to the World Trade Organization, who is digitizing the 9 standard contract and how you move goods around the world. What's so special is that Dubai is one of those center points in the new world order where the goods move through. But when the port sits on a Hyperledger solution, for instance, that's not a solution who scales really well across multiple countries and states, because it's not a standard where it's actually a standard who has an asymmetric governance relationship. And I think this is the use cases we are exploring with some of the people in the room here on how you can keep the culture and the heritage of UAE here and the business secrets, if any, you want to keep here, but can work with countries who might be 10 times bigger, or countries who has a complete different trust standard than what you have here. And that discussion suddenly is no longer about digital assets. It's about critical infrastructure. And now we move into the world of SOC 1 and SOC 2. We move into the world where public permissionless blockchain shines, and you move into where the room here are the experts. But this is a very, very different discussion, and this is not a discussion you can have in an open space. This is a discussion you need to have eye to eye, because now we are touching upon the control mechanisms of how the critical infrastructure is run and operated. We are touching the attack vectors in a world post-quantum computing, and we are talking about how you control citizens, systems, and processes of a country while enabling trade around the world, around multiple sectors.
So hopefully after this conference, you will be having closed meetings to discuss these issues. Dmitry, I want to touch on a point Abdullah he just brought up. Tokenization of assets, tokenizations of stock in the market, of real estate, of all this stuff. Yes, we haven't seen a lot developing. If I would ask you, today being a leader in Abu Dhabi when it comes to regulating the industry, how do we see a change today in the financial sector, especially in Abu Dhabi when it comes to blockchain adoption?
Blockchain adoption or RWAs?
Yeah.
Sure. So, I mean, there is, again, I think there is a broad misperception. The most tokenized asset in the world is US dollar. So USDT are all tokenized versions of actual fiat currency. So the volume is already there. What we are now seeing is tokenization of new asset classes, such as energy, such as supply chain elements. The reality is that you can tokenize pretty much anything. You can tokenize this tie, and create a derivative from it, or some form of of a contract that represents the rights to it. So it's not really about what to tokenize. It's more about how to handle this. So let's imagine that we have tokenized this tie, and we did this on Cardano. And now somebody wants to transfer this rights to another blockchain, right? So you're using a bridge. What does it actually mean? Let's switch from a tie to a real estate. So somebody has bought $10,000 worth of fraction of some property somewhere and wants to use this as a collateral on some DeFi platform and borrow against it, and then go to another blockchain and use this liquidity. So the fact is that we are not there yet. Probably we are there yet on technology level, but not on regulatory level. And the reason for this is because we don't have one standard. So the tokenization in one jurisdiction is defined mostly quite differently to how the tokenization is defined in another jurisdiction. Mm-hmm. So if you, for example, want to go into a space of gold, so tokenizing gold for most of us means, okay, so there is a physical gold lying somewhere, there is a custodian, it's very safe. If I buy this token or some sort of digital certificate, I'm entitled to this asset. But it's not necessarily true and different jurisdictions have a different definition of what this may represent. It may also represent a derivative of gold on an open exchange. So I think RWA, so real-world asset tokenization, will be the next boost over the next 2 years. So I would argue that the 300 trillion US dollars worth of assets that are ripe for tokenization, we will probably see 1% of it, meaning 3 trillion US dollars, flowing into this digital space in the next 24 months.
Awesome.
So I actually have a slightly different view on that. So I agree with the market opportunity, right? But on Cardano, for instance, we have amazing projects with tokenized gold around Enmaker and a couple of others, and they basically are MiCA compliant, which is, again, Cardano is actually the first MiCA compliant layer 1. Now, to be MiCA compliant, you actually need a MiCA compliant layer 1, plus you actually need the application. And this is where you are really good in the standards you're setting. So thank you for that work. But I actually think we've been tokenizing financial assets and real-world assets, since capital markets and financial systems. And that's why I'm sort of arguing right now that, if you have a private blockchain, you tokenize something on it, well, then you're exactly in the silo you were when your core banking system or with your centralized security deposit and so forth. And that's why I'm really trying to say, these standards, whether there's a global standard, which is very hard to achieve currently with the global collaboration, unfortunately, even though the UAE is doing everything they can and more compared to the market size. I think that's where technology has some ability to allow you to define a super standard where the blockchain enforces the regulation. And I think this is where it gets really interesting. So when you have principle-based regulation, and then you have enforcement through the blockchain without actually locking in addresses or in other ways, forcing the blockchain to change, like, for instance, Circle and USDC is doing in order to be compliant in certain regulation. That's where I see the future. And then you have the interoperability, and then you no longer only have the opportunity you spoke about. We now also have the opportunity of changing the whole audit market, financial and regulatory audit, and we will get much more transparency, and we will be able to also turn all shareholders and stakeholders into actively having an influence and insight into the businesses, because the cost of transparency goes down. And with the cost of transparency going down, you will have new leaders who's dealing with a different optimum in the incentive structure. It's no longer just what I can get on the share market, right? It's now going to be the local footprint, and you can verify that. And now basically we actually are back into the vision of a digital transformation of UAE. But you really need to understand that underlying structure, and we need to together fight towards more public permissionless blockchains in that space.
I think this conversation needs to keep going on.
Yeah.
And we are short on time, so I have 30 seconds for each of you, just to give me one statement on, we're talking about the roadmap. If we would have the same panel discussion next year, where we will be, I mean, what major change would you like to see?
Major change I would like to see, or I think is going to happen. Again, I've seen the reaction of people coming to the UAE from startups and businesses and entrepreneurs. I am very bullish, to say the least. There has been a lot of work done in the UAE to make it one of the leading blockchain hubs, Web3 hubs, now AI hubs, or any digital economy is fostering the innovation here. So that alone, I think it will set the grounds for more innovation, more companies to come. I'm talking to companies who are moving their headquarters to Dubai, staff to Dubai, capital to Dubai, almost on a daily basis. So that's the least I can say is I am very bullish, very optimistic, looking forward to seeing everybody here and more next year.
Awesome. Abdullah.
For me, I could speak for Abu Dhabi itself and where I am, and you guys are gonna see a big change soon. I'm not gonna say in the next year, but soon enough, you guys are gonna see a big change from the regulatory environment, from big major companies moving into Abu Dhabi. And hopefully you guys are going to be happy with the big changes that are going to happen of the new era of ecosystems we all want to create together. And again, we are all here, whether it's Amro or Abdullah or Dr. Samir or Dimitri, we are always open here to prosper innovation, and we are always here to push this forward wherever we are.
That's why Frederick is here as well.
Yeah.
So two quick comments. One, I love competition, and I think competition is great, but I think it's very important for us as regulators, licensing authorities in this space, to talk more and have an open dialogue, because the worst thing that can happen is regulatory arbitrage within the UAE that harms the UAE as a jurisdiction and us as regulators and licensing authorities, number one. Number two is the challenge around compliance. We have 1 billion compliance guys that come from banks and financial institutions. I'm sorry to say 0.0001% of them understand this space, and they really need to understand this space to help all of us succeed. And that's where education and upskilling is really, really important. There is a big gap in that space, and anybody out there that has training institutions, focus on this. There is a major gap, and companies are paying a lot of money to upskill.
Thank you, Dr. Sim. Frederick.
So my hope is, if we sit here next year with this fantastic panel and this fantastic support, is that we will have about 50 native assets from the Cardano ecosystem being listed on exchanges in the UAE, even though the liquidity might not be as high due to the business value and the target operating model and the certainty, including maybe even potentially incorporating here, that we see 50 listings enabled by these regulators. That's my first hope. My second hope is that we can continue the closed-door discussions, which I alluded to, on the right level, to ensure that we pull through some use cases who allows the UAE to be a shining light for digital transformation worldwide, and will put them in a place where they can be a part of a new world order built on transparency, cryptography, and trust. And I think you only do that by truly understanding the power of not controlling, but enabling this through public permissionless blockchains.
Hopefully we're on the right path.
Yeah.
Dimitri.
I'll be very quick. So my resolution for the next 12 months is I would like to have a unified definition of several things, including what the tokenomics means, what does it mean to have a utility token, things like white paper, so that that becomes a global standard, something that really needs to be done, and then we can move on to the more important things once we cover this basis. So inshallah, in 12 months, we'll meet again, and I'll be able to say, yes, we did this.
Gentlemen, truly a great, insightful conversation. I really appreciate it, and I hope the audience enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
very much indeed. Such an incredibly informative chat was that everybody here in the UAE is aware and interested in using this technology. Also really interesting that the vision is indeed coming from the government and not just the private sector. Fascinating stuff indeed. And up next, we are going to be continuing our conversation about the adoption of blockchain, turning now to how we can accelerate adoption in enterprise. And our guest speakers are set to discuss things like the key product drivers that are transforming industries. And if you want to hear and listen out for the secrets to harnessing blockchain's full potential, make sure you stick with us throughout this session. So I'd like to welcome our panelists to the stage. We have Alex Appledorn from the Cardano Foundation, Dr. Bernhard Kronfellner from the Boston Consulting Group, John Woodward from Wolfram Blockchain Labs, Sunny Liu from VeChain, Dan Dane from Checkpoint, and of course their moderator, May Ben Kadra of CNBC Arabia. I'm sure you'd like to join me in a round of applause to welcome them onto the stage.
Where do I go?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us this lovely morning. My name is May Ben Kadra. I'm a senior business anchor at CNBC, and it's really a pleasure to be here with you today. I hope everybody is okay. So you started the day with a very interesting session. Okay, guys? You're good. Okay. If my speakers are good, then you're good, so we're good. So you started the discussion today. Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Okay. So you started the discussion today with a very interesting topic, and it's mainly about UAE adoption to blockchain technologies. Now we're going to move it a little bit further. We're going to talk more about how enterprises in the region are adopting blockchain technologies and what are the opportunities and what are the challenges that companies in the region and even globally are facing. What lessons can we learn from these challenges? We have the experts here today, and I'm going to start with you, Alex, as a representative of the Cardano Foundation. And I want you to tell us first. Hello. So
Welcome.
We've got as well Sunny Liu and Dr. Bernard joining us. So we have our full panel right now. So let me start with you, Alex. And if you can tell us and tell our audience today about the most compelling uses for blockchain technologies for different enterprises in different sectors, and why does it matter?
That's a great question. I think there's a lot of use cases that blockchain can solve for, and I think maybe one of the more interesting use cases is probably something around robustness and availability. So when you think about like traditional systems and how they are designed, right? Like they typically design the systems around throughput, lead time, lag time, operational overhead, that kind of thing, and what is typically not considered in those systems is like the robustness of the system, how well it sort of like deals with externalities. And I think when you look at the design of blockchains, and then maybe specifically Cardano, like they're specifically designed around robustness, around availability, around sort of making sure that you can survive things that happen outside of the system. So if we look at the global supply chain, for instance, right? Like we all see what happened during the COVID period, right? Like there's a lot of impact that was had on the global supply chain, and I think that when we insert like a blockchain system like that just incorporates robustness and availability in these types of systems, like they'll both have like synergistic increases. So I do think that blockchain has like a really great use case in supply chain and other purposes.
And we've learned this lesson the hard way with what happened with COVID and to what extent extent is it important to have supply chain management, and now companies are relying more and more on technology with regards to that. Dr. Bernard, from your expertise and long-standing experience in consulting, can you tell us the key factors that enterprises are looking at when considering using blockchain technologies in different industries?
Yeah. So they are looking for new innovation all the time. Yeah. It should not be too complicated. It should not be that they are not in love with blockchain, as many of us are here in the conference. It should just work. It should just bring additional use cases. It should solve problems. And that's more or less it. It's not like that they are in love with blockchain like all of us. They're, you know, it should solve the problems, and that's it. Yeah. Super easy answer.
So security is a major issue for any technology, and especially, you know, in this era, we're having it with governments, with companies, with the public and private sector as well. So Dan, can you tell us a little bit about to what extent is having a secure network important when it comes to motivating enterprises to adopt blockchain technologies from your, of course, experience with Checkpoint?
Sure. Cybersecurity is one of the leading considerations when enterprises need to decide whether to deploy on a blockchain and also on which blockchain to deploy on. So I think Cardano is doing a very good job in terms of design for security. And the part where we fit in and add another component is with real-time security, and also with, I think, a very reputable third party that is looking at the network at real time and gives the level of comfort to Web2 traditional enterprises that recognize the name and know the security value, the level of comfort that allows them to actually get into blockchain and get into the right network to make the right choices.
So coming back to the importance of technology for supply chain management and the lessons globally we have learned, whether governments or companies as well. Sunny, to what extent do you think that blockchain technology offers a lot of solutions to logistics and to supply chain management? And what are the key components in this area that we must look at when we consider how blockchain can actually help?
Yeah. Firstly, sorry guys, I was late for the technical glitch, but I guess they make sure I holding the Cardano Foundation here with a good image. By the way, Cardano communities rocks. I really like you guys. The question is actually very straightforward. To most of the enterprise, I think supply chain acts as the first step to onboard, the blockchain applications. We started, VChain started like a few years ago, 7 years ago, with a different type of enterprise onboard the supply chain applications. And to us, I would call it like a Trojan horse. That's a way you kind of lure the enterprise, okay, try something, make an incremental innovation, just replace the normal database by the blockchain, then you can open up for more public, transparent logs and also more open collaboration with a different type of the players. But we shouldn't sit just be satisfied with whatever we have achieved, for the not only for VChain but for the entire crypto space. I would say more important, especially to supply chain, is when we have that kind of data, like coming from the supply chain, coming from the different business activities already move on the blockchain, what kind of the value we can get or we can create because of the data, no more just in database, but actually in the blockchain, right? It's immutable, it's public, it's collaborative. So what kind of data for that? Actually, working with the BCG together, we kind of figure out the direction is also based on the experiences we achieved in the last few years. We believe sustainability value is actually coming from, it's the low-hanging fruits, let's say, for any kind of supply chain cases or use case as the next level. So that's what we have been working on.
So it's all about value creation, but that comes with many challenges, right, John?
Of course, of course. I would say, but this year is going to be a different, honestly, because firstly, I believe, that's why I call it the Trojan horse for the first version or the original version of the supply chain use case with blockchain, because there is a limited utility of the token. But I believe in the future, token going to play a very important role in any kind of applications, even with enterprises, right? But before, due to the lack of regulations, or let's say all of the different type of bad events, bad incidents happening in the crypto side, to normal people, to enterprise, they just feel like, oh, crypto equals evil, that's not cool. But this year is going to be different. After the Bitcoin ETF approved, and Europe is launching the MiCA.
The sentiment drastically changed. So
exactly.
one of the issues, John, is regulations. But what are the other challenges that we have to be aware of?
So for me, I kind of think about when it comes to enterprise and blockchain, they're quite different. And that's worth doing some comparison on. So when you think about enterprise, like your real goal is about monopoly profits, right? Which is, I think Peter Thiel actually said it best in that like competition is for losers. I love that. So if you have a chance on YouTube to kind of look at his talks about going from like 0 to 1, you'll see that often enterprise will kind of mask what they're doing once they do achieve monopoly and say, oh no, we have a lot of competition. And so that's very different from blockchain and the ethos of blockchain, which is about largely community. And within the different communities and community projects, it's about governance and trying to figure out how to make decisions in many ways, like we see with Cardano, moving to intersect. So it's kind of like there are all of these things, and when you kind of do that broad comparison, they're very different kind of overall objectives. And we have to be very careful in blockchain and blockchain communities not to project things that are interesting and useful and that we want to do as a community onto enterprise, because again, they're very different. So when you look at that, you have to go to overall strategy, and like we can look just across the board, and it's very important to, on a meta kind of basis, back up and think about what strategy are we actually trying to do in enterprise, and that largely centers on, for each specific enterprise, the challenges that they face, not only coming from like the challenges of the enterprise in particular, but also what they're trying to do in terms of their customers, in terms of their communities, everything else. And those challenges are going to be very different than what blockchain communities face. So again, like we can't project what would be our solutions onto enterprise. They need to come organically from like the enterprise challenges, and then look again at the title when we're thinking about like those key drivers, looking at the ecosystem of the enterprise, the customers in the enterprise. In that enterprise, also look at like what are their unique strengths, what are their competitive advantages, and build on top of that a unique strategy, and then say, hey, there are some aspects of specific blockchains like Cardano that we can now look at enabling, solving, and amplifying, like solving the challenges and amplifying the unique strategic differences of a particular enterprise. So that's kind of how I would look at it.
So I would like to ask you, Dr. Bernard, about that challenges might be different for enterprises than for governments, maybe. Do you think that this stands out, that the challenges for adopting blockchain technologies might differ between governments and the private sector?
Well, definitely, of course. I mean, as a private sector, you have other topics to solve than for governments. I mean, for governments, it's more to serve your people in the country, to come up with something that is, well, safe and secure. You cannot alter it. Whereas for customers or for companies, I mean, what matters to them is revenue. So if you have a complete different set of target function, and of KPIs you need to serve in principle. And this holds also true for the technology that they might use. And nevertheless, for both sides, be it governments or be it companies, I see the future in a way that we will all use tokens. We are not all falling in love with tokens, and a lot of people will have tokens and have a wallet, and they don't even know that they're using those kind of technology. We'll just go to, I don't know, a sport event. We have a ticket. Actually, this ticket is a token in our wallet. We don't care. Yeah? We go there, and that's it. Or we will do some collect other points. Yeah, like we perform a sustainable action, then we get a point for this. Yeah. Or we going to government. We might have our driving license with self-sovereign identity on chain. You cannot alter this. It's there. And when police stops us, we'll show actually a token. So all those things are happening, and all the things will enter our daily life without people knowing that they are actually
using
it and actually in crypto, so to say.
Yeah, I'm not a technology kind of person. I find it really difficult with all this technology advancement and all the techniques that we hear about every single day, but it seems like it's creeping into my life and our life without even us knowing. We're just using it every day, just like you were saying. So Alex, let me ask you, how do you deal at Cardano Foundation with regards to the challenges that you face with regards to blockchain technologies? I mean, what kind of challenges do you face?
I mean, there's a variety of problems that the blockchain space faces. I think one of them is like the proven use cases around how do we generate revenue, how do we optimize for operations, how do we make things more seamless. I do think that when we look at sort of the wider public, perhaps is a good thing, of the fact that their data is being used in a variety of places. Like they don't necessarily have like the control of their funds and their their identity anymore. And that has like a lot of impact in the public trust. And I think that the public is becoming more and more knowledgeable about these things because it becomes more and more part of the public conversation. I do think that as much problems as there are, I do think that enterprises and institutions are seeing the impact that this knowledge in the population has right now, and they are actually looking at ways that they can essentially decentralize, that they can reduce sort of like their personal data footprint, and they are exploring what blockchain can do for them and like how that can enhance their collaboration while also maintaining sort of the privacy. So yeah, absolutely.
You mentioned two keywords here, privacy and collaboration. And because we have Dan with us today, and because I'm someone who likes to have all the news shared on my panels, so what kind of collaboration are we seeing with regards to Checkpoint with any companies here today? So Dan, break the news for us.
Okay. So first of all, I resonate a lot with what Sunny said. I really like the Cardano community. I think it's an amazing community. I'd like to thank the Cardano Foundation for onboarding us. I've been surprised at how friendly and easy it is to get onboarded to Cardano. A lot of friendly faces, a lot of parties that would like to cooperate. So we've worked with many stakeholders in the ecosystem already. I'd like to mention Emergo. I'd like to mention Yoram, who brought us in to Cardano originally from Endamio. I'd like to mention, the DeFi ecosystem, players like Geo Wallet, Pi from Sandy, so many ecosystem players. I can't really see the crowd from the lights. I'd like to, point out at more familiar faces, but really it's been a great adventure so far with Cardano, and I think that's the kind of environment that actually also helps enterprises get onboarded, because I think one of the blockers that is aligned with security concerns is I think enterprises are having a difficult time to make this leap because they don't know what they don't know. And when you have so many familiar faces in the ecosystem, everybody is aligned toward adoption, it makes it much easier through conversation to get over these barriers.
So that's interesting. So Alex, I want to go back to you and talking about security issues. So to what extent you have multiple collaborations with other companies that handle the security aspect of blockchain technology?
So I think one of the interesting things about maybe blockchain, but also specifically Cardano, is sort of like the design principles of it, right? Like the formally verified, provably secure, etc. And like because a lot of what happened on Cardano is peer reviewed and well regarded and well cited throughout the world, it does bring a lot of sort of reputation with it, and we have things to point at where we can go this is sort of like how secure Cardano is. This is sort of like we have deterministic transaction execution. We have predictable cost models. All of these things are provably secure, and a lot of people take that with them in their consideration for adopting Cardano in their enterprises. And probably the hardest part is obviously getting your foot in the door.
Of course.
But as soon as you sort of have your foot in the door, you can prove you can show all the research material and go, look, this is everything that we've done. Here are also a couple of business cases that we set up with various parties around the world, and this is the success that we can show. And that brings a lot of confidence and a lot of comfort when we start having these conversations. And yeah, the results are there.
So Sunny, back to you. And when we talk about what kind of challenges enterprises face, transaction speed, scalability are key issues. So how do you at VeChain deal with these kind of challenges with enterprises?
Well, the first challenge I mentioned about, actually John just answered that, is actually about the regulation, right? But again, after this year, I think the regulation has so much progress, whatever in Europe, and everyone in US, I guess, is waiting for the election, then come up with clarity in terms of the regulation environment to crypto. But I think it's just a matter of the time. We're going to get there. But other than that, I think...
What are you waiting to see when it comes to regulations in the blockchain space?
You mean US? Firstly, who's going to be the president?
Yeah,
right?
How can that impact regulations? In what sense?
I would say the two candidates has different views or different priorities. Trump is more favorable to crypto. So I guess if Trump won, and then we're going to push for the regulation side to come more friendly to the crypto side. His own family actually has couple of crypto projects launched, the finance tokens, NFT plays, whatever by the sounds. So if Trump won, then definitely gonna speed up, make it more regulated. Kamala Harris, I don't know. Even it's just a matter of the time, but they might not be aggressive as Trump was. So, but still, I would say regulation is no more, it's just a matter of the time. It's no more the challenge per se. The bigger challenge for enterprise adoption, I would say, is still about the tools, about the infrastructures. I'll give you an example. Let's say when we think about a mass adoption, especially when we work with different enterprise, try to adopt the normal people to be the crypto user or to be the blockchain application user, the social login becomes very important as a first step, right? They don't want to install the wallet. They don't want to memorize the memory phrase or private keys. It's a hassle for normal people. But when we think about the social login, even now there are a couple of options in the market, but still people start to worry about, okay, what about the asset security? Is your custodian is focus on that. But when we think about the big custodian players, whatever Coinbase or Fireblocks, they're more focused on the assets volume, not for the social login for the normal people. They may not have millions of dollars assets in the wallet, but they may have just a few bucks, few dollars, right? So this type of, let's say, tools or solutions, I think it's going to be the key infrastructure challenge to enterprise adoptions. Last but not least, is still about the application itself. I think with viable, accessible application or use cases, then technology is not really a problem. It's just a matter of the time to onboard more users.
So, Dr. Bernard, let me ask you, from your perspective, to what extent do you think that regulation might be important not only in the sense of what kind of regulations are we going to see, but from the sense that it will provide a positive sentiment for crypto, for the crypto space, and that will actually even provide more motive for enterprises and for governments to push ahead with adopting blockchain technologies? I mean, do you see that the two must go hand in hand when it comes to adoption? What's happening in the crypto space and how that reflects on blockchain adoption?
Yeah, but totally. I mean, regulation is needed, especially for companies to jump into the topic. No company will touch a topic that is in the gray area. Be it, for instance, a bank would never go into DeFi as long as DeFi is not regulated in the particular space and country we are talking about. Nevertheless, for instance, banks, they're building their DeFi platform behind the curtains to be ready exactly for the regulation is ready now. And what Sonny just said totally resonates, that nevertheless, technology will find its way and regulation follows later then. So when there is a certain problem that can be solved with a new type of technology, then the regulator will pick this up, will see this in the gray area or in certain industries that this is really happening and functioning, and it also brings additional value to society and to all of us, then it's only a question of time until the regulation follows in order to have it also in rules and the customer protection and everything which is needed then, of course. But it only follows as soon as they see a certain impact. And then when, and this is a normal procedure, like you start from a community like us here, Web3 community, we play a little bit around here, we do this already for a couple of years or a decade maybe. There are a lot of use cases that are meaningful. Now regulation follows. Europe maybe earlier than US. After the election, we will also see, hopefully in the US, that there will be movement no matter which party wins. This is my view. So first the communities, the Web3 communities, then the regulators, and then in the meantime, the big companies are already building their solutions behind the curtains, and then the big companies are following. And again, many things are already allowed in crypto, and we see that banks jumped on the topic already, or that other industries are jumping on the topic already. Yeah? And those things that are not allowed yet will follow as soon as there's a regulation around.
So let me ask you, John, what would you like to see in terms of regulations? In the sense of, I mean, looking at what happened since the start of the year, we've got the Bitcoin spot ETFs, then we've got the Ether spot ETF, and we've had really positive sentiment. We have more institutional investors adopting more crypto assets. What would you like? What do you think is needed from a regulator globally, not only in the US?
I feel like that's quite a loaded question because anyway, for me, as I've gotten into crypto and like going back to the cypherpunks and like looking at things and thinking about my own political leanings, which I won't get into. But I feel like more like a pirate in a way. And so I feel like when people talk about being regulated, it's like, well, maybe, but you're not going to get necessarily what you want. And like, there's two great tragedies in life. I'm sure like people have heard this. Not getting what you want and getting
what you want.
Exactly. So when I hear people talk about regulation, I think about it from that perspective, that it's like anytime you ask governments to do stuff, like you don't know what kind of chain reaction you're going to put into place. And so that's what I would be quite careful about, especially when you're going up against very mature industries that are very used to being regulated, like banking, insurance, et cetera, that have lots of existing structures, lots of existing alumni that work within those governmental institutions, private institutions, philanthropic organizations. So when I look at it, I kind of look at it from that perspective, that like you may have your ideal case, but you have to be, again, very careful based on how we've seen things progress over time.
So Alex, I would like to hear your thoughts on this.
I have lots of thoughts on this. I think if there's a community behind it, I think actually the summation, like technology will find a way in the same way that like life will find a way. I think that a lot of people see the benefits of blockchain, and they see a lot of value that is being created in the blockchain space. And you know, like at some point, there's going to be a point where we say, well, you know, like the obvious solution to this one is blockchain, and you know, like there won't never be a regulation that says you can't do blockchain. There might be some things around around the assets, but there will never be a regulation that says you can't do blockchain. And with that, there will be application areas for blockchain. It will sort of like creep into day-to-day life. It will go into enterprises, and at some point in time, it will be the first thought that they will have from an adoption perspective, right? It will not be the last thought. So yeah, I would definitely say that. I guess no matter what happens, yeah, technology will find a way.
So I would like to hear your final thoughts on 10 years from today. Where do you think blockchain technology will be? And what would it mean for our personal lives? I don't want to only talk about enterprises. So I would like to start with you, Dan. 10 years from today, how would blockchain look like, and how would it impact our lives? Just open your imagination.
Okay, I will. I'll give you somewhat of an optimistic view.
Yes, please. We're still at the start of the day.
I would say everywhere. Everywhere. For me, when I look at blockchain technology by large, what it reminds me of is the cloud revolution. I feel like the blockchain technology has a lot of potential. Technically, the inherent traits of systems that leverage blockchain are pretty amazing. And I believe it would be everywhere. I feel like it's more of a back-end technology. So people may not realize they're using it day to day. I think there'll be a level of abstraction, just like with cloud technology. But I would say everywhere, and specifically I would say in enterprise and in the financial sector.
Sunny?
Well, I agree with Dan. Blockchain is going to like the internet. So like, you know, today we use internet every day, every minute, right? You spend 8 hours, 10 hours a day in your phone. You use internet everywhere. But you don't understand what is a TCP/IP, what is the SMTP behind that. So the same thing for blockchain. I believe in the next 10 years, the main theme of the crypto, of the blockchain is going to be application. I believe application is going to be the king of the entire industry. Whoever come up with viable, valuable application could adopt, the normal user will sit to the attention center. Yeah, that's what I believe.
Okay, John?
So I generally reject these questions as being an aforementioned kind of pirate in a way, just because we don't know what's going to happen in the future. And I think one of the things in particular with emerging technologies and what we've seen with like things on a global scale, if we went back to like 2018 or 2019 in Miami when there was a Cardano event, I don't think anyone would have predicted a global pandemic as an
that's true.
thing. And then that drove technology in a certain direction. So I'd say these questions are really difficult in the future because we know these sort of black swan events will happen either across the world or with technology in particular, but it's incredibly hard to predict them. Again, like December 2022 with ChatGPT and like AI becoming, you know, increasingly popular and interesting. It's very difficult on either side to kind of predict them. But when I go back and try to think about like what will potentially happen, I think one of the things we didn't talk a lot about today, but I would introduce is thinking about strategy in the enterprise, and that enterprises will get better overall in terms of strategy, along with blockchain communities in general, of like, hey, we have all these challenges that we'll have to go through. We have these key drivers potentially of adoption, talking about like the competitive forces, different things that are going on in general, identifying those to then go through and think about like, here are actual objectives and what we're going to focus on, and coming up with really unique novel solutions, which I think Sunny talked about, people coming in with applications and other things. So I would look at it way more from that perspective, that generally we're not going to know what's going to happen. Lots of things from here to 10 years are going to affect things in different ways. But we can come back and look at what we can do from a strategy perspective to be aware and have greater insight into, having identified those challenges, be able to look at and add those things that come out from kind of left field in many ways, and adapt our strategy to meet those challenges.
So Dr. Bernard, for you, I would like to tweak the question a little bit. What advice would you give companies and enterprises looking to adopt blockchain technologies from your long experience in this area?
Yeah. So now I need to think of a new answer.
No, and you can answer the first one, definitely. I would love to see where you see things moving.
So look, well, what I'm telling companies is always, blockchain is not evil or bad or something. It's just a new form of storage. And you have your USB drive, you have your hard drive, you have your cloud, and you have your blockchain. So something new is joining the family. There are some use cases where you still think maybe a USB drive is the best solution, or my hard drive is the best solution, and some solutions are best on blockchain. So it's nothing magical, it's nothing about speculation, it's just a new form of storage, period. And no one should be afraid of this. So, like on cloud service, for instance, it doesn't matter that it's a cloud, it matters what's on the cloud. It matters the programs that are running there, and so on and so on. So same holds true for blockchain. It's more about the applications, the solutions that we put on blockchain, and where we build communities around it. I mean, look at, I don't know, Instagram or other big brands or ecosystem. No one cares where the data are, right? I mean,
yes.
I don't even know where my Instagram data are, but everyone is using it. Everyone loves it, most of us. That matters. It doesn't matter whether it's a blockchain, a cloud, or whatever. Some use cases are good on the cloud, other use cases are good on the blockchain. So coming back to your question, what we advise companies is to build apps that are meaningful. For some of those apps, blockchain are the right answers. We help them to make them big, to really make it a success. And to become a success, sometimes you also need maybe a token, where sometimes it's good to have regulation around this, and so on and so on. But it's not per se that the blockchain is something
you should be aware of.
And the spirit of blockchain is, again, not that companies would love it. I mean, again, here at Cardano, we love our ecosystem. We love the ecosystem of VeChain. We love those stuff, right? And that's why we're here. But we are just 0.01% of the population. And the others, for them, it just needs to work. And we love more Instagram than the technology behind this. Same holds true for blockchain.
Yeah, and we understand Instagram and how to use Instagram better than we understand the technology behind it. So maybe that will apply to blockchain as well. Alex, would love to hear your thoughts about where we're going to be 10 years from today?
10 years from now, I mean, if we think about what we know 10 years back and where we are right now, so like, you know, projecting that 10 years into the future, I think, I mean, the fundamental design principles of blockchain is this concept of roots of trust, decentralization, trustless systems. And I think with the introduction of like large language models, with like the mining of data that is happening all around the world, I think you know, like with these deep fakes that are happening, with self-sovereign identities, with like all these things that are essentially emerging, yeah, I think blockchain will play the biggest role there. But that's not to say that that's the only application area. I mean, the roots of trust and like using that as a design principle, we can look at you know, like track and trace systems, or you know, like highly customized components. We can look at counterfeiting, like everything that requires you to essentially trust the counterparty. Using a blockchain essentially allows you to essentially trust well, it's not an intermediary, obviously, but trust a second system to prove essentially the origin of the thing that you're observing, be that a video, be that pharmaceuticals, be that, you know, components in a nuclear power plant, doesn't matter.
So, yes, please, go ahead.
Sorry, I need to change my answer just a little bit. Because I was thinking about this. Okay, so one thing is that no one has mentioned Satoshi Nakamoto, and I think that deserves a mention. When you're talking about regulation, you're talking about 10 years, and like think about like what was born into like Occupy Wall Street and everything else. In terms of what Dr. Bernard was saying in terms of blockchain not being scary, I had like, that's where I was like, no, it actually is scary, or it should be kind of scary, because that's what Nakamoto was trying to do, is like basically knock over the incumbent financial system with Bitcoin. So it's kind of like, I think that deserves a mention. So it's not to attack you, but just to say that like, wait a minute, we can go this entire panel and not mention, you know, Nakamoto. So I think I was like, oh wow, got to say that. So I won't go any further. I could say a lot, but.
Okay. Please, doctor.
I need to jump in here as well. So, no, it's not scary, you're right. But
I mean, it is scary. It can be scary.
It can, exactly. So I still stick to my sentence. It's not scary, and all new technology might bring some revolutions. Not directly tomorrow, but over time. I always refer to the shared economy. I mean, some of us may know still this term. It was like 15 years back, everyone was like, okay, the shared economy is the new thing. Nothing happened, and then but then gradually, yeah, and no one was talking about shared economy then anymore. Airbnb came up, and Uber came up years later then. And I think it's the same will happen for this technology here now with blockchain. That at the beginning everyone's like, yeah, blockchain, new thing and so on. Is it scary? Is it not scary? Yes, there might be a different monetary system. I mean, regulators are jumping with CBDC on the topic as well in order to have a counter argument to, you know, Bitcoin and so on. But I think we are at the same point like back in the days with shared economy. Everyone was talking about this, like with us now. And then later on, it just became normal that those new applications emerge and enter our life, be it in the financial system. And yes, this is a threat maybe to the monetary system, I'm with you, but also to other parts where we just use those apps, like we use Uber or Airbnb now.
Yeah, so I would say, sorry, I'm going to like, so I would say, yeah, I mean, the sharing economy became a thing, and then it like had some sort of hype cycle or whatever people like to call it there. But Airbnb, Uber, and then a bunch of clones, the Uber for whatever came out, and then it gradually took time. And I would say, like, one, that's kind of the dual-sided nature of regulation, in that it calcified the unique competitors that had taken advantage of a moment in time. It kind of solidified them as the winners in a way. That's what that's why I would say there's like a dual-sided nature to a regulatory environment. to be somewhat concerned about. The thing that I would say as well is that if you go back to like 2019, which almost never gets mentioned and should be mentioned all the time, is that Facebook came out with Libra and then was brutally just attacked by global regulators that basically were like, no, you can't do this.
Yeah, Sunny would like to add something.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to use a concrete example to, I agree with all of you guys. I don't want to get into the fight. I just want to use a concrete example. Just think about 10 years ago, there was no EV, or maybe EV just get started. People call Elon Musk crazy. You're never going to run a car with 500 miles with just batteries, right? But today, EVs becomes the most popular selection, not only in US, but also even in China. I think it just passed like 51% of the new cars launched to the roads. That also 10 years ago, when we think about a crypto, when we think about a blockchain, it's
when
only
we thought about
Bitcoin.
AI.
Or AI, right? Only Bitcoin. But today, we just launched a very new application. It's combined with two. If you are the Tesla driver, you go to the EVearn.io, and you can log in your Tesla accounts into these D apps. Every time you charge your car, you get the crypto rewards. That's it. Very simple. Yes. So think about the 10 years later, you could be multiple different decentralized applications or crypto applications. You don't even know that.
Yeah.
Right? But you use on your daily basis. So think about it 10 years ago, think about now, and think about in the next 10 years. I think just so much possibility.
And I think the technology is accelerating even actually faster than, we don't have to wait a decade. 5 years from today, we're going to have something different. So it's really an insightful and amazingly interesting panel. Thank you so much for joining us today. And please stay tuned because we have more panels to come today. And I hope you have a great day with us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, May, Ben, Kadra there, and all your panelists. A really fascinating conversation there, and you really get a sense of how fast this industry, how fast this sector is accelerating into the future. Now, our next topic of conversation is, quite an intriguing one, if I'm completely honest, because our experts are going to be cracking the authenticity code. They will be sharing their unique insights on how to safeguard your brand in this rapidly evolving marketplace. And moderating this panel is Jeremy Förster. He is Global Enterprise Adoption Lead at the Cardano Foundation. Welcome, Jeremy and his panelists.
Thank you. All right, thank you. So, Your Excellencies, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here today at the Cardano Summit held in Dubai. And to everyone watching on the live stream, thank you for tuning in. And for this session, I'm honored to have with me a prestigious panel of industry experts that has made it their core mission in life to unlock this code of authenticity, to bring out greater values for not only specific brands within one company, but also the industry as a whole, and change the operating model through the use of blockchain technology. And through our past discussions, what we kind of discover, and through the previous sessions, is that this is not a one-size-fits-all approach for leveraging blockchain technology. And we want to explore that deeper in this panel today. So what I'll ask for is for a self-introduction on your background and what the role of authenticity is for your industry and how this can become a value driver. And I'll start here.
Great. Yeah, thanks for having me, Jeremy, and Cardano Foundation. I'm Alex Phelan. I'm CEO and co-founder of Merchandise. And my co-founders and I have been involved in a emerging technology, not as emerging as blockchain, but it's called print on demand, and it's disrupting the $350 billion branded merchandise space. Essentially, it's selling digital merch items and then producing them one of one after an end consumer buys it. So getting rid of the need to pre-produce inventory, getting rid of the need to move large containers of finished goods all over the world, and allowing brands to be a lot more sustainable and sell a lot more authentic products.
Great.
Yeah, first of all, I want to join my colleague and say thank you to Cardano Foundation for this event. And of course, it's a privilege to be here. I represent Georgian wine industry. Basically, I'm chairman of National Wine Agency. This agency is a state agency, and it has two key missions. One is, of course, to build awareness and to market Georgian wines globally in global alcohol market. And the second is to make sure that all the wines that are on the market are in fully conformity with legislative norms and etc. So if we are talking about authenticity, I would say that it's the key for the alcohol business, for the wine business. There is organization that is called OIV, which is International Organization for Wine and every year there is Congress of this organization. So last year, the opening presentation of this Congress, and it was presenting data from the markets of alcohol products. And I was amazed that 20% of all alcohol beverages sold worldwide is actually falsified. So every fifth bottle is fraud.
Wow.
Which is absolutely amazing. So I would say that, and it's different types of fraud. Let's say you can put very good wine into Bordeaux bottle, but it's fraud because wine is heavily linked to vineyard and to the place. So authenticity starts from the vineyard and goes directly to the consumer.
Great, thank you. Bjorn?
Yeah, Jeremy, first of all, thanks for having me here today. Really a pleasure. Okay, now it works. Yeah, my name is Bjorn. I'm a lawyer and also serial entrepreneur, and I'm co-founder of Smart Places. So Smart Places is a geolocation-based social fi platform. So we are combining augmented reality, AI technology, and also blockchain technology with, you can say, geolocation-based user experiences. So what we want to achieve, sorry, I think my mic is not working perfectly. Do you hear me good?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, it works. So what we want to create actually, as I said, geolocation-based user experiences. That means mainly we want people to explore their immediate environment, right? We want that people can reach out to their immediate environment, exploring not only other people reaching out to them, but also exploring business content, because we enable our business partners, not only local businesses, but also brands and enterprises to place virtual items on our map. So from a user perspective, that means you're an app user, you not only maybe find interesting people around, but you also can find those digital contents of our partners. This might be a 3D hologram, it also might be a media file, it also just can be a 3D object or even an NFT. So that actually opens and enables not only the digital out-of-home industry, that is one of the core markets that we are covering, but also local businesses to, let's say, promote their products in a new manner. And when it comes to authenticity, there we have actually two perspectives. On the one hand, the user perspective, because we are, you can say, different from usual social media platforms. You as a user, you will be enabled to share your thoughts, needs in your close vicinity, so that is very spontaneous. So that means it's not made up like you often have this on typical social media platforms. Here it's very spontaneous, so we want people to seize the daily life opportunities, right? And that is an understanding of authenticity and provides a new level in this regards. So I would say that is a very important aspect. Of course, we can steer this in a way because platform, we can control this in a way and provide the utility. And then following up on this, the user behavior as well. The second aspect when it comes to authenticity, that is a business perspective, right? So for our partners, of course it matters, is the platform authentic? Yes. But then secondly also in terms of reputation, because when we talk about business, of course we are always talking about reputation. And that is a big advantage that we can deliver here, because our partners, they can decide on their own what kind of content they want to place and also to make available for the users. So like I mentioned, 3D objects, if there's a brand like Adidas, they can decide on their own whether they want to put in a running sports shoe or whatever kind of content they want to provide. So they can decide and determine on their own what is the content that will be shown and in which manner they place it. And that is, I would say, important, because reputation, again, that matters, and so those brands can make sure to be really authentic in terms of their perception.
Yeah, I think what you said there, Bjorn, really resonates with we have sort of like a supply chain application and a consumer application of what we call connected products, connected goods. And what you're talking about is the sort of extension of what we help our customers plug into. So, you know, we work with sports teams, entertainment brands, Fortune 500 companies to build branded merch platforms for them and try to convert as much of their, you know, traditional merch into this new model of selling an endless aisle of digital products and then producing those products one of one all over the globe at scale on a daily basis. And so because we have that one of one manufacturing, so we can essentially manufacture tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of one-off merch products on a daily basis, so kind of one of one at scale on physical products. That's sort of why we started looking at this blockchain space. And when I met Jeremy, we were talking about this idea of, well, we already have all this infrastructure built. Wouldn't it be cool if we could have a one-to-one relationship with, I mean, there's a lot of people looking at that one-to-one digital to physical relationship on chain. We're just uniquely positioned to do it because of how we run our supply chains and how everything is a unique item. And what that allows our customers to do is not only be a lot more sustainable, but it allows them to create products that are a lot more authentic to the consumer, right? So like a good example of this is we power all the merch for the USA Special Olympics. And you know, they were selling kind of generic, just sort of like, you know, not very exciting merch products. They sell all kinds of different products with us now, and including, you know, we're launching 4,000 individual collections for each athlete within Special Olympics. And so the basic infrastructure that we provide for what we call connected products is the ability to have a digital twin of an item that's recorded on chain, and then having some sort of a physical connection point to that item. So could be an NFC tag, could be something as simple as a QR code, honestly, and then providing an experience that doesn't require the user to know anything about blockchain. But when we start talking to particularly some of the larger licenses in sports and entertainment, there's always, so we tell them, you know, kind of here's what's possible. And then there's always that conversation about like, well, what's next? You know, where could I really take this? And it could be as simple as, you know, offering a discount code at the theme park or at the event, right? All the way up to exactly what you're talking about, which is this whole new way of engaging with your customers and your fans or your consumers. And so, anyways, yeah, that what you said about authenticity really resonated with what we're doing.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Alex, when in your business model, the use of blockchain technology seems to be more on the enabler for these digital value adds.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So, because most of the in branded merch, which really includes you know, it includes fashion, but the bigger categories are, you know, entertainment, sports, corporate promotional products, uniforms. We deal more on that side. In the fashion space, the two biggest sort of conversations and issues right now are around sustainability and authenticity. And so there's this whole other category of supply chain authentication and preventing counterfeits, and you know exactly what your application is. We have definitely had some conversations about building some stuff like that, but we're more focused on the consumer side, on, you know, having this really unique merch item that the consumer has a deeper emotional connection to, and then having this like bi-directional digital to physical engagement point that allows the brand to continue to build utility from that product that is just a simple T-shirt or a wearable, or, you know, something like a mug or something like that. And so yeah, we're more I would say we're definitely more focused on kind of like that. Customers having a deeper emotional connection to their products and continuing to get more and more value from them, sort of, you know, forever through these experiences.
Yeah, I would add that I would agree with Alex, and for us it's also very, very important to have this emotional connection with the consumer, because nowadays there is lots of good wine on the market, and what is most important, it is of course the story behind the bottle. So when you took this wonderful bottle of Georgian wine and add this very simple solution, as Alex told, QR code, but behind this QR code there is story, and there is traceability from vineyard to this particular bottle, which is very important. And also there is our part, our role as a government. We confirm that this bottle is authentic, and we are open and transparent, and we are happy to upload and show this certificate and all these procedures on the blockchain. And I would say that in wine industry there is lots of examples of this QR codes, but Georgia is the first to use blockchain for this matter.
Very cool.
Right. And on Bjorn, would you agree or disagree that the end consumer, they must know that blockchain is being used to power the authenticity of these digital goods on the social platforms that you create?
Yeah, that's a great question. I tend to say no. My be not the most popular answer, but maybe to put in the context here, because our main users are app users. Those are, and that is part of our business model as well, those are just people using an app, right? Like people today are using Instagram, so we want them to seamlessly connect, reach out to their environment, right? Connecting with other people, but also finding, exploring business content and so on. A kind of Pokemon Go approach, just going around, having fun and so on. So for those users, I would say they don't care at all about blockchain, right? Maybe they never heard about this. And that is fine for us, because our approach is first to say, we want to reach people, right? Delivering unique utility and convince them to use the platform. It needs to be fun, entertaining, all that stuff. Later on, we have the chance and the possibility to teach and educate people, right? So to tell them more about what is behind, right? So for example, if they are grabbing a digital item, like I said, the sports shoe of Adidas, if this is an NFT, you as an app user, first you don't need to know it's an NFT, but maybe it's in the next step. Then you can think about, find maybe information, maybe from the Cardano Foundation, maybe from us delivered, like, okay, now I got an NFT, what can I do with that? What is this even, right? And then thinking more, thinking deeper, explore this whole network and the possibilities and all the benefits of the blockchain. But that is step number 2. The first step, again, in my opinion, that is actually really the feedback that we also got. It's often really more negative, because blockchain, for many people, they often think it's complicated. It's like, I don't get it. It's like crypto, it's like all those negative associations that are out there. That's why, so I think that is a huge chance that we have on the one hand, but then secondly, and that's why I would say I just tend to say no, but there's also a yes component, but because of course we have already a strong Cardano community, a strong user community based on our LAMP plots, because what we have done and what we are creating is not only an ecosystem that is delivering a mobile app that people use and having fun. What we are building in the background is a platform that is already live. So we divided the world into small hexagons, and each hexagon is an NFT and represents a piece of the real world. And those owners, those LAMP plots, they benefit, they get rewarded for those activities that are happening on their LAMP plot, right? So that is a community that we are building up, and that is a very strong blockchain community, because those that know what is the value of an NFT, what are the benefits of an NFT, right? They own those LAMP plots, and they get rewarded for these interactions. They also can earn, for example, if businesses are placing ads, NFTs on those represented LAMP plots, they earn from that, right? So we have here two kind of, you can say, community groups. That is exactly part of our go-to-market strategy also. So I would say it really depends always on who are we talking, what is the group of users we are talking about. And in our case, it's actually two groups.
Okay. Yeah, so if the end consumer does not need to know the blockchain is being used, then who is the most important stakeholder that does need to be informed that blockchain is powering our operations? And what is it that they see as kind of the value add for enhancing their operations with blockchain technology?
Well, I would say that I don't quite agree that consumer should not know that it's blockchain behind this, because for us, the technology that, and the transparency that blockchain provides is the key in our case, because you cannot manipulate any data, and we are fully transparent that once again this wine is in conformity with all the norms that is set by organizations or law, or etc., etc. So as government representative, I think for us, and I'm sure producers will also agree with us, that the blockchain is very important in this model, and for us it's adds value to the consumer because he's sure that everything that is behind this QR code is authentic and cannot be manipulated. Unfortunately, during the history of wine industry, especially after there was, I don't know if you know, but there was phylloxera back in 19th century, and it was called plague of European vineyards. And after that, basically, there was ups and downs in industry, in wine industry, and unfortunately, there was even cases in 20th century. Of course, I won't name the countries now, but when producers themselves were manipulating and were adding some not so allowed substances to wine, or trying to enlarge the quantities of geographical indications, etc. So all these cases makes me think that blockchain technology is really important in our case.
Yeah, I think data security and providing access to verifying the original data set is definitely a core value driver within the wine industry. And I think one of the things that I did not fully appreciate that much and didn't know was the level of verification that happens inside a country, within governments, but that certification process is often not attached to the bottle of wine that's sold. And it'd be interesting to hear at the government level, within the Ministry of Agriculture, what was this process like for connecting that data to the Cardano blockchain?
Yeah, in our case, it was like I said, we were willing to provide this data to Cardano blockchain and to use this opportunity. Basically, first when, and you know, Jeremy, very well, that first when this opportunity arose, we started like without any hesitation, because it was very important for us and for this industry once again. And there is three key players in this value chain. It's of course consumer, it's producer, and it's us, government, and all have this transparent data share in this blockchain trace. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not very good in technical terms, but you know it better. So yeah.
Great.
And we are happy and we are ready to continue after this pilot and to make more movement towards introducing this in the whole Georgian wine industry.
Wonderful. And Alex, for yourself, what are the kind of the core value drivers that you see with using blockchain technology?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I mean, I think, it's really interesting in different industries and use cases. I think the consumer's perception or the enterprise customer's perception of blockchain is very different. So in supply chain authentication and data verification and proving provenance of things, I think that in general, people's perception of blockchain is good in that people know generally, like, yeah, blockchain is a secure way to store data. In kind of my side, more on the consumer goods in retail merch products, where apparel, drinkware, all the stuff that you buy at consumers buy at stores. I think that there was so many companies and use cases initially in blockchain where the entire value proposition is that it's blockchain, and it wasn't really like there's no additional utility value creation beyond that specific market really resonated with. And a lot of like the enterprise customers that we talk to, especially in the licensing world. So when you look at like, you know, alcohol brands, entertainment companies that have sort of done kind of like marketing plays with NFT art and things like that. And those things like didn't really resonate with the consumer for many different reasons. I mean, fundamentally the atomic, you know, product or thing that they're getting, kind of like you mentioned, Bjorn, it's like, well, okay, I got this NFT, like, what do I do with it? You know, how is this, you know, can I drink it? Can I wear it? Can I, is it like, what, is it gonna like save me money or something? And so I think that like a lot of companies are still kind of like licking their wounds from those, you know, kind of testing the waters and having it not work. So for us, we don't even mention blockchain at all when we go talk to these big licenses. You know, we just purely focus on the value that it's delivering to their consumers or their fans, right? So, you know, one-of-one merch, getting rid of your inventory, endless aisle of super creative designs that could be even personalized or super niche, and then having this whole new way of engaging with your consumers or fans, you know, especially in a licensing model where traditionally you're like just licensing out that IP to some other brand that's going to kind of control the whole thing. We put that control back in their hands by giving them a store that they control, it's their data, and now giving them this whole new way to engage with connected products. At some point in the conversation, when you're talking to the technical team and you're actually getting into the details of integration, you know, we're not hiding the fact that it's blockchain, but a lot of times in those initial like pitch conversations and meetings, you know, if you say like the word blockchain or, you know, NFT or something like that, it's just like it immediately gets shut down. And so, yeah, so I think going back to your point about the consumer, at least in our industry, fundamentally it's only as good as the value that it's delivering to the end consumer and to the enterprise customer, you know, that we work with, the brand or the license. And yeah, kind of like I said earlier, the two big categories that I see in our industry, and a lot of this applies to retail in general, especially on the supply chain side, but it's like the supply chain authentication, you know, protecting against counterfeits, which is not nearly 20% in our industry, but it's still it's very significant. And then sustainability, right? So, you know, ensuring that products are produced in a sustainable way, you know, where people are not being taken advantage of and it's not, you know, trashing the environment. But yeah, in our sort of, on our side, it's these like consumer experiences and creating products that people have a deeper emotional connection to, especially Gen Z and Gen A. Everybody wants things like super personalized and something that speaks to them. You know, a lot of sort of traditional mass market brands don't resonate with them as much, and so they're trying to find new ways to sort of engage and connect with them. But yeah, that's kind of the big unlock for us in our industry.
Great.
For smart places, you can say important parts of our ecosystem are on the blockchain. So on the one hand, the NFT landlord map that I mentioned. So it's not only a digital asset, but it's also an NFT. And then the second component, that is the data monetization model that we have. So we call it connect to earn. So like I mentioned, you as a landlord owner, you will be rewarded with tokens for those interactions that are taking place on your landlord, right? And those both components, there it's for us really important, and that's why we started also with that, that users really understand that. But again, in this case, in this regards, we are talking about crypto users, blockchain educated, experienced users, right? And there again, it matters, and that's in our opinion kind of best case scenario, because there you have the benefits of the blockchain and you have people that know about this, at least a little bit, right? Hopefully more, but and again, what we can do is to onboard more and to educate and to also explain what we are doing and why we are doing this, and also what the potentials are. But when it comes to the business perspective again, right? I would say, like Alex, you also mentioned, most of the time you shouldn't not even mention the term blockchain. Also, NFTs not. Sometimes that's the one exception. Like I mentioned, we are focusing on the digital out-of-home advertising market, right? So in terms of businesses, for those, most of the time NFTs are not interesting, because what they do at the moment, we all know that we have billboards, digital billboards. That's one of those tools that they are using. It's a kind of limited business in a way. And NFTs are not interesting in this regard. It's changed now a bit, and that is also what we experience in the talks with many of those advertisers, that they understand, okay, if now their offers are not anymore limited to digital billboards, but now there is, like in our case, the possibility to place holograms, interactive holograms, or even AR media files where there might be a QR code that then people can, find out more, and then also including this NFT component. So that is a kind of exception, I would say, where that element really plays a role. But just to be honest, we all, I think, know in this regards that it's just the naming, right? Because for those businesses, they actually don't care about the real benefit of, for example, an NFT and this blockchain benefits behind. They just use it kind of as a keyword, as a buzzword, and even then they need to decide, is this something that is really positive, or is this maybe more something that they don't want to use, and so avoid this term. The second customer group we have, those are not advertisers, those are just local businesses, right? Because we also enable, for example, restaurants, just local entrepreneurs and businesses to also place virtual items on the map and make it available for our users. And that's actually a bit different, because then it really depends on each entrepreneur. If there's someone who has this background and who is interested in this kind of technology and maybe also directly want to attract those kind of users because it's maybe his or her business model, then we partially really get this feedback like, okay, amazing, you're also covering that, because that is for us very, very helpful. But again, then it completely depends on the industry that those small entrepreneurs and enterprises are active in. So again, for us, it depends in the end, like what is a customer group, and since we are covering not only digital out of home but also local entrepreneurs, that is completely different.
Now, there's something you've said kind of repeatedly on our panel in general, which is about a company may not want to hear the fact that you're using an NFT, but not all NFTs are created equally, and especially when we think about the technical functionality. Is there anything that's more specific as to your use of the Cardano blockchain that differentiates you for your actual solution versus, say, a lightweight copy-paste use of blockchain technology that would refer to a data hash representing an asset or NFT?
Yeah, I can start. So yeah, first of all, I want to give a shout out to the Ada Anvil guys here. So they're here over at that table. So we actually we did an initial proof of concept with Cardano Foundation for the World Cup of Lacrosse, which was an event that we power all of the merch for them, and we were powering merch for their event as well. And really cool proof of concept. We learned a lot. There was a lot of elements that wouldn't scale well in larger applications and like more mass market kind of applications. So we've been working with the Ada Anvil team for the last few months on, along with Cardano Foundation, on a much more robust and scalable version of this, and simple things like being able to use a QR code instead of NFC tags. You know, I can't tell, like, phones are not really good at reading the flexible wearable NFC tags on clothing. They're really great at reading NFCs in payment terminals and on, you know, subways and things like that. So, you know, when you have 1 million consumers buying something at, you know, for a mass market brand, or, you know, 50,000 people purchasing something at a music festival, those are the types of things that you know, you have to really watch out for. And using QR codes in a way that is still secure and provides that level of you know, confidence that somebody's not going to just copy it or counterfeit it. We have been working really hard with the Ada Anvil team on that. And so yeah, we actually have this shirt that we're wearing, and we're going to be giving out to some people at the show. Sort of showcases this technology of being able to scan a QR code, which almost anybody can do at this point, authenticating with, you know, either your Google, you know, your Google account or Discord, which almost everybody has, you know, one of those two things, and then getting a reward that is essentially burned after a one-time usage of that. So that was a huge unlock for a lot of the deals that we're working on right now, and that would not have been possible kind of without the Cardano Foundation and the Cardano ecosystem.
All right.
They can speak about it more technically than I can. I'm just the merch guy, but
yeah, I would say same. I'm just winemaker in this case, but I would say that as I said, there is lots of different ways that wine business is using to make sure that customer knows that this product is authentic. Like there is some tags, there is some marks, there is some black roosters, etc., etc. So basically, and our QR code is one of them. And of course, I think that we can really scale this on the whole wine business. And for me personally, it's very important that behind this is blockchain, and it's Cardano blockchain. Because once again, even though maybe now there is consumers that still don't quite understand, and there is producers that still don't quite understand what is blockchain and what is behind this data in storage in blockchain. But sooner or later, consumers and producers will be more educated, and they will more eagerly use this blockchain technology in this case. And I mean, we are already there, and we are happy that we are first to use this blockchain for our data transparency. So basically, I think that it's scalable, and future is really on this technology.
Okay.
I would say, when it comes to NFTs, of course, not each NFT. There are several kind of NFT for us. That's just the reaction that we got and the feedback that we got from our customers and from the businesses. It's less like what kind of NFT and what kind of maybe utility or technology behind. Actually more important, I mean, now talking about those customers that at least know a bit about blockchain, right? So having a kind of knowledge level already, but for them, the blockchain itself matters always. And what I experienced was that, I was a bit surprised about this, that Cardano was seen often relatively positively in this regard. So people, those that are into blockchain a little bit and have a little bit of knowledge in this regards, they see what Cardano is, as what kind of benefits Cardano has. They see this high level of decentralization. They see also, for example, here in Dubai, what has been achieved when it comes to authorities, institutions, and how blockchain can be used also, right? And that also helped us a lot, because then we can say it's not only an NFT, it's not only blockchain, but see what's possible in other industries. See what kind of authorities and institutions are relying on this technology, on blockchain, on Cardano. And then we have a positive argument, a good argument, and that helps. And I would say that is, for us, actually the most important aspect in this regards when we talk about that.
I mean, that's great for opening these doors. And I think then what follows that is really getting to a mass market solution or scaling a solution to a nation state level. And what is difficult is often thinking about the next industry segment for what we presently value as our solution and what our next round customers are going to value. And so like what challenges have you had to overcome in scaling out your current solutions, and how large do you see the industry changing, due to blockchain enabled authenticity?
Yeah, I mean, going back to sort of this QR code, I mean, it seems kind of silly, but one of the big deals that we've been working on is with I can't say the name, but it's a company that has a lot of theme parks globally, and they have a ton of intellectual property. We've been working on a deal with them where, with merchandise, you're going to be able to get customized park gear for your family, right, or your group, right? So go to the site, select your products, select the IP that you want. Maybe the IP that Aunt Betty wants is a little bit different than IP that Cousin Greg wants or whatever. And so everybody gets templates based on the IP that they want, personalized with, your name and or group name. That's already a cool unlock, right? To have, personalized park gear for your group that's officially licensed. And so the second part of that is having a connected products experience where you're actually registering the product, registering it to your account, which is essentially, claiming a token in a custodial wallet, right? And then there's all kinds of sort of loyalty rewards programs that can be built on top of that. It could be as simple as, make sure you go to this area and get a discount on this thing, all the way up to starting to gamify that experience, all the way up to some super advanced AR gamified sort of experience, kind of like what you're delivering, Bjorn. And there's like little things that can really hold up the deal, and having to use NFC tags was one of those things. Like it came up, what happens when our customer service line is clogged up with all these park fans that don't know how to tap a tag, So little things like that, just making it, one half is making sure that what you're building is actually valuable and a big value add to that market, but then also making sure that the way that you can, the tech can work for everyone and that it's scalable. So I feel really excited about where we're at with that now.
Yeah, we're running out of time, but I will add a few words. In case of wine, as I told, wine is heavily linked to a place, and there is cornerstone in wine industry, and not only in wine industry, but in food industry, especially in Europe, which is called geographical indications. And of course, the production is limited, and of course, producers and policymakers should make everything happen for those limited products to be authentic, and to make sure that the end customer gets really the product behind the label. So I think there is lots of potential, not only wine industry, but also in like cheese industry or any other industry that's using GIs.
Yeah, right.
For us, actually, the biggest limiting factor, I would say, it's speed. Definitely, because at least there's one problem we don't have, and that's a bear market, to be honest. Because but what we do is not mainly depending on attractiveness of the crypto market and stuff like that. Of course, it would help in terms of attention and everything, but our core business model is just not depending on that, right? We just recently launched our Web2 campaign when it comes to the landlord sale. So on Instagram and so on, people will now and are now aware of the landlords that they can buy without any kind of crypto knowledge and all that things. So that are things we can push, and we did already. I think that's, by the way, really a huge potential also in regards to the Cardano Foundation. That's why I really appreciate how we work together, because that's, I think, a big chance to onboard a big possibility and opportunity to onboard a lot of people, especially if the bull market might set in soon, because then we have two factors coming together. But in general, for us, speed, so meaning not only growing the community of landlord owners, but at the same time to prepare the launch of the app that will be beginning of next year. So that is a combination of factors that makes us work day and night, like I guess you guys are also doing, and a lot of creators here in the audience.
Right. Yes. Well, thank you all once again for joining us on stage, and to everyone in the audience, thank you as well. And if you have any questions, I'm sure you'll find our panelists out in the audience or on the booths. So thank you very much.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed there, Jeremy Förster, and your panelists. What a fascinating conversation there, really getting a sense of, the various different strategies behind authenticating products and protecting brand integrity. Really, really enjoyed that conversation. I'm pleased to say that our roster of events is going to continue now with our first keynote speech of the day. We're particularly excited to delve now into the next topic with our esteemed speaker, because up next, Nikhil Joshi, who is the COO of Emergo, is going to be taking to the stage to outline, I suppose, his key initiatives and how you can facilitate commercial growth this year. He'll also be describing how Emergo adopted the Cardano ecosystem and leveraged its technology. Welcome, Nikhil, for your keynote.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to watch me speak and talk you through what Emergo has been up to this year, the Year of the Dragon. Why is it the Year of the Dragon? Well, we are based in Singapore, and I'm using the Chinese New Year calendar reference there. And really wanting to demonstrate to you guys what we have done, right, to facilitate commercial adoption. Let me start off by just refreshing people's minds on what is Emergo actually here to do. Sometimes this is confusing for people. I'd say the tagline is, we facilitate commercial adoption. Now, how do we do that? So this is a visual to just talk you through some of the things I'll touch on and give a bit more example in a minute. We've built fintech infrastructure. We provide education content. We facilitate commercial partnerships, and I'll give more examples of these in a second. Investment. This is an interesting one. When I say investment here, I'm not necessarily talking about Emergo making investments, but rather Emergo facilitating investments coming into the Cardano ecosystem. And as I touched on a second ago, we are headquartered in Singapore, and actually a lot of our footprint is across Southeast Asia, and that really is where a lot of our focus is. That's not to say it's exclusively in Asia. We are always open to opportunities. Wherever commercial opportunities are, we will definitely be interested in having those discussions. But in spite of this all being in the digital realm and in the blockchain space, things do still ultimately come back to human relationships. And so if we can be close to humans in Southeast Asia and Africa, where we have a lot of footprint as well, then that'll be our first port of call. So I'm going to show you in a second that we've done a lot this year in terms of bringing various partners to Cardano. But rather than just sort of throw up a bunch of names and without going into detail, I wanted to showcase some examples that provide a bit of a cross-section in terms of the types of folks we've been talking to, the types of partnerships we've established, and what does this mean for Cardano overall. I'm going to start with probably our biggest announcement of the year, which is the launch of USDA. For those of you who've been within Cardano for a while, you'll probably recall that this was something we were due to launch last year. We went back to revisit how we play here. I will be open in saying that our concerns were initially around some of the regulatory risks there. And what we've done this time round with the launch of this fiat-backed stablecoin is we've partnered with a Dubai-headquartered remittances company called Encryptus. They have permissions in over 80 countries around the world. And so that immediately gives us an ability to distribute USDA across the globe. Not the US yet, but they're working on it, and they'll get there in short order. This allows, in conjunction with Yoroi, which is the light wallet that we operate, it allows people to on-ramp, off-ramp using Yoroi. There's swap functionality in there, and we've partnered with BitGo. This is significant. BitGo is a institutional custodian, and so US dollars will be that custodied with them. It gives users comfort, right, that the US dollars aren't going to disappear once they convert into USDA itself. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on each of these, partly because my colleague Vineet and Shantanu, who is the CEO of Encryptus, are running various masterclasses over today, tomorrow. Vineet will be up on stage himself talking about USDA and Yoroi, how they work together. And this points to the first point I made on the previous slide around us building fintech infrastructure. So we're targeting an actual launch in the next couple of months or so, and we're very, very excited about this particular one. Okay. There was a masterclass running, and I think it's just about to end, with our friends at Antler. For those of you who are not familiar, Antler is a startup accelerator and incubator. They are actually across the board, meaning they are agnostic to the Web3 or otherwise technology that founders are using. The relevance of this here is that in the past, there's been, I think, a lot of questions asked about whether Emergo will invest through Emergo Ventures or elsewhere into startups. We don't really do that anymore, right? We are more interested in operating, be it USDA or building commercial partnerships. But that doesn't mean we're going to walk away from the problem. So the great thing about partnering with Antler is that, first of all, they've created this structure called IBEX. And that's where we will work with them, where they invest in, over the next 3 years, 100 startups, specifically in the financial services space. And that will allow us to demonstrate the real use cases, real problem statements or opportunity statements that these startups and founders are working on, incorporating Cardano and other Web3 components. But in addition to that, Antler is now a point where projects building within Cardano can go to and seek investment from Antler. Right? It doesn't, by the way, it doesn't need to be in the financial services space. As I say, Antler is agnostic. So if you're building something, for example, supply chain, medical related, something away from financial services, should we say, you can now go to Antler and go through their process. It doesn't guarantee investment, of course, right? They will be looking for commercial viability, as other investors will be, but it is a mechanism to secure investment. Just as a quick additional point, again, if we, Emergo, are not investing, doesn't mean we're walking away from the problem. In addition to Antler, we've now curated a list of north of 30 VCs who are interested in learning more about Cardano, learning more about projects that are within the ecosystem. Right? And we will, in short order, start putting out a process whereby projects and VCs can come together. We're not taking any skim in this. We are simply facilitating the discussion. If it comes off well between the project and the VC, fantastic. In addition, we partnered with Huawei, and this ticks a few boxes. While I'm talking about investment, I will say this. Huawei is a significant Web2 player. They have interest in looking in being a bit more Web3, and they're cash rich. And so they themselves have their own investment unit, and they are interested in investing in projects that fit their thesis. And we have, in fact, had an example where a Cardano-based project got funding shortly after we announced the Huawei partnership. So again, another example of how we bring investment and funding into the ecosystem. Past that, Huawei, the reason for bringing Huawei to Cardano is that they have their cloud. And now projects have the optionality to have their node sitting on Huawei's cloud instead of, say, AWS. This is just optionality for projects. You can decide whether you want to do it or not. Right? The good thing is, from an overall point of view, we're removing some concentration risk. Right? So if nodes were all built on AWS and AWS falls down, we're in a bit of a pickle. So this is just removing some of that risk. And then there's a suite of other benefits and features that Huawei brings once that happens. We have a booth downstairs. If you want to know more about this, please come down, and me or one of my colleagues are happy to talk you through more detail on how that works. All right. So about 6 weeks ago or so, we announced that we were partnering with Kinka, which is part of a Japanese listed company whose business it is to act as a broker on gold trading. They have interest in tokenizing gold. Why we're excited about this is for two reasons. One, it's Japanese, and so typically that comes with a certain risk aversion, should we say, culturally. And secondly, it's a listed company. So there's clearly a lot of stuff they need to think about before they get into the tokenization space. So the fact that Kinka, for those two reasons, has decided to work with us, and we now have an ability to tokenize gold and distribute it to various investors is testament to our tokenization platform, but clearly testament to Cardano. They've chosen Cardano as the blockchain of choice to tokenize their gold. All right. And then earlier this year, we also announced that we had brought GSR to the ecosystem. GSR is a significant, large digital asset market maker. So if you're a project, you're looking for help with listing your tokens, with market making, GSR is now, again, an option for you to go to. And we will help facilitate that. You can come to us and we'll make the introductions to the right folks at GSR. They also come with a pretty polished black book of contacts, if I can describe it that way. So again, with those contacts very much from the institutional space, have an interest in being closer to the digital assets and crypto world, this is another opportunity to secure some form of investment. Right? So again, an example of how we're bringing external capital into Cardano. Right. Zilliqa, our friends at Zilliqa, who, by the way, are here today as well, and they'll be on a panel session today or tomorrow, I can't remember, apologies, with my colleague Amr, who is today, thank you. Amr is just here. He runs our business development, and he's having a panel session. Zilliqa is a layer one. They have a very specific focus, which is on luxury and high-end goods. We want to show interoperability for Cardano, and we want to show that there is a use case for Cardano. And ultimately, I think most of us would agree, I think, that all roads lead to interoperability, right? And people are loyal to application, not necessarily technology in isolation. And so this is a great step in showing that we can work with another layer one, not just in terms of the tech integration, but the commercial opportunity that comes off the back of that. In this case, going to the high-end luxury sector and identifying new revenue streams for those sorts of companies, those sorts of organizations, using blockchain as a way to play in the new digital world with a younger generation that places value on things in a different way that previous generations may have done in the past. Right, so that was just a very, very brief cross-section to give you a flavor of the examples of organizations that we've talked to, that we've partnered with, to bring benefit and value to Cardano. This, on this slide, is all the other ones that we've talked to as well. So these are things that have been announced. These are live. These are on our social media for you to get a bit of more of an understanding of why have we done this, what's the value that it brings, how might this be relevant to you. But in all cases, please do come down to our booth and grab one of us from Emergo to if you have any questions on any of these names that you see here. We'd be very happy to talk you through it. Right, and then I just wanted to quickly go through, because we've got a lot of speeches like this on stage, or masterclasses that are happening over today and tomorrow, and I just want to flag these. The Antler one actually took place just now, but there is another session tomorrow at 12:30. We've got a session on tokenizing RWAs. That is with Chris from Kinka, who's here, and Max from Zilliqa. And we've also got Julian Sawyer, who's the CEO of Zodiac Custody, on stage there as well, talking about tokenization. My colleague Ahmed, who is part of our Emergo Africa team, will be talking about what they're up to, specifically around the development side. And then we've got Vinit, who I mentioned a few minutes ago, talking about both Yoroi and USDA. So the tokenization of fiat plus the wallet and how they interact with each other. Again, USDA, we've got sessions on DeFi, and a panel session that I'm on as well, actually talking about the disruptive nature of Web3 in typical day-to-day use cases. And finally, more on USDA and ICANN. So we've rolled out from our Emergo Academy recently courses that help you understand more of how ICANN works and how we can use it. But we're particularly interested in going out to ex-Cardano developers and saying, listen, if Haskell was the reason you weren't coming here before, then ICANN might be a good way for you to play a bit more in our space. All right, so I'm coming up on time. There's a lovely QR code for a bit more information. And I say this was really just to give you a bit of a glimpse on what we've done this year with various partnerships. It's very much anchored in the commercial application of Cardano more so than the tech in of itself. Of course, those two go hand in hand, but we are here to facilitate commercial adoption of Cardano, and that means that we go out and talk to people outside Cardano and try and bring them towards our space. But equally, we will talk, take projects and see how they can work with the outside world as well. So thank you for giving me your time. I appreciate it. And please do come and grab any of us wearing an Emergo t-shirt or hoodie, and our booth is downstairs. And enjoy the rest of the summit.
Really lovely to hear there from Nikhil Joshi. Fascinating stuff on the work that they're doing at Emergo to promote and further the Cardano blockchain. Really, really interesting stuff. And I'm delighted to say that coming up in the next few minutes, as of 1 p.m., we are going to be starting our next conversation. It's actually going to put the focus on blockchain and social impact and how we can leverage the technology for positive change. But that's going to start at 1 o'clock. So we've got a few minutes interlude. If you wanted to grab a coffee and come back in the next 10 minutes, we'd be delighted to have you with us. But yes, looking forward to our afternoon schedule of events.
time.
Right then, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to restart our schedule of events for the afternoon. And our next topic is really substantive because we're going to be discussing blockchain and social impact and how we can leverage this technology for positive social change. It is a hugely important conversation, and moderating this discussion will be Nikita Sachdev. Now, she is the CEO and the founder of Luna PR, and alongside her guest, Nikita is going to be, I suppose, exploring the transformative power of blockchain in creating a more equitable and a more transparent world. Really interesting conversation about to come your way. So please welcome Nikita and her guests to the stage.
Amazing. Good afternoon, right? Afternoon now. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Cardano Summit is absolutely crushing it. It's always great to be back and see its presence here in Dubai. Before I begin the panel, I would love to start off with some introductions. Maybe I'll go first, and then you guys can lead the way. My name is Nikita Sachdev. I'm the CEO and founder of Luna Media Corp. Nothing to do with Luna Terra. Luna PR is our PR agency. It's our bread and butter. We have a private investment firm. We have a recruitment agency, branding agency. We have 7 companies within our portfolio. And yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. We're headquartered in Dubai, offices in London, US, and Singapore. And I'll let you guys take it away.
Hi, my name is Andrea Prajakova. I'm CEO and founder of Andrea Now. I'll be focusing on education of corporate institutions in area of blockchain, crypto, space technologies, quantum and AI. And on the side as well, we're building solutions which are powered by blockchain to support circular economy.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Billy Richards, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of ChangeBlock. We help innovators and companies all over the world create carbon credits and help them transact them to help finance their sustainable activities.
My name is Danny Spiller. I'm working for the United Nations Development Program. I'm leading our capacity building efforts there mainly, so that means I'm training our own staff, also the UN agencies, in their digital transformation, but also helping our government partners across 170 countries to learn about emerging technologies, including blockchain.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alex Maza. I'm the sustainability lead at the Cardano Foundation, the non-for-profit that is seeking to drive adoption of the Cardano protocol. And in my job, I look at sustainability and blockchain in 2 ways. One, blockchain for sustainability, so blockchain for good, and we're going to be speaking about a few projects that we work on as CF. And then we also look at the sustainability of the blockchain. From an environmental, social, a governance perspective, how can a blockchain have staying power? How can it stay operationally resilient? Super excited to be here.
Amazing. Thank you so much. I'm very excited to hear from you guys. Right. So when I started my company, Luna PR, I actually, I mean, the whole idea came to light because I was absolutely sick of how crypto was portrayed in mainstream media. I constantly just saw articles on hacks and scams, and actually the underlying technology of it, blockchain technology, had, I mean, incredible potential. So I really align with this topic today, and I'd love for you guys to dive in deeper on how blockchain technology is actually affecting these sectors for a social good.
Okay, ladies first. I was on a panel yesterday. I was the last one, so I was exactly on the opposite. So, you know, maybe on Friday at RAGDAO, I will be in the middle. So I think it's a great question, Nikita. So if you look at the blockchain from a technology perspective and not taking out the crypto, it can really bring a lot of positive applications, right? First of all, this provenance and transparency. Let's maybe bring it a little bit closer to home. And we talk about social impact. So many of us give a lot to charities, right? And consumers have a lot of boundaries and scares to give to charities because they don't know where the money actually ends up. And I think blockchain is a fantastic instrument and tokens to make sure that wherever your money is going, you can actually see how the money is used, you could see how the money is disbursed, and what the ultimate impact is. So I think that from a human perspective, it's really, really powerful. On the other side, from sustainability, I mean, we all wearing some clothes today. You know, consumers really want to know where does the clothes comes from, not only from a material perspective, that it's maybe not done from traditional silkworms, but synthetic worms. But they also want to know that there was no child labor employed when they've been producing it. So I think blockchain, again, together with tokens, is a fantastic technology for a provenance in terms of whatever we have, so that we can measure it. And then on the positive upside is to say, once basically you buy something which has a positive sustainable impact, you can receive tokens as a reward, which can potentially obviously use as a loyalty system. So I think that the application of blockchain is in multiple different facets, from social impact to different sectors like fashion or production to loyalty systems.
Yeah, absolutely. Billy, do you want to kind of add on to that and perhaps give like maybe some real world applications?
No, definitely. I think I agree with what you've described. I think, you know, I view blockchain as kind of like a bulletin board that means that you can, you know, exchange information and keep records in a way that's really unchangeable. I think it's important to separate cryptocurrencies necessarily because they're quite different, and I think we've already fallen guilty of blending the two. But I think example applications of blockchain features that can help drive sustainability are exactly that, as you've mentioned, by data provenance. So say you have an environmental project that's doing some sustainable activity. There's one that's linked with the United Nations, City and Me, for example. This records different individual activities in these cities that people undertake, reducing their use of diesel cars. They might cycle more. That kind of information is collected. That can go on-chain at source, at the kind of moment that person rides that bike. And when you do that and you encrypt that information, you put it on the bulletin board, the effect of that means that it can never be changed. And so when you go to talk to buyers of these potential credits, or the financiers, HSBC, NatWest, these blended finance teams at UBS, that's what they look for to kind of make that investment in these sustainable practices for it to iterate through. So I think that is a particular example, is that data provenance at source from sustainability projects that give the investors, the buyers, the people, driving up this activity, the confidence that it's doing what it should be.
Can I add something to it? Because I really like what you said. I feel that from a technology perspective, you need to feed it with data, right? And I think that's where also the Oracle technology comes in, and you are in carbon credits, so I am just turning my house here into solar, right? And it lives in a big compound. So as an individual contributor, I obviously cannot produce enough carbon credit or solar credits and to offset them to HSBC, right? But the compound itself can aggregate these solar credits. So it will use from a data input, satellite technology to measure how big is my roof, how much I produce. It would use IoT devices to feed additional data. And obviously from a bridging, it would use the Oracle system to feed the real life data into the blockchain, which then is validated. So I think that's a great example for carbon credits, solar credits, water credits, how we as individuals can make money out of it in a communal system once it's obviously running on chain, utilizing these different data sources.
And I think ultimately it leads us towards democratization of energy, which is a big move and trend I think we're going to see this kind of century, as we take control over energy into our hands, away from these big centralized energy organizations.
I mean, it's definitely clear how blockchain technology can have a positive impact on the sustainable development goals. Why isn't it? I mean, is it moving as fast? I mean, do we see it as much in the mainstream? What are your thoughts on that, Danny?
So it isn't, right?
Yeah.
And I think I was just listening to you two, and I was thinking that there's one particular ingredient is missing, and that's convincing. And I think you started saying this, right? We didn't do a good job saying how positive an impact the technology can have, and you were just talking about the democratization of energy. I don't think any of these projects can actually be very successful without the proper regulatory framework from a government and the government buy-in and the knowledge of governments to understand what this technology can actually do. If you want to do social impact at scale, you have to somehow involve the governmental partners from our perspective, right? And without working with them, and without them actually, first of all, understanding what blockchain is, how it can be used, the different use cases, how we can apply it, what you just said, from water to energy to carbon credits. Without overcoming that barrier, I don't think you can be very successful, or you can scale these projects very successfully. So.
Definitely, and I think the UAE is actually doing quite a good job at kind of fast forwarding that process. I think not only are they trying to have a clear regulatory framework, but they're also kind of walking the walk and ensuring that it's implemented into everyday life here, from your identities on the blockchain to even, we work with the BIA waste management, and they've been doing a lot with some of our clients. Not much that I can talk about, but BIA is the largest waste management firm here. So it's interesting to see that there are a lot of government corporations and large public sectors are coming in and working with blockchain companies, and I'm curious how that's going to pan out with the UAE's goals of being, I think it was by 2025, Dubai wants to be a blockchain-backed government. So I thought that was very interesting. Any thoughts on the landscape here in the UAE?
Not necessarily in Dubai, but I can speak to regulation kind of more broadly. Regulation is important because it makes business easier. And I think when you're looking at adoption frameworks, even from a government perspective and let alone private sector, you need to have clear rules. Switzerland was really good at doing that all those years ago. And more specifically, when it comes to sustainability, the EU has been pretty forward-thinking in terms of this. Now, for the past few years, you may have heard that blockchain X is green, blockchain Y is green. But did we actually have a regulatory framework to compare between the two? We didn't. And so most of that, for better or for worse, was at best marketing, at worst greenwashing. And that would not be a reputational success for crypto, blockchain, in the way that Billy would describe it. With the MiCA regulation, what we saw were very clear metrics, and for the first time, CASPs in the EU, so exchanges and other large custodians, would have to have sustainability metrics mandated by the regulator and have these on board. What we did at the Cardano Foundation is instead of relying on these CASPs, we worked with the Crypto Carbon Ratings Institute to refine the methodology and bring about the sustainability metrics 6 months before the regulation kicked in for these particular actors. What that allows us to do now is to know as a network how much energy we consume, how efficient we are, and perhaps chart a roadmap towards actually being more and more energy efficient. And the way that we do that is actually through governance, which is another part of sustainability which we haven't really touched on, right? That is the power of blockchain, is you can govern, in the case of what was already discussed, energy systems. But beyond that, the actual blockchain layer itself needs to be governed. And Cardano has actually kicked this off quite strongly, and I'd like to talk a little bit more about that later, but essentially regulators are important and we work with them on a regular basis to educate them, but also to hear their concerns. And we hope that this carries on forward, and probably in the UAE as well.
That's very interesting. When you gave your introduction, you mentioned that you're working with sustainability in 2 ways to kind of find out what kind of projects you can work on and get involved in, and also ensuring that the blockchains you're working with are sustainable. Is Cardano that blockchain?
I hope it will become that blockchain. I don't think any blockchain right now is necessarily sustainable. Some have kind of pushed, their actual economic security into the future, where you could look at Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other layer ones. All of them need to fulfill a security budget, right? The validators need to receive enough economic incentives to keep the network operational, at the very least. When it comes to governance for Cardano, we'll need to think about these things. Cardano actually has a treasury, for example, right? Which should be unlocked pretty soon based on some governance upgrades that are coming up in the next few months and year. And what could be interesting, for example, is besides this group of individuals kind of trying to find more efficient ways of running the network, so these stake pool operators, whatever delta exists between what we can feasibly improve from an energy efficiency perspective, maybe we might want to plug that as an ecosystem, not as a foundation, but as an ecosystem with things like alternative assets that include, tokenized carbon credits, maybe some solar stuff, some energy, et cetera, And I think this is the interesting bit about making the network truly green. It's not about one individual entity making a choice, but it's actually a collective making a choice that is collectively beneficial.
When we're focusing quite a bit on blockchain, but it's not just blockchain that's going to impact for positive, for the better, all industries for sustainable development, but rather it's Web3 as a whole. Because if you think about it today, we're seeing a lot of advancements in the education sector with AI. We're seeing blockchain not just help with supply chain, but also with healthcare, with medical records, giving people identities. We're seeing crypto. We said let's push crypto aside, but cryptocurrencies are actually banking the unbanked. So I mean, it's definitely like 360 holistic viewpoint that Web3 is good for for the future. But when we talked about, some challenges, we've talked about regulation being one of them. But what are the other barriers to entry? Why isn't this moving as fast as it should be?
So maybe I can take that one as well. For me personally, I mean, I don't want to touch on legislation. I think I want to touch on humans. Because we here in the room, we are the people who are excited, who understand what blockchain is, what's cryptocurrency, what maybe AI, quantum, and so on. But there's a majority of people out there, and many of them are senior management, who actually are not exposed to the technology. And because they don't see the benefit of utilization, whatever components in, I like that you obviously packed it in the Web3, because the Web3 has all of these different trends, right? And because they don't see the reason why they should use it, what is the use case for it, how do they make them more efficient, make more money, more transparent, whatever it is, they don't go into it, or their business models are too safe. So I think, and because if you are in a senior management position and you are excited and you are knowledgeable about these technologies, you will push it within your innovation agenda. And if there are sufficient push from these bigger corporations, they will push on legislation. So I think that this is a very big, ultimately as singular individuals, we might believe in it and we might be very happy and, do our projects in it, but it really goes onto the senior management of companies, which needs to be trained, needs to be convinced, needs to understand what is the benefit, so that they can then go to legislation and say, you know what, we want to bring it into our business strategy, and you are not regulate. So I think it's a little bit of push and pull, but it starts with us. The technology is there, right? It's just there to use and create use cases, but I think in order to do that, it needs to be more spoken about, people need to be more educated and really get excited what it can do. And we need to stop talking about the technology, but we need to start to talk about what the use cases are and what does it mean for me as a company. How does it make me better, faster, make more money, more efficient, whatever it is, right?
If I may just build on that, because what you're doing for the private sector, right, and I'm experiencing also with the government partners, I've been to 15 countries in the last 12 months working with different governments, and what I experience is, especially in the least developed countries, is there's often not only a lack of knowledge, even a lack of terminology, not even knowing what blockchain is, right? Like so very basic foundational knowledge is missing. So if you don't have that, how would you adopt any solution? So on the one hand, you have the government, of course, as a regulator, creating a regulatory environment in which companies can thrive, but then you have them also as a user, right? Like, so how do you convince governments to actually introduce blockchain as a technology to simplify or to improve certain processes, right? Be it land management, for example, a registry, right? You spoke about digital identity earlier, to enter all kinds of government services. And what I'm experiencing is that this is exactly the major barrier. It's just lack of awareness, lack of knowledge, and then with that comes, of course, how do you identify the problem space that you're trying to work on and then say blockchain is actually the right solution to match? And I think that's completely
And I remember last year when we met, you spoke about your dad on the stage. And it led into discussion about health data, right? And if you go to the doctor today, anywhere, they start from zero, right? They weigh you, they take your blood pressure, they ask you about your age, about your allergies, so you don't have a record, which is good if you are conscious and you can tell them, but what happens if you're not? How do they know? And I think healthcare is a super example, which is super beneficial for government to obviously tokenize and bring on blockchain as an identity, so that you know where you're from, what your allergies, what medication you take, what surgeries did you have, who are your doctors, and all the medical history, which can be obviously anonymized, right? But I think that's ultimately, because you might get a medication which doesn't work for you, right? I might get something which I need, but maybe my insurance cannot afford it. So there's multiple different implications. And I still remember the story, how you opened the panel talking about your dad and the healthcare.
I talked about basically my dad grew up in the slums of India, and the hospital that he was born in didn't exist anymore. So my dad didn't have access to a birth certificate. And my dad made it later on in life. He's like worked hard, rags to riches kind of story, and couldn't get a permanent residency in Singapore because he didn't have a birth certificate. So I thought that was really backwards. And in fact, that's what got me involved in understanding more about blockchain and learning about the space. Of course, I had my vested interest in cryptocurrencies, but I think it was like, that's when I was like, all I've read about are the hacks and scams, but there's so much more to this. And I think that boils down to, Andrea, what you were saying, it's education, right? Ultimately, you're responsible for educating yourself, and you need to learn about the space. And I think it's a conference of panels like this that help spread the word. And I think you also talked about, in a sense, lobbying, right? It's like kind of explaining to the governments. And I think companies like Coinbase have done a great job at lobbying to the government. They're constantly fighting. What are some other challenges, or kind of that
I have a couple.
Yeah.
It might be a hot take, but one thing that I've noticed, and to take Andrea's point about corporates, right? I think some startups in very interesting emerging industries can often be B2B in a way to scale, right? So they offer their services to corporates, and then these corporates realize the value of the actual underlying technology, may invest, may purchase, or may develop their own technology. I think the startup model for Web3 companies has perhaps skewed the go-to-market of many, many, many startups. Why do I say this? We've seen a trend since the ICO summer, winter, and everything that followed, where as a Web3 startup, you start with some form of token launch. And then you try to figure out how you get to product market fit. Why this skews incentives is that founders are left with amounts of money that they typically get when they exit and tend to pay themselves salaries and go to conferences and do all these kinds of things and do not find product market fit. Plus, they have the additional challenge of financially engineering utility and operationally engineering utility of that token within their own platform, usually retroactively. I think one of the ways to solve this challenge is that Web3 startups really put the blockchain stuff in the background, use the technology for what it's useful for. If they need a token, develop it, but really start as a normal business, a normal startup, do the typical grind of not paying yourself a salary or the teams for a while, find that product market fit, and then exit, because that's what usual founders do. And I think there has been a bit of the skewing of the market and incentives for a lot of these Web3 companies that are around for 5 years, and yet to find product market fit, but still alive. And usually by 5 years, if you're a startup, you survive or you die. And here we have a lot of zombies, just generally in the industry. I don't know, Billy, do you have an opinion about that?
I think that's a very good point that you made. In fact, just earlier I was reading about IBM's initiative. They actually have a program for supply chain tracking of foods. I think it's called Food for Good, something like that. So they track where the food is coming from farm to table. It's super empowering for the farmers and for the end users to know where the food came from and that it's genuine. And they already have partnerships with like Walmart and Dole and these big, food companies. But there's so many companies in web, so many startups. Do you feel like this is just a big boys club? Like ultimately the ones that we talked about needing the governments involved in regulation, but it's like the large corporations have easier access to that. So
I think, if I may, I think the issue is if the case study you just provided, big company does big token launch. If you did that now in most jurisdictions in the West, that would be illegal if you didn't have a license. And so, because you can't just kind of flog securities or tokens without KYC. And so some of these zombies exist because they're really stuck. And so it comes back to this requirement for a symbiotic relationship between regulation and innovation. I think, compliance, and that's the main challenge we've faced, is uptake by the B2B corporate community. And so compliance is just doing things properly. And as brilliant as an innovative Web3 solution may be, if it fails, it's no good. Like, you might as well use a centralized system. Like, that's what the regulators think. And that's what the governments generally think. It's like, why bother, okay, if it's going to fail once on a very important, legal process. So, the onus is really on us, the innovators, to demonstrate to the government and the international community that we can create these secure systems that are compliant and that don't fail. And I just think the other issue in uptake that we faced with blockchain solutions is because initially the challenges technologically were around volume, especially with proof of stake to proof of work. All of the focus, innovation focus, was on driving up volume, transactional volume. Now, what that's resulted in is an absence of persistent assets being demonstrated successfully on-chain in a way that isn't hackable very easily. And so I think that we need to see more long-term, ultra-high value persistent assets on-chain, talking trillions of dollars, that will persuade the governments and the big banks that, okay, it is possible.
Yeah.
And then I think we'll see more uptake.
Yeah, if I may just add something to that, because this is something that I've seen over the last couple of years. Blockchain is a solution for many use cases, right? But if you're coming with a solution and you're starting to look for a problem, that might not resonate with the users, right? So problems are experienced. So what I've seen a lot is some blockchain solutions coming up, be that for elections, for land registries, for whatever it is. But what is the project manager sitting in the ministry? What are they experiencing in terms of their problems? Like, how do you make their lives easier, right? So how does that actually impact their lives? Or you can argue with a larger impact on a fraction of the society, landowners, in the example that I just used, right? But I think the biggest problem between problem-solution fit is that we're not trying to understand. What I'm seeing is we're not trying to understand the problem and address it directly. We're coming with a ready-made solution somehow.
Well, you're trying to sell Tesla's electric cars in a place with no electric chargers.
That's it.
It doesn't work.
You know, Alex was talking about this hype, right? Almost like these companies, Web3 became these superstars, right? Like the Kim Kardashians of the Web3 world, right? And I think that it's so true, and that obviously, makes a lot of banks and regulators a little bit afraid to go with space. But there is a really great time and opportunity right now, because obviously we have another Kardashians on the stage, which is AI, right? Everybody's going into AI. And many companies today now starting to employ consultants to do assessment of their entire workforce and workflows to see how much they can automate and how much can they augment, right? And I think it would be really one of the areas where I see an opportunity is, especially in the consulting world, to say when you see what you can augment and automate, the underlying technology you should decide, is it a Web 2? Is it Web 3? Right? Where does it sit? Is it more efficient for the company when you automate or augment to put the AI on chain, or should it be in a cloud? And I think that's where, possibly I feel that the technology will get a more boost, because there is so much of great deployment with automation augmentation, besides of the obvious cases which we already spoke about, because everybody's going into it. So, when you do the assessment, decide which tech you would use and where does it add value, because then you can really, because it's the underlying, right, Web 2, Web 3, and you can really go in a much smoother way.
So I wanna just follow on what you said and what Danny said is, one, listen to what the actual user needs and what their problems are, and then two, look at what stacks you build into that, but that's just the background, right? And a very practical case of this is the work that we're doing with UNDP Istanbul Regional Hub. We're doing a MVP project to an extent that is looking to support some of the challenges that they face in a program that they're implementing for the Islamic Development Bank. This program is called Tadamon, and it is meant to support civil society organizations across countries that are part of the Organization of Islamic Countries. The main challenges that they faced was that they had a huge influx of these CSOs that were keen to register, access the program's accelerator, capacity building, and a few other services. And then on the other hand, the donor, the Islamic Development Bank, and UNDP as the implementing partner wanted to gather more data and monitor these CSOs at scale. And the pilot that we're looking to develop together was listening to the challenges that the UNDP team faces in their implementation, listen to the donor in terms of what their needs are, in terms of how they can take this program and scale it, And there we look at solutions that include digital identities on Cardano, that include some very simple forms of AI. And we want to see whether this works. But at the end of the day, the reality is we're solving the problems for UNDP and ISDB. At the end of the day, are these also problems that are faced by civil society organizations? From some of the testing, it says yes. But again, the proof is in the pudding, and the proof is actually in the field, right? So really excited about that. And if you're interested, please feel free to reach out to me afterwards. We're doing a very specific workshop somewhat on this topic tomorrow.
That sounds incredible. So on to the next topic. So when people think about Web3 and blockchain, the core fundamental that comes to mind is decentralization. However, with kind of government intervention and the need for more regulation, some may argue that this could cause, I guess, challenges to entrepreneurship, to innovation. As I mentioned earlier, it does seem like a big boys club. So what are your thoughts on that? How much regulation is too much regulation? At what point do you feel like this may hamper innovation?
I think we advocate for principles-based regulation. And I think, again, the EU gets a bad spot for over-regulating when you oversimplify it compared to the US. But then again, the regulatory framework gives clarity and tells you what you can do, what you can't do, and hopefully reduces what is considered a gray area progressively. So really, we advocate for more principles-based regulation, and then I guess Billy had a couple of things to say as well.
I was going to say it's much better to have some regulation, or too much, well, maybe not too much, but some regulation than none. Because, you know, in carbon, for example, it's a very gray area internationally. It's very difficult to navigate a path that is confidently compliant.
When we talk about Bitcoin, right, like so we've talked a lot about blockchain, Web3, crypto as a whole. When we're specifically talking about Bitcoin, has it had more of a positive impact or a negative?
So I'm going to give you a funny story. I joined part of this internal work group that brought together some heads of, let's say, global north, different ministries from the global north that typically look at finance. And this was all under Chatham House rules, but one of the experts that kind of shared, an expert in the field shared a very detailed scientific presentation about Bitcoin energy consumption, Ethereum energy consumption, and a few others. The really interesting take was, this person said, Bitcoin, consumes as much as some small country. We've all heard this. But what he said is, let's compare apples to apples. So Bitcoin consumes as much as television sets globally. Do you want to watch TV for your year, or do you want to have self-sovereign money? Again, that's kind of what he left as the question, the dilemma. Immediately after that, the chair of that meeting, who heads up a central bank in a global north country, went back to saying, so, now that we know that Bitcoin consumes as much as a small nation, what do you think about X, Y, and Z? And so I think that narrative, in terms of energy consumption, has been a little bit overbearing and kind of actually moved very little in terms of serious conversations when you look at the value proposition of Bitcoin versus other forms of cryptocurrencies and blockchains that may not even have a crypto.
I think there is an interesting point to the energy consumption on Bitcoin, because I think it has such a negative aftertaste, right? But ultimately, if you look at it, many Bitcoin mining companies and farms are now put into more rural areas, right? Because there's such an overproduction as well of electricity. So if you have a Bitcoin mine, obviously it doesn't consume the same amount of energy the entire time, right? The moment there is an overproduction, that energy can be used to power factories or households and so on. So I think that there is a now really interesting model which I think to say Bitcoin is green, it's just really far-fetched, but it's going on to the way that if you have that mine in the area, there is an overproduction. How do you utilize the overproduction of the energy into powering, let's say, a small town, right? I think that's, and then when you have the production, how do you ensure that the energy which is consumed by the Bitcoin mine, and then obviously you need to produce that over, is it hydrogen? Is it wind? Is it solar? How do you compensate? And I think that there is now a really interesting case study, especially for Bitcoin, and Bitcoin is focusing big time on bringing that myth about that they are so obviously so evil in terms of carbon footprint down, because there are many upsides of the Bitcoin mining factories in the US. I think it's really the furthest on anybody in the world.
And I think even maybe hello? Okay. I think even beyond energy consumption, Bitcoin has, I mean, banked the unbanked. You're saying in El Salvador, where, you know, every citizen got a little bit of Bitcoin. I mean, is that going to be generational wealth? No, but I think it's a stepping stone to more freedom.
Yeah. But what I think what you're seeing right now in the world is like two camps, right? You see El Salvador with full adoption as legal tender. And then you see, I think it was last week, or was it yesterday even, like the ECB, the European Central Bank, talking about Bitcoin and the problems that it comes with. So what you're seeing right now, I think, are two camps globally, like broadly speaking. One for full adoption, the other one very cautious and almost thinking about like how can we not use that, right? So it's I think the question you're asking is not answered, right? Has it been only good or bad, at least for those different camps? We might have our personal opinions, but that's what we're seeing globally, I think.
I don't think it's been good enough yet to say it's been good.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, like maybe it's like still quite balanced. I mean, there's a obvious energy consumption issue with Bitcoin. Maybe it hasn't done enough to bank the unbanked. What are your thoughts on that?
I just think the you know what you've described in Europe, they're going to be cautious. They're going to do things slowly, and they're probably never going to adopt Bitcoin just because of its association with you know dangerous financing per se. But they might adopt their own blockchain-based
decentralized banking system.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think decentralization for global currencies is a tricky one, but I think that Bitcoin per se probably won't drive sustainability, but blockchain
as a whole, yeah.
I think one of the biggest testing 1, 2.
Yeah, you're good.
Can you hear me right? There we go. One of the biggest use cases that is also most mature happens to be stable coins. So, you know, from the perspective of people having access to a different form of currency or a different store of value, some say, you know, would advocate for Bitcoin. Others would typically have, you know, a more stable value based on dollar, right? And cash disbursements are actually a massive use case looked at by UN organizations and others. And what I find interesting as a particular trend is the re-dollarization of many regions through stablecoins, USDT, USDC, and a whole host of others. And I think that's quite an interesting phenomenon that we're seeing because people want to store a value that may not be easily seized. You're seeing this kind of re-dollarization, regardless of whether it is, you know, on one chain or another.
Okay, cool. So I have time for one more question. I'm gonna double down 2 questions into one. So what are you doing within your companies to implement blockchain for good, or Web3, we can broaden it, and what sectors do you see benefiting most from blockchain?
So, as part of the Cardano Foundation, my role is really to kind of advocate internally and push that agenda forward. This is why one of our core focus areas for enterprise adoption happens to be sustainability. And thanks to the leadership at this Cardano Foundation, this is a reality. So as an organization, that is our focus area, or one of 3. And alternatively to this, I think unlocking funding for UN organizations, NGOs, and others who typically rely on donors, unlocking this funding for innovation and testing new solutions is something that's really important for us. And this is why we work closely with some UNDP colleagues and other UN organizations and Project Catalyst, which is Cardano's decentralized innovation fund, to potentially realize some of these projects and see what gets traction and then find new ways of financing those.
Yeah, and I can just, that's a great segue actually, because that funding that you were talking about, this is something that I'm trying to achieve right now, to get enough funding to go from government to sit with their mid-management level, the people who are implementing the solutions, and sit with them and roll out blockchain trainings, mostly digital trainings, product management, AI, but blockchain is a big part now too, to actually talk to people and start identifying problems and then start ideating different solutions for those problems so it becomes real for them, right? So for me, the main part right now is this awareness raising and this training part to going, be in Liberia, be in Afghanistan, be in the least developed countries and talk to the governments there and see how blockchain can help them solve that. And for that, raising money to actually be able to, for my team to kind of go out there and do that kind of work, and then continuously be also, there's a bit more of a hand-holding than there needed too. So that's what I'm doing.
That's incredible. That's not an easy job.
Yeah, Changeblock, we really, in fact, the World Bank and the EU said years ago that blockchain, IoT can help tackle some of the biggest problems in carbon. And the academic community have been saying so for a long time. And so at Changeblock, we're really trying to deliver Web 2.5 first to enable that vision to become a reality.
I mean, one of the solutions which I'm building right now uses blockchain in two areas, right? The one is for provenance and traceability, because it's focused on circular economy in the toys, kids' toys area. And obviously also as a loyalty tokens for the customers. So that obviously one is to use it to show where is it come from, is it second life, third life, fourth life, and who had it and how it was augmented. And the third is if you're going into that ecosystem, you can get tokens to get rewarded so that you can then put into your wallet and obviously convert it into fiat and do whatever you want with it.
Amazing. Thank you so much, guys. Just on time, and hope everyone enjoyed the panel. Please, let's give a round of applause to our amazing panelists.
Thank you.
Very much there to Nikita Sachdev for presiding over such an interesting conversation. Really fascinating how the blockchain ecosystem can be used and leveraged for good. Really important subject there. So huge thanks to all of our guests who just joined us in the stage for that session. Right. Up next, we're going to be moving swiftly on with our schedule of events. So much to look forward to right here on the main stage this afternoon. And I'm going to be introducing next a fantastic group of guests. They've already been talking quite a bit backstage, so I can tell you now it's going to be a very animated conversation. They're going to be shining a spotlight on public and private collaboration for Web3. That is as, of course, we see leaders increasingly unite to sort of co-create this future of decentralized technology. Ben Weiss, who is Dubai correspondent for DL News, is going to be overseeing this conversation on co-creating the future. Please do welcome Ben and his panelists to the stage.
hello, everyone. So my name is Ben Weiss. I'm the Dubai correspondent for DL News. It's this newer crypto publication. It is a pleasure to be here today. I think, before we get started on the panel, I'll just have everyone introduce themselves and say who they are and what they do. And I guess we'll start all the way down there with Igor.
Thanks, Ben. Hi, everybody. It's Ira Mikalev, based out of Amsterdam, partner with the UI Parthenon strategy arm of UI, focusing on stimulating public blockchain adoption and working with regulators. Thanks.
Okay, Dominic.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. I'm Dominic Nagiller, originally from Austria. I'm with ScanTrust doing partnerships based out of Hong Kong. We are a connected packaging software company. We work with brands in industrial and consumer categories as well as governments to secure printed labels and packaging, and we have an exciting project with Cardano that I'm going to talk more about.
Cool. Okay. Bilal.
Good. I'm Bilal Jassoma. I'm Director of Ecosystems at DMCC. DMCC is a leading international business district with more than 24,000 companies from multiple sectors. We're also home to the DMCC Crypto Center, which is home to over 600 Web3 companies. Excited about the panel today.
Cool. And
so yes, hi everyone, I'm Behran Ravari. I'm the co-founder and co-CEO of Scientific Analytical Tools, SAT. And we are, for the past 20 years, proud and honored and privileged to serve the law enforcement within the GCC, specifically Dubai Police. And we have a project with Dubai Police and the Cardano Foundation called DABIS, Decentralized Automated Ballistic Identification System, which we will talk a bit later on. And yeah, hopefully this will be an interesting panel.
Okay, and last but not least.
Hello everyone, my name is Captain Mohammed Al-Shamsi. I'm the head of firearms and tool marks at Dubai Police. It's a pleasure being here at the Cardano Summit for the third year in Dubai.
Well, okay, so I think the first thing that I saw when I was looking at who was going to be on the panel, I was like, oh, we have someone from the police here. That's interesting. So I wanted to kind of start off because it seems like you guys are doing something with blockchain that goes beyond just chain analysis or just tracking transactions for like illicit funds, for example. So I thought to start things off would be to have the people from the public sector kind of talk about how they're actually adopting and using blockchain technology beyond maybe investigating things that are going on. So I'll let Mohammed kind of talk a little bit about this partnership that was referenced a bit earlier.
Sure, thanks, Ben. It's as I mentioned to Igor just now, it's actually very exciting when you actually find a problem that blockchain specifically can solve. However, we don't want to always waste our time and resources just to apply blockchain where traditional centralized databases can actually do, if not the same, maybe a little bit better job. We've been working with the Cardano Foundation as well as SAT in a interesting project called the DAPIS, Decentralized Automated Ballistics Identification System. And what that, in a nutshell, is, from a forensics point of view, every projectile or bullet has a ballistics fingerprint. So you can link that bullet to a specific firearm. However, in order for us to skim through our existing database, we use what is called a automated ballistics identification system, and it helps us search through that database instead of spending hours or even days doing manually. The problem is, at the moment, is certain regions or certain countries may have different systems compared to their neighbors. And what Cardano Foundation allowed us to do is bridge that interoperability between those systems. And this was a unique advantage or chance that was presented to us, even though there were some existing working groups that were dealing with this challenge from a centralized standpoint.
Gotcha. So what countries are also participating in this ballistics identification system other than is it just Dubai or is it the UAE as a whole?
There is a international database under the umbrella of Interpol.
Okay.
However, the challenge at the moment is it is only facilitated by using a specific product. And we want to empower other laboratories or law enforcement entities to actually expand that database and allow interoperability even within certain regions. And something that we may even touch on later on is how did we, within the last year, since our last Cardano Summit, managed to develop a prototype, which we are excited to announce the pilot stage, which will take place this year in an effort towards scaling it up later on the next year.
Gotcha. So and I kind of didn't realize that Behrang and Mohammed are actually working together before I drafted my questions for this panel. So one thing I'm curious, I saved this for a little bit later on, but I'll bring it up now, given that we're kind of talking about the specific project. From the private sector standpoint, how have you guys been helping Mohammed and the Dubai police basically kind of incorporate this technology? And I guess maybe also talk a little bit about the challenges of working with a public sector client,
Sure.
As opposed to maybe private.
Sure. So for that, I have to take you a bit through history. So the legacy system of the automated ballistic identification system has been for the past 15 years exclusively been brought to the region, specifically UAE, via SAT, and that's where it starts. So we were doing this with the legacy system for 15 years, from bringing the idea, the technology, and the services required to for the law enforcement to use it, right? And then somewhere in 2020, we started with the Cardano Foundation to explore various projects that we could do together, starting with the wine project in Georgia,
Okay.
and obviously a couple of other projects that we're still working on and a bit confidential. But then we reached out to Captain Mohammed, which we know for a very long time. So we discussed the use case, and he immediately came with the idea, along with the CEO of the Cardano Foundation, that this is a perfect use case for the adoption and the utilizing Cardano blockchain.
So it seems like it was kind of smooth.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, smooth, yes, because it has a proper process to it. So it started with the research phase. So we did a proper research on what is required with the extensive input of Captain Mohammed and from the engineers of the Cardano Foundation. And then we worked on the POC, the user interface, whatever technicality is required. And then it requires obviously a bit of education, awareness, and explanation to the public sector to explain why and what it brings to the table, what is the value.
Yeah, I think it seems like, oftentimes when you think about integrating with governments, right, and integrating with public sector, that it can be a rougher process. So it is cool and surprising to hear that it was relatively smooth and that you guys had collaboration kind of going on from the beginning.
Absolutely.
I'm curious, Dominic and Igor, both of you guys are coming from the private sector. Talk to me a little bit about whether, is this rare for a smooth kind of collaboration? Smooth sailing between public and private?
With the government?
Yeah, I mean, you can, I don't know. It seems like maybe not, but
No, I'm joking. And just for your information, this is just a prop, right? We're not going to have wine on the stage here. But the project we are working on is for wine bottles in Georgia. But to your question here, I think it all comes down to relationships, right? It's essentially a partnership exercise. Whether it's the government or two private entities involved is actually secondary. A partnership exercise is always most successful if there is a long relationship that had a lot of trust to be developed, right? And you guys have been clearly working together, with legacy technology, so to speak, for many years, which means communication is very effective at this point, right?
Gotcha.
And so I think that my experience also mirrors this in ScanTrust for our project here, which also took many, many years because we started, I guess, from scratch to form that relationship, to develop that relationship. But once the relationship is there, right, then it works actually really well, and it also has stronger staying power.
So,
right?
I mean, it seems like actually maybe what you're saying is that when we're talking about public-private, it's actually not that big of a deal, right? It's more about relationships. I guess, Bilal, like, can you talk to me a little bit about that? Is that something that you've seen from the public sector side, that the smoothness of the collaboration is more based on whether you guys just work well together rather than kind of the potentially difficulty of incorporating government partnerships with private companies?
Sure. I mean, look, to start with, if you look at the crypto adoption index of Chainalysis, UAE comes in the 3rd place, I think, after Singapore, which is great. So it all goes down first to the leadership of Dubai and the UAE and how they're putting disruptive technology on the national agenda with strategies such as the Dubai Metaverse strategy, digital economy strategy, and also the more recent framework of the Dubai Blueprint for Artificial Intelligence. So all of these things kind of help set the scene and put the direction of all the government entities to kind of adopt and encourage and facilitate and play an active role in adoption of those technologies. Great examples, of course, Dubai Police and the Wine Project, but we've also seen Dubai Customs adopt blockchain for transparency and commercial transactions. At DMCC's side, we have a great traceability project that a number of the projects actually that were adopted by some of the luxury brands. We have LVMH and Bulgari, both based in DMCC, both use blockchain being immutable as a perfect technology for that, for traceability of their luxury brands. Digital product passport is becoming mainstream, hopefully soon in Europe, so I think regulations will even push that adoption further. But going back to your point as well, so DMCC is a great example of public-private partnerships. I mean, we partner with ecosystem partners to deliver the value proposition of the DMCC Crypto Center. The Crypto Center, aside from offering licensing and office space, which is our bread and butter, we deliver value mostly through partners. So we have Bybit, who's our listing partner. We have DWF Labs, who are our market maker and funding partner. We work with Cointelegraph for the media and promotion. Who did I miss? I think on the acceleration side, we also have a number of partners. So all of these were done through us as government and them as private partner. And then, we work together based on the need and demand of our members and with a pure objective of adding value to our members. So it's a win-win relationship. It's an easy one to form when, we put that in mind, basically.
Yeah, I think maybe jumping off of that a little bit to kind of change topics would be into use cases, right? So I kind of wanted to talk about use cases first, but then this idea of partnerships and the difficulties or ease of this kind of organically came up between Mohammed and Behrang. But Igor, I'm curious, we were chatting a little bit earlier. When we're thinking about actual use cases for public sector agencies, government agencies, police, customs, as Bilal was talking about, where are you guys, seeing the most adoption, and what are you actually seeing happening from the public sector side in terms of actual adoption of blockchain technology?
Yeah, and when you think about adoption and to what extent government is actually ready to support, it's always important to think about the flexibility of the current regulatory environment in a certain jurisdiction. Because when the flexibility is low, so it's really there, it's extensive, it's there for years, it's basically hard to get the newer generation technologies and innovation to proliferate, right? Because the main intuition is typically to regulate the technology of tomorrow with regulation of yesterday or at best today, which doesn't work. So the gist of the problem here is to be able to allow permissionlessness access and approach towards innovation so that we don't regulate ex ante, we regulate ex post. So if something is wrong, well, then you try to step in and solve it, right? We saw it a little bit with MiCAR. So MiCAR is good because, of course, it allows many commercial entities to safely go into crypto space. But on the other hand, it predetermines the way you're supposed to innovate by and large, which I think is a doubtful approach. Well, therefore, we have now the meme saying, well, America innovates, Europe regulates, China duplicates, right? And I'm not sure if we want it to be going on this way. So,
but maybe maybe it's good actually that there is some regulation that's happening in Europe, because I think that's kind of the big outcry from companies in the US is that America is not necessarily supporting kind of their attempts to innovate. And I mean, so maybe regulation in this aspect is actually good if there's actually some government oversight or government kind of collaboration with private companies.
Yeah, so the key here to understand is that technology, new generation of Web3 tech, challenges and changes the equilibrium between transaction privacy, for example, and surveillance that government wants to roll out to people when they talk about CBDCs or commercial bank tokenized types of infrastructures. So understanding this equilibrium change and understanding how technology can change the foundational elements of why regulation is necessary is important before you design that new generation of regulation. And we see that in some instances it's working quite well. So in my view, financial industry-based use cases are, say, the biggest example of innovation working. So, well, we talked a lot about stable coins, so look at the comparison. Finally, now we see that stable coin transactions can be as safe, as regulated as traditional correspondent banking transfers, and same time they are quite cheaper than that, right? So that's, I think, the first real big use case where we can say, hey, we have the data to back it up, and we have the regulation to rely on.
So, I mean, Dominic, I'm curious, so we're talking a little bit about use cases now, like what are, you're coming from the private side, and you're often probably interfacing with governments. So like, what are the use cases you're seeing in the public sector?
So we have, on the one hand, authentication of a government certificate, right? Be it a tax stamp, be it a vehicle permit, be it even driver's license in Chile, that are secure.
Is Chile actually doing driver license?
It is, like, not necessarily on the blockchain yet, but in terms of using copy-proof QR codes, right?
Gotcha. So they're pushing to it.
But they're pushing towards it, right? And then you also have, of course, traceability for all kinds of like, you have two categories. One is to ensure that the end consumer is not harmed, right? So it relates to foodstuff and pharmaceuticals. And the other one is to ensure that there can be a more circular economy where the market starts to recycle stuff and the carbon footprint of shipping stuff across regions, right, gets reduced, right? And that we see more and more. And as soon as there are different stakeholders, and it's a little bit similar to your project, right? When you have people working on good stuff in silos, right? There is always, it's difficult to break up silos and create a centralized umbrella organization, right? And in these kind of scenarios, we do hear a lot of interest for blockchain solutions where a consortium comes together, and the way that consortium's ledger of or database is managed is on a blockchain. Yeah.
Gotcha. So I think, I'm curious, Mohammed, like, are you guys thinking of expanding? Because I'm betting there are many different ways and many different databases that one could have when you're doing police work, right? It's not just firearms. Yes. There's probably, I don't know, I'm no detective, but I feel like there's probably many others. Are you guys also exploring that? You don't necessarily have to give specifics, but.
I can share a couple of use cases elsewhere, not specifically in Dubai, because as I said earlier, we don't want to try to solve a problem that does not exist. Yeah. One instance is actually chain of custody. In a country in Asia where chain of custody integrity may be compromised, blockchain has been used and is applied at the moment. In another country as well, forensics reports from labs to courts, the authenticity of those reports are also compromised, so they use applications such as blockchains to counter those challenges.
Gotcha. I think, one thing, the impression I'm getting from everyone here is that, like, and maybe it's because it's like, obviously we're going to talk to people who are doing well, right, to implement blockchain technology and willing to kind of experiment and willing to try new things. I'm curious, the challenges aspect. Obviously, public sector agencies are not the same as private sector, right? So, maybe Berang, like, I don't know what you've seen from your end about what are the challenges specifically of working with public sector governments, not necessarily in the UAE, but maybe abroad, of actually having them implement blockchain tech or having them be less skeptical of new technology.
Yeah, I would say the main challenge still, which we have heard in most of the panels today, is regulation. Yeah. So most of the countries are still in the very early stages when it comes to regulation. Dubai or UAE is one of the most advanced, I would say. That's why there is, I would say, also a lot of support when we here in this part of the world, particularly in Dubai, do things. There is kind of clarity.
Yeah.
There is support. The leadership has given a straight vision in that direction, right? So the instructions are there. That's why there's less friction. But again, I think also it depends also on the nature of the application. If it is something that is trying to replace something, you will have a lot of difficulty and challenge. If it is something that is going to add value, and as Muhammad just clearly identified, where a problem exists and you would like to add value, not create a problem or just try to think it could be used. I think by default, it will set the right path for getting easy cooperation. And as Dominic, I think, mentioned, the relation and the trust makes a big difference. So if you are already in a legacy business that you were doing, like us, 20 years, and they know you and they know you by what you have delivered, and there is a track record and experience, and you bring a new idea, new technology, and the trust is already established, and it's not something you just last night dreamt of, right? So then definitely you can take it further.
Gotcha.
And I think the use cases are endless. It's specifically in UAE, we had conversations with the DMCC, we had conversations everywhere, so we're trying to really
What are the conversations? Can you say? Or
yeah.
Well, you gotta keep it under wraps.
Yeah, I think if he wants, he will share it, Bilal. So yeah, we're trying to get several things done.
I think, you know, DMCC, it's obviously, being brought up. You guys are much better about embracing new technology than other governments or regulatory agencies abroad. I think, do you want to kind of speak to, if you're giving advice, right, to other agencies in other countries, and not just blockchain, but adoption of new technology, like what would you say, and what do you think the challenges are for a lot of those agencies, outside of the UAE?
Sure. I mean, maybe adding to the point of challenges is the UI, UX, or user experience. I mean, it hasn't been the best for blockchain technologies in the past, but I think this is getting better. And thanks to innovative companies like we have Biconomy, who's based in DMCC, who helped build a platform to improve the user experience on decentralized applications. But I think with that in mind and removing the barrier to entry and requirement of having wallets for different projects, the adoption will only become mainstream going forward. The metaverse is, in my opinion, is a technology that was maybe too advanced for its age. People weren't ready for it yet, but we are strong believers at DMCC in the metaverse space. We're actually just finalizing our own metaverse environment that we've started as a pilot project, replicating our crypto center, making it, online on the metaverse space.
So I could work from the crypto center inside the metaverse.
Not only that, but also accessing all the benefits and services from that space as well. We're launching it very soon.
Oh,
and
cool.
If this is successful, it will be, of course, we're going to replicate the other ecosystems that we have in DMCC on the metaverse. So the advice, back to your point, is that we need to embrace this. We need to pilot with projects that make sense. Again, resonating with the panelists today, find the problem and then bring a solution. Don't create a solution and try to find a problem for that. And if you do all of that, I think the adoption will only become possible sooner than later.
So I think the regulation was obviously brought up by multiple panelists. So one question I have for either Bilal or Mohammed, like when you are thinking about adopting actual blockchain technology yourselves, right? Whether it's decentralized database for firearms, whether it's the metaverse, are you guys in contact with VARA or other regulators in terms of like thinking about these issues? Because there's multiple stakeholders in the public sector. It's not just one agency. So how do you guys go about that? What are those conversations like?
I can start, yes, definitely. I mean, VARA is very open and they've been hosting multiple workshops on policies and new policies. And we're always in conversation, especially when it comes to the kind of the new regulations around the real-world assets. We've been looking at the tokenization of assets and especially gold, which is mostly in demand. I mean, if you look at the market cap of RWA for gold in particular, earlier this year was $1.1 billion. That's only set to increase, with the advancement of the DeFi technology. So VARA has been playing an instrumental role in setting basically the path for this to happen.
Gotcha. Do you kind of want to talk about that?
If I may add, I can speak about the user's point of regulation. So the main point of view from a law enforcement entity is generally ownership of the data, autonomous or anonymity, and security. So these are the main three key pillars. However, when it comes to sensitive data, the importance of these three pillars actually increase. Who owns the data? Is it Asia, Europe, US, etc.? And having a decentralized network allows us to have trust and transparency across everyone. The second thing is security. We see in certain areas around the world, firearms examiners are actually blackmailed by criminal organizations to actually delete their ballistics fingerprints from those databases or else. So having a network that enables this advanced security of cryptography sets the scene for challenges of that sort to actually minimize. And lastly, when we talk about processing data across from one country to another, using decentralized approaches is actually an easy way to embrace change, if not change, actually expand to existing legacies. So I believe from a user's point of view, it helps regulate that new infrastructure.
Gotcha. I'm curious, one thought I had, we're talking about firearms. that's been kind of the use case that we've been really talking about specifically. I'm curious for either Dominic or Igor, if you can give me an anecdote, an example of like a public-private partnership that you guys helped spearhead or that your companies were involved in, and kind of like take us kind of from beginning to end, shortly, because I feel like these are months long, years long, like year-long kind of endeavors, and kind of the challenges and learnings maybe you got from those experiences. I'll start with Dominic, maybe.
Yeah, sure. Another partnership, or basically private-public collaboration we've been involved in, also relating to wine, is a new regulation that requires more information to be printed on wine bottles, right? Nutrition facts and ingredients.
What country?
In the European Union.
Yeah, okay.
It's already by law, right? And we've been involved very early on because one of our existing clients, one of these brand companies, told us, "Oh, this is coming up. Can you help us with it?" Right? And we realized, wait a second, it's an opportunity to create a solution for the entire market. And now we are actually the biggest provider of that solution in the market. But one of the key learnings of the process was that to avoid what happened there is that the regulator involves the stakeholders from the very beginning to not only understand how they will understand their responsibility, right? Because the regulation is a declaration of responsibility, right? But also to really convey to them the benefits that this brings, right? And I think this is very often a challenge with regulation that in the end always wants to ensure that the market can develop in a healthy way, right? But very often the participants in the market, the businesses, they see it just as a compliance cost, right? And they drag their feet. And when everyone drags their feet, it becomes just more tiring, right? And so I think it's very key to, from the very beginning, involve everyone and make sure that everyone understands the benefits, and also be open from a regulatory point, from the regulator side, to adjust the requirement a little bit to allow for benefits to happen on the side that are tangential, right?
What does that mean, though?
As an example, there the requirement is to show, as I said, ingredients and nutrition facts, like literally a little bit like when you buy a yogurt, right? The same information needs to be on a bottle of wine, but it can be displayed through a QR code to be less kind of, interfering with the beautiful label designs of wines, right? Now, everyone was excited that you can use that QR code also to inform about the brand story, right? Or potentially also connect it to a loyalty program or an online shop. But the regulator was very strict that this can only be used for displaying that information, right? And I believe that, and we see that in different product categories where there is a more inclusive and process happening for taxes and so on, that allowing for marketing to be part of that regulatory requirement, or it can coexist, right, would definitely accelerate adoption. Because we've seen that all the wineries waited until the very end, the regulation got delayed, because everyone was pushing against it.
So it's almost like having a carrot on the end of the stick.
Exactly, and whereas you say like, okay, you have to do
yeah.
this, but on the other hand, you can use that QR code to tell your story, right? And that's a benefit, right? And more consumers are going to use it because they learn about the regulation, and then they end up learning about your brand as well, right? So I think it's very important to really think about the benefits, not only the responsibilities of a regulation. Yeah.
Gotcha. Igor, do you want to kind of walk us from beginning to end in terms of
Yeah,
public?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Let me make sure this is engaging. So one of my favorite projects is a collaboration between, few European banks, so Dutch banks such as ABN AMRO, Rabobank, the ECB, Dutch Banking Association, and a few American banks as we speak. It's an open source collaboration around the following. So far, it was easy for commercial
Around what?
banks
I'm sorry? Around what?
Around the following.
Okay.
Here it comes. So typically, when you talk about the commercial bank blockchain project, it's typically, a private permissioned environment. You have a few banks participating, nice set of friends. We tried something, we said, yay, we've tokenized something, goodbye, doesn't work because nobody wants to use it. So, moved on. My approach here is the following. We already have public permissionless space for people and entities and companies to make transactions, to exchange value. The value layer of the internet is almost there. So why do we not have commercial banks facilitate peer-to-peer public chain transactions, but make sure those are safe, compliant, and also the data is private, right? So basically the missing bits there is a protocol which facilitates transaction privacy, so selective disclosure, akin to Midnight in the Cardano ecosystem. And also the missing bits are the KYC, AML, and transaction monitoring. So how do we do transaction monitoring and counter-terrorist financing in an on-chain world? So the discussion around those protocols is what we have started, and right now we're developing a set of standards that would allow users to freely exchange value between each other and do it on a peer-to-peer basis. And regulator, the ECB in this game, is looking at how we can educate them to rethink the way compliance is done on chain, right? Because nowadays you need to store everything, you need to analyze it. Nobody wants to have this honeypot of information available. So with zero-knowledge proof technologies in place, we can store attestations on chain, and therefore they are queryable for the parties that have access to that. However, we are not disclosing the underlying personally identifiable information. So that is an example of a good project from my end. Basically redefines the digital ecosystem and redefines the business model for transaction banking, and also redefines the regulation on top of the transaction banking.
Gotcha.
So that for me is the impact, and I think that's how we should be looking at it from the perspective of challenging the status quo. And I'm pretty impressed that you guys were able to challenge it and build something of value based on decentralized tech.
I think and maybe this is just the topic of crypto. From in the crypto industry more generally, and kind of the conversations, it's like, oh, what should the public sector be doing? What should governments be doing? What should they be doing better? But it's a two-way street, as kind of Mohammed Bilal and everyone here is talking about. It's a game of relationships. And I'm curious, for our public sector people up here, what should private companies be doing better to actually be willing to engage, and for you guys to be willing to engage with them and be willing to kind of experiment and adopt technology? I'm curious, what do you want to see?
Let me.
You want to?
You're not public sector. Let me just run.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's. I think something that helped us a lot, to be honest, in introducing this project was the eagerness of the private sector, such as SAT, to come to us with this opportunity and bridging the gap of knowledge. We said, okay, maybe this is something new to us. Let's hold on to our horses just a second and research and come back and revisit this idea. Or if not that specific idea, where can we actually apply it? So I believe bringing or bridging the gaps between public and private is always interesting if to go on a joint venture such as the one we're doing at the moment.
Gotcha. So you're looking for almost eagerness, or it's somebody who's like actually willing to kind of, you know, go the extra mile.
It's a two-way street, as you just mentioned. If the private sector is willing to put in that extra effort, it's only reasonable for the public sector to also put in the same effort, if not more.
Gotcha. Behrang, you jumped when I was saying what should private sector people be doing better.
I just wanted to run before he says something negative. You know, he's the head of the firearms department.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, no, absolutely right. I can only agree to what Captain Mohammed said. So it's a lot of input, patience also from the private sector, because public sector obviously is not as fast as the private sector, specifically in decision making. So you have to be consistent and then trying to really explain the use case. That's the most important part. And yeah, be available. So whenever there is a question, whenever there's a demand, just in fact, after this, we have a meeting with the technical team, since we have Captain Mohammed here to discuss further technical details. So be available, follow up, always try to be 100% transparent. Gotcha. Very important, right? And one thing I always say, put self-interest last. Specifically dealing with government, self-interest last, because that's not how the government thinks. Public sector never thinks that the profit is the monetary value is the main intention of doing something. So self-interest last, always being there, and I think then it would definitely work.
Gotcha. Bilal, why don't you what should private companies be doing better?
I mean, first of all, I agree. And second, what I would tell the private sector is choose the right hub, the right city, the right place. And I'm not just trying to sell Dubai and DMCC here, but the reason we set up a crypto center and more recently an AI center is we have all those industries in DMCC, the energy, the gold, the diamond, about 3,000 energy companies, 2,000 diamond, 2,000 gold, more than 2,500 in the agri sector. A lot of them are interested. They hear about the technology, what it can do. They don't have enough knowledge about what technology to go for, how they can adopt it. We wanted to create the center to attract the right technology and actually play a role in enabling this adoption and sharing that knowledge and education. So you need to actually facilitate that. It's not going to happen and so on. There's not enough CTOs and organizations don't always have the exact knowledge, and they might just kind of reject the change and resist it because they don't have the expertise and a direction rather. So being in a hub that actually bridges the gap between the industry and the technology helps the private sector get the project that they're looking for.
So your advice to private sector companies is come to the DMCC.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. I mean, for private sector, I know Behrang was kind of being self-reflective. You guys are obviously you're doing a good job, but like, what do you think other private sector companies should be doing when they're trying to collaborate with the government? Either Dominic or Igor.
Actually, I can just echo like good points that I heard before, apart from the talk about relationship, like having a good understanding about time and the timeline that the government works on is very important, because you want to follow up, but you don't want to be annoying, right?
You don't want to send a Slack message.
Exactly. Like, I don't know. I think I hear here it's very advanced, yeah. But many of my projects they don't use Slack. But yeah, to have a good understanding about what is the timeline they work on, right? And for a private business, of course, like the ones who have been doing business with government, they understand that the rewards are big, right? Because it's just like an ultra long sales cycle enterprise deal, right? It takes longer, but the staying power is even longer, right?
Gotcha.
And secondly, also to understand the benefits that are not measured in reducing costs per se, right? When you sell to an enterprise, it's more like cost, or of course you have like corporate social responsibility, more vague concepts. But a government, to give an example, we work in a different market, in a government category where independent contractors redistribute the service, right? And the government actually has no problem with counterfeits, but these redistributors who are not paid by the government. They're just like traders, right, to deliver the service in the last mile. They are suffering a lot from counterfeits, right? And the government wants to solve their problem by providing a solution that's more counterfeit proof. And so sometimes, the benefits that they are watching, or the stakeholders that they are trying to care about, are not inside the government, right? It might be anyone of the population. So relationship, time, consistency, and momentum, right? Like in terms of, you might have a great idea, and you can plant the seed by sharing an idea, but usually you have momentum if the other person is very receptive to it, thought about it already, right? And picking there the right launch partner, launch ecosystem can save you a tremendous amount of time.
So again, come to the DMCC.
Exactly. I might visit.
You didn't say it.
Igor, any last 30-second kind of ideas?
So for me, it's courage and good intentions, because government, you need to understand their job. It's hard to challenge the status quo, right? Because you're freaking tied by hands, and then how do you do that? So you need a change agent. So I think corporates, basically SMEs that come to government, from my experience, that exhibit that courage and agency to change for good, well, that is the #1 ingredient. And the second one, maybe related, is try to get the money out of the equation. Because honestly, if it's a multi-party setup, and typically in a blockchain world, you need to have multiple parties. So if there's a money question, it spoils the nature of innovation, and it kind of brings to a standstill the collaboration between parties, because, what's a consortium? What is my role? What's the governance? What's going to me? Assets, liabilities? Oh, God. You want to postpone that as much as possible while you're innovating.
Gotcha. Well, we're nearing our time, but it seems like we got some good insights here, in terms of surprisingly don't put money first from private companies, but also this game of relationships, which maybe if I'm gonna go completely universal, that's kind of like life. So anyway, thank you guys for so much for listening to us kind of talk, and hope you enjoy the next panel. So
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much indeed, Ben Weiss there, and of course his guests, giving us a real sort of insight into how the public and the private collaboration is really going to be the linchpin going forward for this decentralized technology. Now, coming up in the next few minutes, we are going to be turning our attention to another really interesting conversation, this time focusing on the impact of exchanges on crypto accessibility. We're just going to take a couple of minutes break. The moderator for that session hasn't quite yet arrived, but then we will be continuing with our schedule of events in just about 2 or 3 minutes' time. So please do stay with us. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for your patience this afternoon. I'm delighted to say that we're now ready to continue with our fascinating schedule of events. In particular, our conversation next is going to focus on the impact of exchanges on crypto accessibility. It is quite a sort of a knotty issue, I think it's fair to say, but we are going to be talking about how we can empower users to engage with digital currencies like never before. We're going to be joined on stage by Jide Fashola. He is a global infrastructure lead in the financial sector for the Cardano Foundation. So he'll be moderating what's set to be a fascinating conversation. So please do welcome Jide and his guests to the stage.
Hello everyone. How's it going? I'm so tired. How's everyone doing? I know my role is a little bit long. It's probably the longest role name you've ever heard, Global Financial Infrastructure Lead. So I've been in CF for 4 years, and I would like to introduce my fellow panelists. So Mira from Binance, Daniel from Mercado Bitcoin, and Edward from HTX Ventures. So we're here to discuss about the impact of cryptocurrencies and how they of exchanges and how they actually help with accessibility into the crypto space. So I would like to start with Mira and the team introducing themselves. Would you like to go first?
Sure. Mira Judge. I head up risk and compliance for Binance FZE, our regulated entity under VARA, and I also head up regulatory licensing and policy for Binance. I've been in the crypto space for about 3 years. It feels like 30. And previous to that, I was in traditional finance.
Great. First of all, thanks for having us, Judy. It's a real pleasure. Thank you and the Cardano Foundation. I'm Daniel, I'll shorten to Cunha. I'm the longest name, I think, in the whole of it. I run corporate development at Mercado Bitcoin. I've been in the company and in the space for just over 4 years now. Always wishing I got in a little earlier, but like Mira said, feels like a decade already. So very glad to be here and hope we'll have an interesting chat here today.
Yeah, hey guys, this is Edward from Huobi HTX. I think I joined the industry since 2018. And for Huobi, we're also one of the oldest crypto exchanges, centralized exchanges, since the industry started. I'm right now hitting all the business development, B2B business, and the asset class for the whole group. Venture is one of the team I'm managing. Happy to be here.
Thank you very much for introducing yourself. So I would just like to start with, what do you see as the most exciting trends and the most pressing challenges we have today in the crypto space, and how exchanges could help facilitate those challenges and those trends?
Who wants to start?
Who wants to go ahead?
Okay, I'll start. So Binance, as many know, is the world's largest crypto exchange. We have 20 regulatory licenses now. I think the biggest challenge for us is definitely harmonization of regulation. If you look at even the basic definition of a crypto asset, or a virtual asset, or a digital asset, there is not one definition. So one of the things that we're finding a little bit challenging is having that harmonization like you would potentially in TradFi. So we're very much advocates of utilizing, the same terms as FATF would, calling it a virtual asset, and having compound structures in place from a global perspective, where given the cross-border nature of transactions, it would be easy for clients, because it's a global business, to be able to operate in different jurisdictions. And so with that, what we try and do is work with regulators, with FIUs, particularly in countries where there isn't the frameworks in place, to teach them. that's as really being honest as possible, because we are the experts as the largest exchange, you know, as are my colleagues here. So being able to provide them with the learnings that we have is something that we very much are advocates of doing, and that's one of my roles when it comes to regulatory licensing and policy.
Yeah, education is very important to adoption of crypto as a whole. And this problem with cross-border transactions and regulation is also something that needs to be really resolved because, for example, remittance to countries in Africa, it's a big problem today. You know, if I want to send money back home, I can't really do it right now because there are no apps to help me facilitate that, right? What do you think?
Yeah, I think I'll pick up a little bit on where Amira was pointing. I think the key word that we've always worked towards, and we feel we're in quite a special moment right now, is convergence, right? Convergence between the broader financial system and blockchain as an infrastructure and all the financial and other types of applications running on those networks and infrastructure. So we've worked for many, many years, you know, towards shaping, framing, providing positive input into regulation, educating the users. It can be quite overwhelming for investors, consumers, participants in general, you know, to confront themselves with the complexities of crypto. I think bridging that user experience has been a very, very important part of what centralized exchanges in general do. And looking forward, I think one of the topics that we're very engaged in and very excited about is real-world asset tokenization. So we were very, let's say, early movers in that before there were the three letters there to actually define it. We've been doing this since 2019, mainly on financial instruments and private credit and a number of different types of structures within that general frame. And we feel that's another huge step towards proving the point and proving the case for convergence, for optimization, for democratization of access and real impact in the financial markets and capital markets in general.
Vincent, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think a lot of different angles. I think firstly, for centralized exchanges, our responsibility is to help all the platform users to find a good asset to invest and trade. Right? I think we have working for that for decades, for a couple of years, right? But the challenge thing is not. I mean, number one, it's not it's hard for centralized exchanges, especially like the leading exchanges, to pick up the right asset, because it's a lot of, you know, it's a very complicated situation for the asset operation. Sometimes it's because of the technology, sometimes it's because of the people operation, sometimes it's because of the implementations. You will see, oh, maybe in last cycle, some asset, they perform very well, but in this cycle, you know, the price is going down, I think. And I think that's the struggling part for centralized exchange operator to handle the case. Even I think for Binance the same. I think in the past few quarters, I think all the leading exchanges trying to list the good tokens, but not every single token perform well. But and your users, their willing is the same. They trying to come to your platform to make money. So they want you to list the good token, the token price which can grow, you know, continuously grow, right? But to be frank, it will be tough. I think that's the first challenge. And if you zoom into this fact back into the deeper side, it will figure out that the main challenge right now is, I think in last cycle we have very established a very, you know, successful narrative and the implementation case, which is the DeFi, open financing. I think it worked very well. But in this cycle, our challenge, especially from venture perspective, from listing perspective, is not many real narrative and user case being proven. We see a lot of different segmentations, GameFi, SocialFi, Deepin, BTCFi, you know, everything RWA, but not every single topics really prove. I think the most promising right now, I think probably payment. I think I just discussed with him. I think we just discussed. I think payment may be quite promising in the real implementation case. I think that's the challenge which we foresee right now. And another challenge is also quite obviously is I think for this cycle, not like last cycle. Last cycle, you get 10 times incremental user come into the industry, which you grow the user base from 50 million to maybe 30 million to around 300 million. But for this cycle, maybe 300 million to only 600 million, for example. You don't have such strong growth rate, but you still need to keep such big business size. So that's why for centralized exchanges, the user acquisition is also a big pressure right now. There's a lot of other challenge right now we see as well. Yeah.
Edward, I'll come back to you. But Daniel, what are your thoughts on security tokens?
Security.
Or securitization of real-world assets.
Yeah, so
because how do you think that would shape the landscape of the ecosystem, and how is that working right now in Latin America?
Yeah,
is there like a huge adoption and so on?
So I can speak to Brazil in more detail where we're based, and Brazil has been undergoing an interesting process where, while regulation is still evolving, there isn't a definitive framework. Authorities in general have always taken a very pro-innovation and particularly pro-blockchain stance, right? So we have today probably one of the most comprehensive and developed CBDC projects, which we're very closely involved with in Brazil, led by the central bank, and really with a view to provide a full public market infrastructure. And I think that really shapes the way we've been able to, in a sense, push the fold a little bit on what's on tokenizing securities, right? So there was nothing prohibitive, as long as we're walking as close as possible to the general principles of the existing regulation for securities and capital markets. But there was a lot of room for us to start small, run a lot of MVPs, discuss those unclear and gray zones very candidly with regulators, understand where we could step and where we could not, and really start doing, right? I think that's the important part of what we feel very lucky and excited about in Brazil. We've done everything from tokenizing public debt structure to private corporate debt, credit card receivables, energy contract receivables, and so on. So quite a broad range of asset classes. We've done over 300 issuances in the past 3 years. We've been growing volumes quite consistently over the period. And I think that shows openness, right? Now, what happens is now that there's relevance, now that you have, probably over 1.5 million clients exposed to tokenized assets. We don't want to fully call them securities yet, but and part of those tokens are clearly non-security tokens. But now that there's scale, the regulators are accelerating that discussion, right? But in a very constructive way. I think somebody was speaking a little bit earlier in one of the panels about you hope that it comes, right? Because you don't want to be dealing with all the uncertainty. When it comes, it will give you a bit of a butterfly in the stomach moment there, because it can always go in many different ways. But I have to say, looking abroad and hearing from colleagues in the industry in other countries, we've been very privileged to have a very pro-innovation, a very positive environment to develop. So we're firm believers. We're seeing in practice the optimization this provides, both on the origination side for debtors and for investors. The particular mission we've sort of embraced is providing cheaper capital and providing better access to capital to markets that have been underserved by banks and the traditional capital markets, and building the funding around providing yields and investment opportunities to retail that would generally be restricted to institutional investors or very high net worth individual in terms of structures and yields. And it's been a great ride so far, and it's still the beginning, I think, right?
Yeah.
So.
Amira, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think it's something that Binance is looking to shape the conversation in the future?
Absolutely. So one of the things that we find is we're very much proponents of a two-tier system. So when you're looking at emerging economies, so Africa, as you had mentioned, so we've recently had consultations that have been issued by the Kenyan Treasury, the Central Bank of Ghana, and even the Nigerian SEC.
Interesting.
Which is no longer a controversial topic, as our colleague Tigran's, the charges have been announced just now, where all charges have been dropped against him. So
happy days.
Happy day. It's a wonderful news. But we're very much advocates of utilizing the experience that we have and understanding, regulators like ESMA, being collaborative and transparent with what we have learned, where we may have made small mistakes and how we're adapting to them, and looking at emerging economies and saying, okay, getting all the way regulated right now and coming up with a huge regulatory framework might just be too much for you, right? If you're not moving from a financial services model and you don't have expertise on the ground, let's start small. Let's be like India. Let's have the PMLA FIU registration, which was our most recent license that we got. Start with that. Look at the risks that you're really concerned about, money laundering, terrorist financing, and have an FIU type framework. And then we will help you with our colleagues to consult on the different types of crypto models that you have. Because you say the word exchange, but actually there's more broker-dealers in this market than exchanges. From a liquidity perspective, a lot of regulators don't understand the difference between a central limit order book, a broker-dealing model, a principals model. That in itself is not built into every regulatory consultation. So when we go back to the likes of Ghana and Kenya, we explain those nuances to them. And once they have an overall picture, then they understand this is actually bigger than we thought it was. This is going to be a much larger investment. So they like that approach of focusing on money laundering, terrorist financing, and avoiding that. And then following consultations with other players in the market, let's upgrade that framework. And we've had a really fantastic example of that in the UAE right here with VARA, the Dubai Virtual Assets Regulatory Authority. So I actually was at a consultant before I joined Binance, and Binance was my first project given to me. And this was over 3 years ago. I had no idea who Binance was. Genuinely, I've come from TradFi. I know how an exchange works, a clearinghouse works. But they gave me this project and they said, there's this company that needs a regulatory license. It's called Binance. I was like, okay, fine, sounds cool. Never heard of them before. But you learn a lot. You learn really quickly on your feet. And then I came in-house. And the first thing they said was, there's a new regulator. They're coming to Dubai. They're not the DFSA. They're not the ADGM. They're going to be the guys here in the Emirate of Dubai. And we've worked so closely with them for the last 2.5 years. We were the first virtual asset service provider to get a compound full license. And one thing that they have is they focus just on virtual assets. That's their expertise. Most people won't know that you can get one license, which will allow you to have an exchange and a broker-dealer and a custodian if you want, and futures and options. No other regulator has done that. And that's a game changer, and that's why you're seeing such a huge influx of people into the region. People are scared of MiCA, right? Europe, it's a behemoth organization. Yeah. We already saw this with MiFID II. MiFID II had to be delayed because it was just too complex. And now people in Europe are freaking out. The deadline's coming up, 1st of January. People don't know what to do. Every country, every NCA is in different stages. So people are looking at us as the UAE, even as MENA, the GCC. They are forward-thinking. They want to allow for this business. They want to protect customers, but they want to do it in a way that there is limitation, protections, regulatory frameworks. And I think we're at such an advantage here, and it's being able to have that transparent conversation with the regulator. We as businesses are the experts, right? We can explain to them all the nuances of products. I mean, I've just learned a lot from you. But we can have that conversation, explain to them how our business works, and then they can come back to us and adapt their rules. And that's one thing that Vara did fantastically. They had 11 plenary sessions before they issued any of their rule books. They had a round table with 20 different VASPs, and they said, this is what we think. Will it work in practice? And actually, some of those rules would never have worked. But they listened to us, they took the feedback, they adapted their rules, and then they issued those rules afterwards. So it's definitely a two-way conversation. It's very exciting for people like me because you get an opportunity to influence in a positive way emerging economies, and you can see the adoption of crypto in the next 5 years, blockchain technology, it's here to stay.
Yeah, I must say you've done a good job of regulation in Binance, Mira. And Edward, what do you think about, because one of the problems we have in our ecosystem today is we have a lack of VCs, right? And
lack of VC?
Yes.
Okay.
So, I mean, what do you think our ecosystem projects can do to position themselves in the right way to attract more VCs into the Cardano ecosystem?
Oh, you mean the Cardano ecosystem?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, I think from the, if you look at the whole industry, I think it's a lot of VCs. I think thousands of VCs. US, Europe, Asia, we see a lot of VCs. Pure Web3 venture arm, we see a lot of good names, and they allocate a lot of capitals. But I think they are more independent. Maybe they focus on some segmentation. Someone they focus on. Usually, when you look at it, the VC, top VC in US, they will talk about, oh, we focus on infrastructure, we focus on DeFi. And right now, I think 50% of the Web3 fund, they also invest into AI or maybe AI, crypto combination projects. But if you wanted them to join a dedicated ecosystem, for example, for Cardano, I think we need a very clear vision and a very clear implementation scenario. Maybe not Cardano, maybe we took others as example, for example, Solana, right? I think for Solana, they promote maybe DePIN, institution, payment, and a meme coin. But for meme coin, VC usually cannot join. But for DePIN, for institution business, like payment or whatever, PayFi, I think these are the VC which they interested in, and they can, I think, number one, they can understand the business model. Number two, they can allocate the certain amount of the capital because that's their job, right? And number three, they can see the promising future. I think for Cardano, it's the same. We need a very clear vision and a very clear segmentation which we can tell to all the VCs that, okay, this is the future and it's quite promising, you should join us. I think that's one thing. Another thing is, I think for Cardano, I think you guys are very active on the market. I mean, becoming more and more active on the market, I think, in the past few years. But I think more communication with the VC partners also important, because sometimes I think Cardano has a very strong community. You have tons of fans, users globally. But to be frank, a lot of VCs, for their partners, if you ask them, what is Cardano and what's their focus, the latest plan, to be frank, they are not really clear. So I think that direct communication is very important, not only with the centralized exchanges. I think with the exchanges, you guys done a very good job. For VCs, I think still some, gap here, understanding gap here. If we can fill in that part, I think there'll be a lot of opportunities. Yeah.
Daniel, what do you think about that? Is this something Mercado Bitcoin is looking into on a
I think much smaller than both Binance and Huobi, but we also have our venture arm. I think the challenge, from a pure sort of investing perspective, I think we see two, right? One is fragmentation on the infrastructure side, right? It feels a little, for me, I'm an older head. I remember the early days of the internet where you needed to talk about ATM protocols, IP protocols. When you moved to mobile, you had your TDMA networks that didn't talk to your CDMA networks. So I think we're still at a point where those connecting dots are shaping up, right? All the the bridges, the layer 2s, the layers 3s, but there's still a lot of complexity on that end. And from a pure investment and business perspective, the question always is, does that enable or hinder your business model and your scalability, right? And I think that connects to the second point, which is scalable use cases, right? I think today, most of the scalable use cases we see are all connected to finance, right? And they're still in the beginning or in their early days, right? So when we take, for instance, what we do in our RWA, technology was, to date, a small part of the challenge. The big challenge was getting investors on board, getting the structures in place, navigating the regulators. Now that we have some critical mass, technology will play a huge role in enabling smarter use cases, right? And I think there just aren't enough clear examples of scale, right, in terms of applications, services, etc. So I think this is natural in any super early industry, right? We're going to have a lot of misses in between of the success. The business cases are going to become more consistent. The infrastructure is going to become more seamless, right? I mean, we should, in a sense, forget about the infrastructure altogether and concentrate on applications. And, it was really a great experience to be here. I think Cardano, I've seen very few protocols focus, for instance, on the enterprise side to the level that you guys and the Cardano community has been focusing. That's a great example, right? I mean, from this environment, we'll probably see a lot of the early use cases that go beyond finance or that connect to finance, but are really solving other real-world cases, right?
Yeah. Enterprise solutions are the way forward to really increase adoption. I believe is sacrosanct.
No doubt.
Do that. You mentioned fragmentation, Daniel. Mira, I would like to ask you a question. What are your thoughts on how we can connect the dots in, say, places like Africa in terms of fragmentation for international trade, cross-border settlements, and all of that? How is Binance looking at that and positioning themselves to be leaders on that forefront?
So again, it goes back to that collaborative nature at the end of the day. I think a lot of countries like Africa, it's a massive opportunity for not just Binance, for blockchain. The banking system we know is completely fragmented in Africa. Majority of people don't have access to banking channels. And that's why the blockchain in itself has been so phenomenal for those users. You can send money on your mobile phone. It's instantaneous. There's less risk there. There's not such a hassle. So it's being able to work with governments who I think, in all fairness, are probably a bit scared. They have a very traditional mindset. This is how finance should work. We don't really understand the blockchain. I mean, I'm here speaking to these experts, and I'm learning so much, and I've been in this role for a long time. But essentially, it's working with the governments, being collaborative, educating. You picked up on this before. Education is key here. That's the only way to get over the hurdle, get people to be a little bit less concerned about what does the blockchain do, what is crypto, how can it benefit the wider infrastructure, and look at all of the use cases that we definitely will see going forward. I mean, crypto, blockchain, it's here to stay. It's like the internet was maybe 10, 15 years ago. We all cannot function without internet on our phones, and for sure within 5 years' time, there will be no way that you cannot use the blockchain. It will be integrated within our supply chains, in finance, in healthcare. So it's kind of just, it's here to stay. Instead of running away from it and thinking of it as something scary,
we need to embrace it.
Embrace it, exactly.
Yeah. And Edward, what do you think about, Mira mentioned Africa, is HTX Ventures looking into venturing in Africa?
Yeah, number one, I totally agree with Mira. I think Africa market is definitely a very promising, very high-growing market. We definitely want to put an eye on that market, but to be frank, we have very limited resource. If I have more fund, I will 100% allocate into Africa market. But right now, for our group, I mean, we more focus on Asia market so far. But Binance, as the global leading exchange, I think they should, I mean, it's also their responsibility, and also they have enough resources to allocate. We're happy to see that they help the whole market grow and the industry grow.
No pressure, man.
None.
No pressure at all.
Yeah.
So actually, we're almost done. I would like to ask people in the audience if they want to ask any questions, or if they have any suggestions or any ideas, if they want to ask the panelists some questions. No? Anyone? Any questions? I see yellow card in the audience. Do you have any questions for our fellow panelists? No? Okay. Awesome.
Maybe I can just expand a little bit on Mira's point. I think there's a great opportunity for emerging markets for two reasons, right? One, there's real problems to solve, right? A lot of problems to solve in many markets. Brazil, I think, is a little different in context to the rest of Latin America, but one very, very relevant use case and adoption driver has been the major problem of currency debasing in several countries, right? And that has, in effect, opened the opportunity for, when we look at Argentina, what people call exchanges, for us look a lot more like banks, right? It's banking, it's payments, it's getting your money in the beginning of the months, easily converting to hard currency, and creating the usability so that you can actually live that way, right? So, and it's much more developed in that sense in Argentina than in Brazil, because our currency at this point, gladly, is a lot more stable, right? So I think that sort of dynamics is a big driver. And second, it's the opportunity to leapfrog, right? The smarter central banks and authorities, I think, will take a view towards, rather than try to catch up, in my very lagging traditional frameworks and so on, how can we be forward thinking and use technology, use innovation to leapfrog some of these problems and create more easily a new architecture for our financial markets, financial services, capital markets, and so on, right? Because a lot of what we put in place, in Brazil, for instance, the big capital market infrastructure regulation was being developed in the 90s, right? It's a great framework. It did very well for us. We're a very, very sophisticated, I'd say, financial industry in Brazil altogether, but it's 35 years old, and moving from legacy to the future is always more challenging.
Yeah.
It's slower to move. We were talking about education. We obviously, one big part of that is towards regulators. Another that we did a lot in Brazil was towards the banks, right? Even as they were shutting our bank accounts and, shutting the bank accounts of founders, executives, and so on, we were doing conferences and seminars, et cetera, inside the banks so that we would provide more clarity on where this was all going, right? And I think the third aspect is we need to make less mistakes, right? As an industry, there's probably good reason that there were major concerns, major loopholes. There are a lot of bad use cases, bad actors. That's closing down. But it's, I think, all of our responsibility is really to embrace the fact that, the less we step on the legitimate concerns of governments and authorities, and, the easier the conversation is going to be on how we build this future that we're all so excited about.
Yeah, thank you very much for your thoughts on that. So I have one last question for the panel. What would be your bold prediction for the next 5 to 10 years within the crypto space? Who wants to start?
I'll maybe start with that. Our central bank governor, who's been a very key figure, I think, in pushing the theme, I think he's been hammering the sentence that in not too long, everything is going to be tokenized, right? And that's really the view we're taking, right? I mean, we need to abstract the financial layer, the application layer, and the infrastructure layer. From the infrastructure perspective, in finance at least, everything will be tokenized just because it's very clear that the technology makes a ton of sense, right? And we're scratching the surface still because, you know, the legacies are not integrated. We don't do full use of the technology we have, and we're still in the very early days of the technologies and applications. So it's going to be an exponential growth. The faster we can move regulators, financial institutions, the broader stakeholder system, the better. But everything will be tokenized. That's, I think, the big view we're taking here at Mercado.
Looking forward to it. What do you think, Edward?
I think few directions. Number one, I think the user size will definitely over 1 billion users. I think that's number one. Number two, I think the whole industry will become more mature, especially from the asset and project angle. All the project and project operator will move their mindset from just token oriented to the business oriented, or maybe the implementation oriented. I think that's the second direction. Third one is, I think industry focus will move also from infra to more consumer level applications. And we can see a lot of new, big, successful consumer level application generated in the next 5 years. Yeah, not only for financing. I think finance is good enough, or maybe almost good enough. Maybe other aspects like games, like socials, like deeping solutions, enterprise solutions.
That
we'll
sounds
see.
exciting.
Yes.
Exciting times ahead.
Yeah.
Amira, what do you think?
We're excited about probably the more mass adoption of DeFi for the traditional financial space. I think it will make things far more inclusive and transparent, and I think that's where what everybody wants to see and where the industry is moving. And again, it's blockchain and all the nuances attached to it are here to stay. So it's how to make our lives a lot more effective and efficient, and reduce a lot of the capital burdens and the slowness that we've seen within the TradFi space, especially through this adoption.
Awesome, sounds good. My prediction is that I believe in Africa, they're going to be using a lot of cryptocurrencies, especially stable coins, right?
Yes.
To really move the market forward. Because today you have market women that sell tomatoes and sweets and stuff. They use stable coins right now to actually trade, which is great. So in the near future, I'm hoping that's how things would go. And even also the likes of using blockchain for voting, right? Because that's one problem we have today in the ecosystem. You have governments and presidents that are being put in office that weren't voted by the people, you know. So having that decentralization element in that would also be great. And also from a financial standpoint, as aforementioned. But it was a pleasure having a chat with all of you. Thank you very much to the audience for listening and being patient with us. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much indeed, Jide Fashola there, and of course, your guests for such an interesting conversation. Really fascinating to hear there how the various different use cases for blockchain in different countries, including the developing world. Now, it has been a very busy day, but we do have several more really insightful discussions ahead of us before our closing keynote. First of all, let's just turn our attention now to the power of blockchain in supply chains. Really interesting field, a lot of capacity for growth there. And our experts who come on next, they're going to be discussing how this technology can redefine industry standards and also drive next level innovation. And our moderator for this session is making a return to the stage. We've had him on once before, but please welcome Ben Weiss, Dubai correspondent for DL News, and of course, his panel of guests.
Hello. I'm back again. So my name is Ben Weiss. I am the Dubai correspondent for DL News. It's this newer crypto outlet. I used to write for Fortune magazine. And I think kind of to get things started before we start talking about supply chains and all that goodness is to maybe go down this chain of lovely panelists and have people introduce themselves. So I'll start with Ali.
Hi. Very high. The big hi. My name is Ali. I'm the group CIO of a public listed group. We are an interior contractor who have done Burj Al Arab, Burj Khalifa, Atlantis, Flame Towers in Baku, Sun and Sand in Singapore, Fairmont everywhere, etc. We have also a group doing any retail, high-end retail like Dolce & Gabbana, Chanel, Apple Store, the interior of these shops. And we have a group which doing interior of super yacht and private jet. And I'm the CIO of this group. We are public listed, as I said. Nice to be part of the panel.
Okay, Sergi.
So from a big company to a small one. So I'm Sergi Martin, Managing Director of Web3 Plastics. And what we do actually is we validate the plastic that has been collected and recycled all over the world. So we have been in game for 5 years. We are not that big, yeah. So we 5 years and everything is working smooth now. I will speak a little bit later. Thank you.
Okay, Jürgen.
My name is Jürgen. I'm the CEO of Disruptive Elements. I think a smaller company than your ones. We are a digital innovation company focusing since years on emerging technologies. And doing a lot of stuff in the Web3 space, especially for the industry, especially for the steel industry.
Cool. Okay. Well, I'm glad to be up here with everyone. So I think I want to start things off pretty simply, like blockchain, supply chain. It's probably a review for everybody here, but I thought it'd be useful to kind of set the stage, so to speak, and have people, maybe a couple of you can tell me actually like why blockchain is useful for logistics. I don't know who is the most eager.
Okay, I just want to say, first of all, I'm not from a IT industry. I'm from construction industry. We are a corporate, and whenever we're going to use any solution, it has to make sense. The business doesn't care whether I'm using blockchain or centralized database or AI or whatever. The business care at the end of the day is the revenue, the bottom line, which is the profits, and whatever technology that really can solve a real problem, as all the panels was talking, then this is the technology for us. So in supply chain, our bread and butter in contracting business is a supply chain. So we have a huge supply chain in several countries, across several countries and across several industries as well. And we have several problems at the moment with the existing technology before blockchain. One of these problems is security. You are dealing with huge virtual suppliers all over the world. Many suppliers are in Asia, in China, in a different part of the world, and you are making multi-million-dollar orders for construction material, right? Interior material, marbles, tiles, etc. And during the process of the procurement, there are a lot of hurdles, there are a lot of risk, any hackers can jump in. So the authenticity of the supplier is one of the big question marks.
So specifically like, if I wanted to be a hacker, I could just go in and say like, oh yeah, I'm going to give you $2 million in lumber, and then you wait for the delivery date and nothing shows up.
Not only this, but with AI now, the bad actors are using a lot of advanced technology where during the process of the procurement, somebody can jump in and a huge amount of money might be transferred to the wrong bank accounts. We invested a lot heavily.
How does that happen?
Somebody might say, well, I'm taking identity and saying I'm the supplier who's supposed to deliver this material to that site or to that hotel, and I change the bank account, and that's happening every day.
So it's like somebody goes up to you and you already have a deal in place between two.
I'm dealing with you, and then somebody came and take your identity.
Then Jürgen comes in and he's like, actually, it's me. And then
I am Ben, and but I changed my bank account, for example. That's happened repeatedly many times in our organization. We have invested heavily in cybersecurity, but still, you have a problem with a human. We talk about social engineering, but this is not our topic today. But we have a huge awareness programs, and we are investing heavily to educate the people, because there is no technology that can fill this gap, which is how I can make sure that the authenticity of these subcontractors, not only suppliers, it's a huge ecosystem. And another thing which came also to our...
And maybe I'll stop you there. And so, okay, first thing first is authenticity of people.
Correct.
A procurement, basically. Making sure that when someone says they're going to do something, they actually do it, and it's, money's not going to a different party or something like that. I'd love to, ping it to either Jürgen or Sergi, and kind of what are other applications that you're seeing beyond just authenticating or verifying that a person is exactly who they say they are.
So maybe I talk a little bit about our specific case on that. So we have in this, as I said, we work with the steel industry, and we have one customer, and their biggest problem at the moment is they want to sell green steel, so steel with low CO2 emissions. And if you look at steel, if you have green steel or gray steel, it's always the same thing. So you can build the same thing at the end with the green steel or with the let's say, old gray steel. And there's a lot of fraud now in the whole environment. So because if you look how the whole thing is running at the moment, you get your charger of metal is delivered. Then you get a PDF with certificate on it, and everyone knows what you can do with a PDF. And the figures are simple to change, and that's what happens in the industry. So
is it basically like a chain of custody thing where it's
yes,
you're trying to, one person gives steel to another party, which gives it to another party, and you're trying to verify that it's the same steel all along.
Yeah, because there's a huge business case in that. So one example is, so Microsoft asks retail to deliver 4,000 racks for computers. And Microsoft asks then retail, as a company who delivers that, what is the CO2 footprint of these racks you deliver? And you have to prove that is the case. And that's why we need a blockchain-based solution on that, because Microsoft is not happy to see a PDF or something like that. So that's how we think of that.
I mean, it goes back to verifiability, but in a different context, right? In this context, you're having materials move among, from many different parties. And Ali's context, it's verifying, even that initial transaction, between a subcontractor, a contractor, and a company. Sergi, is there anything else we're missing here?
Yeah, actually, I was going to say that that's exactly what we do, but with plastic. So you're talking about chain of custody.
Right.
So we bring transparency and accountability to the sustainability supply chain. We issue our own NFTs, so they are, of course, transparent and traceable and immutable because they are on blockchain, and companies can prove that they have collected and recycled the plastic properly. In some cases, they use it just for marketing, but in others, they use it for laws. In Europe, we have some laws that we're not going to speak today about them. But
we could speak today.
But I have a masterclass tomorrow about the same.
Okay. We won't interrupt your masterclass. Cool. I mean, okay. So we know that there are use cases, or at least there are proffered use cases, right, for help blockchain. But as someone who's kind of a representative of the public in some ways, I'm a journalist. I'm not in industry like you guys. I've heard the idea of supply chain blockchain for supply chain as a narrative that has been around for at least the 3 or so years that I've been covering crypto, probably much longer. But from the public's perspective, I'm not seeing, it's not like the killer app, or it's not the use case that everyone's talking about as actually like really, charging things forward, making a use case to VCs, to investors as like, this is why we need this technology. Why do I have that impression? Is it the wrong impression? And kind of maybe, I don't know, Ali seems...
Yeah, I think there are a lot. It's like, I think we are like the early 90s for the internet. So the internet was there. We don't know that later on we're going to have e-commerce coming in, and we're going to use this Play-Doh to really form a big economy. And it's the same stage we are in blockchain. There are a lot of real cases, but as I said earlier, it needs really to make sense. It needs really to solve one
but
problem.
But specifically though with supply chain, though, I mean, like maybe supply chains are
a
microcosm of the macrocosm of like how we're talking about blockchains, but like.
Right.
Is it just because we're in the beginning, is what you're saying?
Right. No, but there are several reasons. But for example, I think IBM and Walmart, we know that this is a real case. We know also in the region there is oil and gas, TriStar. They have a real multi-million-dollar implementation for for their supply chain and logistic moving and shifting the oil from within the region. I think there is another point which I was about to highlight, which what Jorgen have mentioned, which is the ESG. I think as a public listed company, now we have to start in 2027 to report to the stock market the ESG report, the origin of each of the materials. So we do have a blockchain cases in our group, which is a metaverse. We have used 2 metaverses, and in the metaverse, we had to show the client basically how the project gonna look like, instead of a mock-up, instead of building a physical mock-up.
Construction in the metaverse?
Yeah, construction. I'm from construction.
So you're building buildings.
So we are okay, let me flashback. So we usually used to build a physical mock-up for somebody from Italy or somebody from London to come and say, well, this carpet match the ceiling, or the curtain doesn't really fit with this design, etc. And this used to consume a lot of energy, a lot of time, and a lot of resources, especially that these mock-up used to be destroyed and not used after the approval and the signature happened. So it's just built, waste of money for a few hours, somebody to come and said, thumbs up, approve. And also, we started this before the blockchain concept, when it's like VR and AR was there. We participated in Monaco Bot Show and in Dubai Bot Show, showing cases what we can do. And then later on, we built metaverses on that. And in the metaverse, I can even identify and say, what is the source of this material? I not just only show you the color and the design, but I also can tell you, well, this is a fabric, German leather, and the source of this fabric is from this region. This is the whole chain from where I'm gonna bring this fabric. So you don't just see the color, you don't just see what the physical mock-up used to do, but you have an expert who can explain to you the origin of this material. This carpet is coming from Thailand, it's a woof, etc., etc., etc.
I guess so it seems like kind of a takeaway, maybe Sergey or Jürgen, you can kind of jump in here, is that there are use cases that people are actually, using blockchain for supply chain. It's not just kind of a theoretical or maybe a hypothetical or proof of even concept. Is that correct? Like it's beyond just proof of concept now. It's actually happening like in kind of enterprise level, situations, or am I misunderstanding something?
I would say we are at the step to go to bring a lot of more real life supply chain projects on the ground. So what we are doing, we are also in that situation. We are doing a lot of proof of concepts with our customers. We come from this innovation side, we come from this user side, and but if you have a look in the pharma industry, so Merck is doing a lot in that area. Bayer is doing a lot in that area. And of course, the automotive industry is going also this direction, but it needs a lot of. It's not a technical thing from my point of view at the moment. Correct. It's more. It's a government. It's a onboarding of people. It's adoption. A political. It's a role concept thing. It's so what hinders a lot. So technology-wise, everything is here, but. So like our steel thing, so
maturity maybe is the maturity of the whole industry is still not there. Whether lack of
so basically we're in proof of concept phase still.
Correct, but there is lack of resources. Like you need trustworthy vendors and resources who can lead these initiatives.
Like vendors for blockchain tech.
Absolutely, yeah. And also the regulation and governance to really make sure that this will not really go out of.
No, sorry. Of course, it needs adoption, but as when you open a new company, you have to be on the market a certain amount of time to succeed. Mm-hmm. Imagine trying to change the whole world with something. So it will take time.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
that's it. I mean, is that
the shortest response, but you know, the pithiest. I guess. Do you think another question I was when I was wondering about like why am I not hearing about blockchain for supply chain being kind of one of the leading cases or being like adopting. So one of the reasons it seems like obviously is proof of concept, right? Yeah. We're still in the proof of concept phase for a lot of things. Ali, maybe you.
I will say it. There is no pressing need at the moment as an organization, as a business. I don't really see there is a real pressing need worth my money and my investment. Okay. So if it's working, keep it working. But I think it's coming. As I said, the ESG, for example, when I'm going to start reporting to the stock market every year, an ESG, and I'm going to really start putting the origin of each supply chain, of each subcontractor and supplier I'm dealing with, and like FATF, for example, have put a lot for money laundering, for example. I need to make sure I'm not breaking any rules. The sanctioned countries, the bad actors are all eliminated in my supply chain. That's in a manual way, in traditional way, will be impossible. I need to have a new technology like blockchain.
So it's good to have in your back pocket, but it's not necessarily you're using it like in production scale right now. I guess another thing I'm wondering from the public perspective is that supply chains are really boring. Like, I'm sorry, but they're like, it's hard to write about them. It's like no one wants to read about where timber is going, right? But they're incredibly important, obviously. So maybe the public doesn't hear about it as much, just because it's much more like a B2B, business to business type of thing that's happening, as opposed to like a user checking the provenance and being able to verify that their wine is actually the right wine that they that is set on the bottle. Like, is that also, I guess, a leading question? But is that also another reason that it's often more of like a private enterprise solution rather than like a public-facing solution? I don't know if any of you guys want to. Maybe I'm speaking rather than actually asking questions.
I don't have any answer for that. I cannot give you an answer because I'm not sure. So the thing is, on our way to see it, you said that right now at this moment companies are not using blockchain on supply chain. But we do. So it's all of the companies based on that. So
it's more a public perspective.
Yeah, public. I don't know.
I think in corporate world, supply chain is very important topic. Yeah. Maybe for normal people who's not from the industry, supply chain, maybe it's a kind of jargon or it's not very important topic. As far as I order my item in Amazon and it's reached my doorstep, I don't care what's happened behind that. But as I said, from a corporate perspective, I'm responsible to make sure I'm dealing with genuine people, with authentic material, with not breaking any rule and not being exposed to any compliance issues.
Gotcha. This one question also I was thinking of was the idea that essentially maybe blockchain for supply chain is more important for the corporate customers, you know, all of you guys seem much more in the corporate realm. One thing I was wondering about is that, do you think that retail consumers, like let's say you're buying wine or buying, you know, maybe for Sergi, an example would be like I buy a shirt or something. I want to know that it's actually recycled plastic and you know, and have its chain of custody in that way. Do people actually care about that? Like, you know, do you think there is actually a market for that, or is it more on the corporate side that you guys think that, you know, exists?
I have the answer for that, but if you want to go, it's okay.
Yeah, I have two views on that thing. So for a customer, for an end customer, they never want to hear the word blockchain or something like that. They only want to have a service. They want to see where is the stuff coming, is there child work in it, and all these things. So blockchain makes sense beneath, but not in the communication. With the retailers, I think you are better in that than me. They have to there will be, based on regulation, there will be a state where they have to state what is it made of, where is it coming from. SDG reportings, like you said, so have to do that. Everyone has to do that, and maybe you do that with paperwork and write it down with a pencil, or you use a digital infrastructure, what it is, and generate it more or less automatically or faster. So that's. But sorry.
No, of course. So the thing is, the answer for that question is yes. Mm-hmm. Almost in Spain, I'm from Spain. So there, people care about where the bottle of plastic has came from, and for example, with our solution, of course, we can provide that they are that they are legit. No, so we are preventing greenwashing, where companies may claim that they are sustainable, but they are actually not.
Right.
So yeah.
I think nowadays you are not just responsible for your subcontractor, but your subcontractor. So the whole chain of the ecosystem that you are dealing with, you are responsible that all of them are, for example, having the check mark of all these ESGs and authenticity and sustainability KPIs. They fulfill all these conditions. So it's not just the direct contact, but even the whole ecosystem.
But I guess for more savvy corporate customers or people with you know, smart developers and who are more experienced with dealing with like emerging technology, like they would care more that something's decentralized. I guess, you know, Sergi, like why do we need to do why for me, if I'm looking at this bottle of water, do you think customers really care that like there's a chain of custody that's on a decentralized database versus a centralized database?
Yeah, so the trust. You trust on blockchain because when you are into blockchain or when you start learning about blockchain, you know that is all the data there is it has his integrity because it's immutable. It's trustable, transparent, and immutable. So the trust, you trust on companies that are on blockchain for their supply chain, no? Because you understand that they are not being modified by a human or by someone that wants to just check another box, and that's a completely different stuff.
I guess I'm thinking of my mom, right? My mom is, you know, now 70, and I think of her, and she's probably not going to be like, oh, this is certified by a, you know, verifiable blockchain when I look at my, you know, plastic water bottle. So, I mean, she'll probably care if there's a company that says that it's certified, but she doesn't necessarily care about the method. That's maybe my point. And
I think that's now. I think going forward, it's not going to be optional. I think, and it's going to be.
So my mom will
cascaded.
She'll have to learn.
Maybe she will not, but I think all of us, or the supplier who is providing or who is buying this bottle, they will care. Otherwise, they will have fine. You know, I think it's gonna be cascaded and it's gonna be invaded all our society and our businesses going forward. Now it's not not everywhere it's enforced, but going forward, I think, and doing it manually will be impossible. As I said, it's not just the direct supplier. It's the whole ecosystem, and you need to have a technology that can tell you the whole chain from where this material or from where this item have been manufactured, how it's moved, who was the mediators on the way. Yeah.
And
Sergey,
also,
you wanted to, or
I'm
Jürgen,
sorry.
well,
Go,
you
go.
guys
No,
are
no,
good,
you first.
yeah.
Okay. So, and also, you're talking about your mom. Do you have any sibling or child or a small one?
I have a brother. He's 36.
36. Okay. So yeah, from 20 to 36, people are getting more conscious. So about this.
About blockchain or about like the
No, about the verifying where the things are coming from.
Gotcha.
All of the movement of climate change leads you to verification. See, if you verificate everything, if you can have the proof that where the things have come from, and how many, for example, how many plastics you've recollected, by who, where, you know where you have data to know how to manage things to get it better. So if you look for an older person, I don't want to bother anyone.
Thank you very much.
Maybe the point of view are different, of course, but you don't have to target to one age. You have to target to everyone, or to the people who cares about it.
Jürgen, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, I would like to address your old mother, 70 years old mother. So, and I like this old expression from Google, don't be evil, and then we can say can't be evil. And to your mother, she will get a sign. It's proved. It's not relevant for her how it is proved, but for the younger generation, that will be relevant. That it's really secured, and it can't be fraud in that system. And that's what I strongly believe in from the beginning. When I first heard about blockchain, that was really the innovation for me in that thing.
So it's more like telling people, like for retail or for mom and pop shops, right? For them to actually care that something's proved and that there's a chain of custody on blockchain, they almost have to know about blockchain first to really buy into that.
Again, with the argument that this is going to be enforced by government. This not your mom and dad doesn't care, and they will still not care. But the decision maker will care, and the regulator will care. And that's going to come from the top. As an end user, I don't really care, and I don't have enough money. I will search for the cheapest item ever. That's what I do care. But the retailer and the government who put the regulation, they will do care.
Gotcha. And kind of that connects pretty naturally to one of my other questions, which is, what we don't often hear about regulation. I mean, in crypto, obviously, we always hear about regulation. That is the story, right? Especially what's happening with Gary Gensler, what's happening with the SEC. But we don't often hear about regulation with supply chain, right?
Right.
And I'm curious, all of you guys are trying to do proof of concepts, real-world applications of using this technology for, whether it's steel, whether it's construction, whether it's plastics, what are some of the? Are you having conversations with governments about that? Is regulation even relevant because you might be using private, blockchains?
Okay, let me go back a bit. I mean, we operate in Europe, and GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, is one of the things that we have to be comply with all the time. And it's not only our data, but our whole data of our employees, our client, our subcontractor, subcontractor, and everybody included in the construction sites. For example, we have one initiatives under our innovation lab for identity management using blockchain, where in a basic non-technical language, we put the identity of our executives, our employees into a blockchain. I just want to show you on this story how important is regulation, because I have to cancel these projects after we have really invested time and effort because of my compliance department. Right, there is a IPP, identity, personal information put in a public blockchain, and
that's against GDPR.
Yes,
Okay.
but there is another issues, because it's not just about data privacy. In GDPR, it says the right to be forgotten. So if I put any data in blockchain, that's break that rule, the right to be forgotten, because it's immutable. It's that's one. Data residency is another issue. So I operate in different part of the world, and if I'm putting a Saudi data in a blockchain, which is, it's a distributed, it's not in particular data center or particular server, so I'm breaking the data residency. Another one, which is data retention. So I have to keep the data for a particular period, right? And for construction or contracting data, each type of data categorization has a particular period. The data portability, another issue. So in GDPR, there is a right of data portability, while blockchain doesn't allow that, because once the data is in the blockchain, it's there forever. So that's part of the issues. When you are designing any solution, you have to keep all of this in mind. Now, VARA and like the Dubai Chamber, for example, they are now working on a new regulation that take care of all of that, because they put, for example, a ambitious target called Cloud First, to move 70% of the government data to the cloud, and that's break all of the golden rule of GDPR.
Gotcha. So I think for Jürgen and Sergi, what about this regulation question, and whether you actually ever interact with it or have to deal with it?
So I go. Yeah. So for us, we certify recovery entities.
What's a recovery entity?
A recovery entity is an entity that works with a lot of waste, and particularly
so like
with
a
plastic.
recycling place.
Yeah. So I say that because we have been certified to do that.
Okay. So certified to go to recovery entities, or certified as a recovery entity?
No, certified in order to certify recovery entities by an ICO.
So you can certify recovery entities.
Yeah.
Oh, so you can certify me.
No. So we can certify that the recovery entities are doing properly their job.
Gotcha.
Okay, good. So by this being said, so how we work is we allow them, after auditing them and of course certifying them, to have our software in order they can issue their own NFTs. So let's stop here. NFTs, another regulation, MiCA regulation. So yeah, we have a lot of things, as Ali was saying, to close the circle of regulations.
So it's not. It's on one side, it's like dealing with actually the regulations of the content that you're working with. So whether it be recycling or whether it's identity, right, GDPR. But then there's also the actual like technical infrastructure, like NFTs, right? Once you start minting or putting anything into an NFT, I don't know what the NFT regulations are in MiCA, but I'm presuming there are ones, right? So Jürgen, I'm curious, from your perspective, what are the different ways you're negotiating these, the regulation question?
To be honest, I'm not really the expert in this field. What we are experienced was we are also working with digital badges with certificates. And there's exactly what you said, and certificates for customers, for end users, and we want to put that into a blockchain scenario, but the end user has the right to delete, to transfer the data, and that makes it at the moment it's simply not possible to go on, and that stops us a little bit.
Do you think the problem is? I don't know. It's an interesting question. I mean, it's a philosophical question, and maybe not for supply chains, but it's almost like there's two different kind of worldviews that are at stake here. It's like the GDPR wants to create one type of like form of data, and blockchains want to create a different type of way we're interacting with the data. And I guess maybe I don't necessarily see a way of reconciling blockchains with GDPR if the right to be forgotten. You can't. Like the entire thing, it's immutable, right?
I think the future will show us. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, what will survive, what will happen on the market is what really the right solution. Whether we're gonna tie the hand with GDPR and we'll say, oh, the right to be forgotten means any employee, any supplier and subcontractor can come to me and said, well, delete all my records. I don't want to exist in your database anymore. And even with all traditional technology, not with supply chain, this is impossible because I have a daily backup. And for me, it's not practical to go all to my tape and my daily backup and delete a particular record. It's going to cost me hell of money, and it's not practical. Or an employee will come and say, well, I need practice my right of data portability, and I want to take all my data out of your database and go to work with another company. It just doesn't work. And I think the regulator have realized that. It's not just our feedback as a corporate, but even the regulator, as I said, the lawmaker have realized that in the ground, the practicality of these laws are not there.
Gotcha. So it's not even. So maybe they're envisioning. It would be a nice. It's a nice future, right? Like
right.
Let's say there's something embarrassing I did in high school. Not saying I did, but like there's an article about me, or there's something silly. There's actually no. There's probably articles that I've written that are bad, or I know there are articles that I've written that are bad, and like I want them to be to go away. And it would be nice to have some sort of control in that way, but. Perhaps that's just not technically feasible is kind of what you're saying with the current environment. I guess like one question as we're nearing kind of the end of the talk is like, what are you guys most excited for from the supply chain perspective in terms of using blockchain? Like things that you've heard about that are actually not happening right now that you think that could be super big game changers? And maybe I'll start with you again.
Sure. Yeah, from my side, I'm super inspired by the whole sustainability topic to put that to make this real with blockchain-based supply chain scenarios. So we have one. I always talk about customers. Sorry for that, but we have one case where we have a problem where we have a problem again with green steel. So green steel is coming into the company, and they have to have our own storage for this green steel. And when they produce something, they only can use this green steel to produce to get through that whole thing. And then they have a different supply chain for their normal steel road. So what we are doing with them is we're creating a CO2, what we're calling a CO2 warehouse, so that you can say the steel is going straight to one line, but at the end, what's going out is a certificate or a token, a CO2 token, based on the emissions that they had. So I hope that was understandable.
Basically, it's like
it's a mass balance system.
Your output at the end is essentially the aggregate amount of CO2.
Yeah, but the point is you can't do that. Because if you want to do that, there is a huge set of rules you have to comply to, and you can't do that with a central system. You need the rules has to be open source. People has to see that. What are the rules? What's going on here to prevent greenwashing, and the rules have to be implemented in smart contracts to really be secure. There's no greenwashing, and when these things are coming and going on scale, that's what I love to see for the future.
Cool. Okay.
So for my side, it's not about surprising. It's about I'm happy to see big companies starting adding our methodology with them. So. Yeah, we have big clients. It's not about the names. It's about what they are trusting in blockchain for something. I mean, in that case, for sustainability. Football Club Barcelona, for example, is one is our first big client. It was our first big client. They wanted to prove that they are sustainable, and that was the best way to do it, because there is an immutable record. No, you have the chain custody of everything behind that, and yeah. So when it happened a year ago, I was really happy for it, and I'm still thinking about this. No, if big companies are trusting on us, it doesn't really matter if the retailer or the final consumer cares or not cares, because the big companies are the ones who runs the world, no? So,
what about democracy?
Democracy.
I just want to highlight one point that we are really focusing on very teeny function, and we are very early. We are in inception phase, I believe. And I believe when adaptation will come, it's not going to come only for supply chain. It's going to come for the whole functions. When supply chain will be there, adapting a blockchain technology, I think the other functions also. So for example, tokenizing the real world asset, infrastructure tokenization. So when you put all these pieces together, it makes a lot of sense, you know. But taking supply chain alone and focusing on it with the current world, which is not in blockchain, I agree with you. It's look very futuristic. But if I'm talking about my HR is using blockchain, if I'm talking about my finance is using blockchain because it's decentralized, my blockchain is solving the problem of my cybersecurity because it's decentralized, right? Blockchain is solving the problem of my goodwill and donation. Blockchain is in the government. So then the supply chain will make sense with the entire whole holistic view of blockchain solving multiple problems in our life.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty much it. I mean, the big takeaway, you know, with the last kind of minute or two that we have right now, that I was thinking about was that in some ways it's actually, you know, especially when you're talking about these more corporate adoption things, and this is what Sergi was talking about, Ali was talking about this, and I don't know if Jürgen actually brought this up or whether you glanced on it, was this idea of that, you know, at the end of the day, like what retail consumers have to say doesn't really matter. It's whether we're able to, whether, you know, corporations, you know, companies are able to convince actual big companies and the government to use blockchain tech. And that kind of seems a little bit like what you guys are saying. So I don't know if anyone has something to say like for 30 seconds about that.
I just want to say the first time, I think one time I was in Singapore and our board in Dubai called me and they said the biggest health industry was hacked in UK and we want you to tell us and make a presentation to us. Are we safe? So there were a threat, there were a really pressing need, there were like the whole board is worried. Have we done our job in terms of cybersecurity? Similarly, couple years ago, the board have asked me, oh, we need to understand what is Bitcoin. So it's in the media, somebody called BlockRock have jumped to ETF.
I like that your like board is just like, hey, like I don't understand what Bitcoin is.
Right.
Just, like just call up
the CIO and can you make a presentation for us, few slides to tell us what is Bitcoin, right? And I think these kind of incidents show us how adaptation gonna work. You know, when something big happened, everybody wanna jump in and understand. Well, are we safe in terms of cybersecurity? Have we done our homework in terms of security measures? Similarly, I think blockchain gonna very soon we're gonna hear a lot of government like what Dubai, for example, and Abu Dhabi are doing, what Saudi are doing, and similarly as a corporate. Many corporates are jumping in and are studying the feasibility of these technologies to solve real-life problems.
Well, and that's it for us. The clock has gone down to 0. So appreciate everyone listening to the panel. And there's a keynote after us, so hope you guys enjoyed that. And to that,
thank you very much.
Thank you
for being here.
Thank you.
Well, I really enjoyed that one. Really textured conversation there. It was really interesting to get, you know, both sides of that conversation in many ways. So huge thanks there to Ben Weiss and his guests for giving us a really fresh focus there on the power of blockchain. Of course, we heard there from Sergi Martin, Robin Hellman, and Ali Qatada. So really, really interesting conversation. Okay, so there is so much still to come here, right here on the main stage. Obviously, lots going on outside as well. I'm sure everyone here has been downstairs to the Cardano market. If you haven't, it's well worth taking a look down there over the next couple of days. And, you know, there's so much going on around the whole of Festival City here. But make sure you don't go anywhere now, because we've got a much anticipated keynote speech. We're very excited that our guest is going to come on next to talk about how to empower Cardano startups. He's going to be giving us insights on building the #1 regulated crypto exchange. And I'm sure you have been waiting for this for some time. I'd like to welcome Monty Metzger, the CEO and founder of LCX, to the stage. Thank you very much. Join me in a round of applause.
What if I told you we're at the brink of a very unique moment in time? The end of financial markets as we know it. What if I told you that all the old structures we've been building for decades are being reshaped right in front of our eyes? Blockchain, tokenization, digital assets, and DeFi are all gaining massive momentum. We're witnessing the start of a new crypto supercycle. A crypto supercycle which is redefining value, trust, and also capital flows all around the world. So that's why today I'm talking about the crypto supercycle and how to empower Cardano startups. My talk is structured in 3 ways. First, I want to talk about the most important company in the world, freedom of wealth, and the crypto supercycle. Let's dive right in, but first I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Monty Metzger. I'm founder and CEO of LCX. LCX stands for the Liechtenstein Crypto Assets Exchange. I'm an entrepreneur by heart. I started my first company in 1998 while I still had been at school programming websites, and since then I had been hooked to digital and been in that space since then. I founded LCX in Liechtenstein, but also Diamonds, platform for tokenization of diamonds, and MasterDex, our DeFi spin-out. I'm known as a futurist. Also, I'd been doing a lot of venture scouting for VCs and then incorporated my own venture capital fund called Digital Leaders Ventures, where we invested in startups all over the world, Europe, Nordics, and MENA region, as well as in US. And last but not least, we're giving back. So with our foundation now in Switzerland, we're supporting a lot of arts and sports for good projects at the moment. I also wrote 2 books. One is called Blockchain Banking, The Future of Money and Finance, and one is being published very soon called Tokenization, the $1 Trillion Asset Revolution. So we've certainly done some research on the topics. So why did I put this here on the slide, the most important company in the world? We had a guest early 2019 in Liechtenstein, which will be here on stage as well very soon, Don Tapscott. He's an advisor, a longtime friend of mine. I know him since his book, Wikinomics, early 2000, I think even pre-iPhone ages. And while he had been there at our stage in Liechtenstein, he was saying LCX is one of the most important companies in the space and in the world. So let me show you why. LCX, at a glance, it's the next generation crypto exchange. We are one company and one home. So we are operating out of Liechtenstein, and one company is quite unique if you look at other crypto exchanges and how they are set up. Because we doubled down in the European ecosystem. It was founded in April 2018, and we have a shared capital of 1 million Swiss francs. Last public valuation was around $500 million. We're headquartered in Vaduz and are roughly 100 full-time employees at the moment. We are called the hidden champion because we always had been focusing on crypto compliance since start. From day one, there's kind of no lack of track record of compliance in our KYC since start, and this always had been holding us back a lot because there had been other crypto exchanges who didn't care about regulation, didn't care about crypto compliance, but we did. But this will be changing now as we are entering a legal framework in Europe, and I will tell you now later why we have an unfair advantage. We are also segregating the funds 100%. We have offered the first legal token sale solution where LCX becomes the token issuer for projects, which makes a huge difference because we can register the token sale for the projects, and we've done so also for Nmaker and many other Cardano projects in that regard, and then also launched it on our launchpad. And we've done tokenization, or we're enabling tokenization with a legal role called the physical validator. This is a worldwide, very unique structure where we are like a notary guaranteeing and being legally liable that the underlying asset which you put in a token actually is there, that it's not stolen, borrowed, or under debt, that it's stored in a secure way. And this is embedded in the law. And so if you're buying any of the tokenized assets we're publishing or tokenizing on the blockchain, you have a legal right to enforce it in the court in Liechtenstein. So we call ourselves a new category leader in bridging traditional finance and blockchain innovation. At the moment, we are one of the fastest growing crypto exchanges in Europe because people are seeking for a regulated, secure, and trusted entity. Enough about me and LCX. We want to empower Cardano startups. That's why we're here. We have a whole week of celebration of the Cardano ecosystem. And the reason why we can do that is we invested early in Cardano, in the infrastructure. We're running several nodes. We built the whole infrastructure for Cardano native tokens. So we can list any Cardano native asset quickly. And as you know, as any developer, with every transaction, when you do a withdrawal from a centralized entity, you always need to send in a little bit of ADA as gas fee as well. It's complicated, not as easy as implementing ERC20. But we've done the hassle and overcome this to make it happen. And now we're doing a listing festival this week with a lot of new tokens coming to LTX Exchange. We also do Cardano native tokens, registered ICO, so initial token offerings where we can prove and also get a legal statement from the regulator saying this is not a security, it's a utility token or governance token, and we can register the token on behalf of the project. So it's a legal kind of protection for the startup founders who fully want to focus on the product, on the tech, and don't want to care about the legal costs and also the legal setup. That's what we are handling. And with Nmaker, I think it was one of the most successful Cardano projects on our platform. They raised $1 million within the first couple of minutes, and then several millions in the first week when they then closed it. We're also doing this Cardano Native Listing Festival with 5 tokens this week. So Snag, the strong meme coin community, but also Meld and some other tokens being listed right now. And we're talking to a lot of other community members right now who we should list as well. Last but not least, we are also offering $250,000 in prize money to the Battle of the Builders. I've been part of the jury this morning, and we will be announcing the winners tomorrow at the gala in a festive environment. So we're doing investment into the startups. We are providing a listing at LCX as a regulated exchange, and we're providing market-making packages around it. And last but not least, for the Cardano community, we're providing now VIP support. So if you're anyone depositing ADA, Nmaker, or any Cardano native token, just reach out to our team at hello@lcx.com, or there's a little chat box, and you will get premium support. I talked about tokenization, but what we really do is a project called Diamonds. And this is tokenizing a real-world asset, in this case, diamonds. And we started with this as a showcase, kind of a proof of concept in the first place, but now it became the largest tokenized diamonds marketplace in the world. There's more than 14,000 diamonds as we speak on the platform, growing every day. And we are not only tokenizing it and selling it on the marketplace, but we are also responsible with LCX of the custody. So we're storing it in Liechtenstein. We are insuring it for free. And we're making sure that the assets are safeguarded the right way, physically and also digitally in a way. So one NFT is one diamond. And we're now expanding with different other assets. So there's more to be announced what we'll do. But with the diamond marketplace, we're really revolutionizing how diamonds are traded, especially if you are a broker, if you are a collector or investing in diamonds, investable grade diamonds. This is probably 2% of the global diamond market as of now, but it's a growing element because the real rare diamonds, the top quality, top clarity, cut, and color are the ones you want to be investing in. And if you buy them, you would need to pay shipping, then you would need to store them in your own vault. You need to worry about insurance and so on. And this we all solve. So you can basically buy the NFT as an ownership certificate and then own it, gift it to somebody, trade it, sell it, or just keep it, right? So this is all about what we do. Now I want to talk about freedom of wealth. And we had another guest, one of our advisors, called Jimmy Wales, the founder of Wikipedia, here at the reception at the World Economic Forum last year, actually, in January, where he said LSEG's mission embodies a shift from the freedom of knowledge to the freedom of wealth. Just as Wikipedia democratized knowledge, LSEG is creating a space where transparency, innovation empower individuals in the crypto world. And how do we do that? We're home in Liechtenstein, and Liechtenstein stands for a lot of financial wealth and freedom. First of all, it stands for heritage. 300 years or more older, it says the von Liechtenstein family, who is really one of the richest family offices in the world. We are, it's the highest GDP in the world by far. Sometimes it's mixed up with Switzerland in the statistics because Liechtenstein is quite small, only 38,000 population. But it is also one of the most secure places, so that's why also Alex Carr, the rumors that he became a resident there as well. But you know, even the prime minister doesn't need a parade of police cars. He just comes with his bicycle. And integrity, trusted legal system with crypto laws embedded, and that's the unfair advantage I've been mentioning before. LSEG is regulated since the start with compliance, and now since January 2020 also with 8 registered roles according to the Blockchain Act, what's called a TVGG, Trusted Technology Service Provider, where we had been getting more registrations than anybody else in the country, and not only regulating one piece of the puzzle like the exchange, but also the physical validator, price service provider, identity service provider, and so on. Liechtenstein is also made our users very proud because having a bank account over there is something you can be very privileged, and now we're enabling that for our users as well. Liechtenstein is also part of the European Economic Area, and it's a crypto powerhouse. Europe is the second largest crypto market worldwide, accounting for more than 20% of global trading volume, and it's home to 450 million people in 30 countries. And because of the European Parliament, we are introducing now the Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation, the first legal framework pan-country, pan-European wide, which enables us to have one home and one license to operate all over Europe. Very unique, and that's why we're doubling down on that jurisdiction. So now I want to come to my third part, the crypto supercycle. And in a few minutes, there will be one of our longtime friends and early advisors at LCX on stage, Yatsui. And when he was at our office here 2018, we were starting with a vision, right? A vision to outperform all the crypto market, what we've seen, because the broader vision of LCX is not only about crypto as you know it, but really about the next crypto supercycle. Let me explain you why. So what we've seen and what had been talked about recently is this meme coin supercycle. You have roughly 100 billion in assets at the moment now, and probably in the future 10x of it. So sounds exciting, right? But with blockchain with the blockchain supercycle, talking about layer 1s, layer 2s, we're already like having seen a much larger impact, including Cardano making a big impact on that as well. And of course, the Bitcoin supercycle, now roughly valued at $1.3 trillion, right? So I assume we might 10x that, right? It could be even $500,000 per Bitcoin or $10 trillion in value. But this is nothing compared to the crypto supercycle I'm talking about. I'm talking about something which is 10 times, 20 times, 100 times bigger, and I want to tell you why. There are a few drivers for this crypto supercycle. And the vision we had back then in the office 2018 is we thought we need to enable it that it's bigger players can enter. So we need a playing field with a legal clarity, and for this we chose Europe. And now with Mika, we really have that. Second, we want institutional adoption. So there's, first of all, a consolidation which will happen in Europe in terms of crypto exchanges. Now we are battling against hundreds, so I said we are the hidden champion, but this will change a lot because only the ones with a license as of early next year will be able to operate. All the others need to leave the market. This includes also certain stable coins or tokens, so everything will be reshuffled. There are new players entering, but also institutional players, I mean banks, central banks. There are tokenized bonds. There's a lot of transactions being handled on chain. And so probably in 10 years or 15 years, such a conference won't be called the blockchain conference anymore because blockchain is embedded in everything we do, in the financial systems, like the internet. Nobody's talking about HTTP anymore, right? Or Wi-Fi, you're just connected. And last but not least, tokenization. We're tokenizing diamonds, we might be doing other assets very soon, but the whole financial markets are being tokenized as well. And this has a tremendous impact. And what impact it could have is, first of all, there will be a next generation of crypto exchanges. I told you I'd been a futurist, so I had been looking at all different kind of life cycles of technologies, from the early social media times, where Friendster and MySpace had been pioneers. And when MySpace was there with 500 million users, nobody could imagine that there's something coming which is bigger. And then Facebook came along, had so much power. 2007, they had been launching with all these universities and then opened up. And now, you all know what happened. But these are first and second generation of technology companies, and so it will be here. They had been the pioneers of crypto exchanges, enabling the markets. They didn't care about rules or regulation. They just want to make it happen technology-wise, and now there's a next wave of platforms coming. And in terms of tokenization and overall the crypto supercycle, how much money are we talking about? If you look at cryptocurrencies, $2 trillion, gold, 12 trillion, whole money market supply, 60 trillion, stock market, 95, $100 trillion, let's say. But there's also debt, right? Derivatives, future markets. This is massive, $300 trillion. All of that will be put on the blockchain. Middlemen will be taken out of the system because they're not necessary anymore. If we talk to traditional exchanges, they talk about settlements. Who's your settlement? Who's your custody provider? We have all embedded that in the blockchain, self-custody, decentralized finance, or on centralized platforms. So to sum up, we're talking about innovation. So through partnerships with Cardano, LTX is enabling tokenization of real-world assets, and we're leading a new wave of blockchain innovation. We're creating a resilience by prioritizing compliance. LCX ensures long-term sustainability and security in evolving regulatory landscape, and growth. LCX regulatory framework attracting institutional investors and high-value projects like many here in the audience. So I spoke about the most important company in the world, freedom of wealth, and the crypto supercycle, and I want to end with an invitation to Liechtenstein. Feel free to reach out to me. You should visit this little beautiful country which is making so much noise about the crypto industry. Thank you very much.
I want wonder, has anyone here been to Liechtenstein yet? I have to say, I grew up in Europe, and I haven't been, but it sounds like an amazing place to pay a visit, not least if you work in the blockchain community. Thank you very much indeed there to Monty Metzger, of course, CEO and founder of LCX. So many interesting pointers came out of his conversation, this idea that we're about to enter this crypto super cycle, and the next wave is coming, this idea that the drivers, the key drivers are things like regulation, which isn't something that you would necessarily expect, and we're then going to get that institutional adoption by the banks. Then we're going to get tokenization, which, as we just heard from Monty, is going to have a tremendous impact. And then you get your next generation crypto exchanges, those regulated exchanges. So really very, very exciting to look into the future there and anticipate what there is to come. Okay, without further ado, it is time for us to now continue with the next conversation on our schedule. We are nearing the end of the day, which is hard to believe, but we've got some hugely sort of fun conversations to come, so you'll want to be sticking around. And this one actually introduces a slightly different topic, because next up, we're going to be discussing how to cultivate cultural connections at the intersection of things like music, gaming, and also blockchain technology. It's not a sort of immediate sort of merger of topics, but our next panel of guests is going to do a deep dive into exactly how this intersection is creating not only sort of innovative experiences, but also new forms of artistic expression. It is a great topic, and we've got a great moderator to oversee the conversation. Please welcome back to the stage Nikita Sachdev, who is founder and CEO of Luna Media Corporation. She's also got her guests with her. A round of applause, please.
Awesome. All righty. Awesome. Well, good afternoon, everyone, or evening almost. It's great to be back on the stage. And let's kick off with some introductions. I'll go first, and then you guys can take the lead, and then we'll start with the very interesting topic. So my name is Nikita Sachdev, and I am the CEO of Luna Media Corporation. We're a topco company that houses 7 companies. We're known for which our bread and butter is Luna PR, and we are a PR agency, very straightforward, in the Web3 space. Been around since 2017. I started my crypto career with Huobi Exchange in Singapore back then, and moved to Dubai 4 years ago. We're headquartered here with offices in London, New York, and presence in Singapore. And yeah, let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Lena. I'm the founder of a project called Claynation. We are an animation project and entertainment provider. We launched in 2021, actually. Our first NFT was minted pre-Bored Ape. We've done over 50,000 digital assets that have been minted on the Cardano blockchain, over 50 million ADA in Cardano in volume, in trading volume. And we have partnerships with the Sandbox, Ledger, Snoop Dogg, Cordell Brothers, and Good Charlotte, and many others to come. Yeah, looking forward to the panel.
My name is Yat. I'm chairman, co-founder of Emergo Brands. We're known as being an investor in the space, particularly intersection of culture, entertainment, gaming, and so on. We've done today over 540 investments in Web3, but actually we're also operators. So actually we're the owners of the Sandbox, for instance, and also a variety of game studios, and excited to have a conversation around the intersection of culture and blockchain.
Yeah. Well, hello everybody. My name is Sheldon Hunt. I'm the head of the Cardano ecosystem with Emergo. So yeah, Emergo being one of the founding entities of Cardano, but with a special focus on commercialization. I myself began my crypto journey back in, I guess it was like 2013, 2014 in Hong Kong, starting out with Bitcoin meetups, and then met Vitalik there and pitched me on smart contracts. I didn't think it would really work. I kind of regret that now. But it was very interesting, and have been in and out of the space since then, but I have been in Cardano now almost 3 years. I've been with IOG and then helped set up Intersect, and now today pushing ahead with all these various exciting intersections or ecosystem plays, I should say, with Emergo, and a huge part of that is cultural. So just, yeah, very much looking forward to jumping in. And
Awesome. So when I was assigned this panel, music, culture, and gaming, the first thing that came to mind with the intersection of technology was this digital world, the metaverse, AR, VR experiences. And all I could think of was the lack of the human touch in these experiences. Are we losing that human interaction as we move deeper into this world?
I'm not sure that we are, because we have an ability to connect with more people than ever when we're doing this kind of, the integration of the intersection of art, tech, and community and music, like you said. So we're able to connect with people on a completely different level, even though, it's not the same as maybe going and meeting people in real life. We're able to actually bring all these people together from all over the world, and I think that's a next level human touch.
Yeah, I mean, I would concur in the sense that I think technology broadly has brought more people together and actually created a richer type of subcultures, as it were, because things that were niche cultures before started to blow up. You see this in art, you see this in music, you see this in all sorts of areas, film and media as well. This wouldn't be possible, for instance, to have this type of new cultural mediums, even like NFTs, for instance, unless there was a way in which you can connect all the people around the world into one common cause, for instance. So I think there is that. But I think the other thing, of course, that we see as well is that, there's only so many Zoom calls you can have, and there's only so many virtual experiences. You still want to have physical connections as well. And I think all I would say is that it isn't that it is replacing our current need for connection. It is adding new layers to the connections that we have. And I think the best and most successful connections we can make are the ones that can do all of them, right? I think sometimes people take it to the extreme. So they only connect virtually and then forget about the physical, and that doesn't work either. But actually, it's an enhancing perspective. We were traveling more, which means that we do have to be online to keep a connection. But then, for instance, post-COVID, when we were finally able to meet people, we were able to meet with them in the sense that it felt like we weren't separated for 3 years or 2 years, right? And I think that's actually, if you can balance it that way, I think that's a very beautiful thing.
But was that from a business perspective?
Oh, for personal as well.
For personal.
Yeah.
That's where I'm intrigued. For personal, from a personal perspective, I'm interested because I feel like the people that would want to submerge into like a digital world I think it's beneficial for those who may have social anxiety.
So maybe I'll give you an observation, at least for those who have kids, right? And how your kids interact. They play online games like Roblox, for instance. They actually make most of their social interactions, let's call it after hours, online playing these games. But actually when they meet in person, it is not that they are on the PC when they meet in person necessarily. They are able to connect and laugh and talk about as if they've had a relationship before, in a way. And I don't think it's that different from, maybe we're from, maybe I am, certainly none of you are, from the generation where we used to be on the phone the whole time, right?
Yeah.
And we were basically just literally, with the hand phone, for those of you who remember the rotary phone, I would literally, you drag them into your bedroom, you might do your homework or something, and you're on the phone. What were you doing? You were actually virtually connected through copper with some other person around the world. We're just now doing this at scale.
That's a good way to look at it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, so I would dare say we are still if I'm going to say there was anything beneficial that came out of the whole experience of lockdown with COVID was a need to, as you were saying, find a nice balance between the human connection and then the virtual connection. I know there's a lot of excitement around, okay, we're stuck in our house, let's just do it virtually. And it did certainly provide a bit of a, you can scratch that itch socially, so to speak. But it did turn out that there was a lot that was left to be desired. And I think it's still the case where we're still at the very beginning stage of what the metaverse could be. I know that's a whole other conversation for perhaps another day, but it's still undeniably early, I would think, because we now have generations of children who have grown up with iPads, right? And we've got generations that have no idea how to even send an email, all together on the same planet around the same dinner table. And they've got to find ways of just carrying on conversations. And so we're quite hybrid in our approaches, and it's still very early. It's a little bit messy at times. But with COVID, if anything, like you realize you can't be an extreme in one or the other.
I kind of want to add sort of an observation that we're making when you look at, for instance, like NFTs. So when I think a lot of people comment around sort of this aspect of, let's call it digital dystopia, because they look at time people spending on TikTok and Instagram, and it feels like, oh, they don't really have a relationship. In fact, maybe you feel even lonelier as a result, because, but the point is that when you're on Instagram, you actually don't have a relationship. Right? Yeah. So this is the distinction here. So you're maybe on Instagram and you might have 100,000 followers. You have no idea who they are, right? And they will see what you're doing, but it's more like actually, like almost like digital TV, right?
Yes.
I can't interact with them. There's not that, right? But with gaming, for instance, there is interaction. When you squad together, there's 8 of you or 16 of you or 20 of you, you can build a relationship, and I know who you are. And so for the NFTs, for instance, what really made it powerful, especially in the first wave back in 21, and actually 2020, 21, was you created authentic connections. Because if I owned this NFT, I knew that you actually had something that was real. And so actually, I think the point about the social connection is around the authenticity related to that. If you have an authentic relationship, it's great. And it doesn't matter if it's physical or virtual. But if I'm basically connecting with millions of people, but I actually don't have a relationship, then you feel lonely. And I think that's kind of the whole sort of social media dichotomy, which is that social media, sort of the way it's designed in Web 2, actually amplifies loneliness because you can't have authentic connections.
I want to talk more about metaverse, actually, Sheldon. I think it was an important topic for this discussion because both metaverse and NFTs had so much cross-section, intersection with, I guess, culture, music, and even lifestyle. I mean, we saw Nike being one of the most successful use cases. I think they reported they did over $180 million in revenue through their NFTs. But then it sort of seemed like it became a bit of a fad. It became like people trying to use it as marketing campaigns. But personally, I feel like that really brought in a new wave of artists to come in. And Elena, I know you did a lot with Snoop Dogg as well. So what are your thoughts on like the NFT and metaverse space, and where is it going from here?
It's hard to say where it's going in the sense that it evolves so quickly. So like something that, like you said, it was a really big thing. Everyone wanted to be part of it, including Snoop Dogg, including Good Charlotte and the people that we partnered with. And it was an amazing opportunity to actually have that experience where people were that eager and keen to be part of that. Because, if a few months ago or prior to that, if you actually had tried to reach out to a celebrity as big as Snoop, you'd very likely be getting an out of office. Effectively, you're going to get someone. You're not likely to get very far with that. But there was this period where people were so curious that they wanted to be part of it, and it opened up this amazing way for people like Snoop Dogg to connect with fans in a way that was different to just a concert, which obviously concert's great, but it was something to explore there.
Yeah.
I mean, I think NFTs sort of had a big wave in 21 and 22, and I think they're going to come back in a big way. I'll sort of quickly elaborate why. Not just being bullish on our own portfolio, but I think the reason is that today, the NFTs of today are basically, the meme coins today are the NFTs of the past in a way. And that's basically because they share similar traits around the cultural and the economic capital. The difference is that in 2020, particularly in the early days of the sandbox, the people who were getting into things like NFTs were purely cultural in context. It wasn't about money, because there was no money to be made, right? And then when it became very speculative, it brought in a whole wave of people. And remember, people who were basically just signing up for mints just because they didn't care about the project. They were just hoping that it would like 20x or something. That was the only reason it did this. And look here, basically 3 years later, right? Meme coins are the same thing. Do I care about the sort of culture of that meme coin? Some of the early guys did, but actually now it's really more like, oh, I'm hoping this will 100x. That's why you're joining that. And so meme coins and NFTs are mixing in the same pool. So I would say that if you took them together, the same attention, the same mass adoption, the same audiences are coming through. But what happens is that there's a percentage of them, right, that actually end up making a certain amount of money in the space, and then they want to seek something that's beyond economic sort of recognition, right? It's kind of like you could be a millionaire, and that's great. But what's the difference between someone who has 1 million or 2 million? It's materially a lot, but reputationally actually very similar, right? It doesn't really seem to matter. You're a millionaire. Whether you're 5 or 3, it doesn't matter. So how do you distinguish? And this is where cultural capital comes in. This is why people buy art. This is why people want to have, a car of a certain type, or maybe a Birkin bag. Right? In the physical world, we distinguish ourselves based on these things that form our identity, and then we invest in them. And actually, we invest most of our money in things like our digital reputation and our digital identity. And I think this is the part where we're seeing that evolution. And the reason we think NFTs will have this comeback is because the wealth that is created basically in the Web3 space, it will flow into the cultural assets of that generation in the same way that, people may not know, but the Arnault family is the richest or second richest family in the world. And what do they sell? Luxury goods. Right? It's not utility at all, because that's actually how we identify ourselves. The same we think will happen ultimately with Web3. So they're kind of mixing in the same pool.
Yeah, I mean, it's a $2 to $3 trillion market cap for the last 3 years, so it's just going in cycles, and it's the same amount of capital being rinsed in.
Yeah, I was just going to maybe add to this. What I find quite interesting is that if we look in the grand scheme, this is me taking a bit of a step back, thinking about culture and art as it pertains to just humanity. I think there's been, for the last few generations, quite a bit of gatekeeping when it comes to who generates art and how it's kind of distributed. Where we stand now with NFTs is an ability to take down some of the barriers to artistic entry that have held certain communities back over time. And I think to all of the young creators out there who maybe want to make a movie, but you look at how movies are made today in 2024, and it hasn't fundamentally changed that much from even a century ago. And so there are still some major cultural industries that exist today that have not really been truly disrupted by Web3, and that stands to really be further, I guess you could say, upgraded, to be kind of compartmentalized, to be put on chain. I think gaming itself is in a wonderful place for Web3 because it's an example of an entertainment sector that has really been able to play into the freemium. There's a large spectrum of what can be done there, but there's so many other spaces within our cultural industries that have not yet had that same kind of evolutionary expansion with technology.
I mean, just to add on gaming, so there's about 3.4 billion people in the world that play games. It's an industry that's almost 300 billion, which is bigger than music and movies combined, basically, as from a current standpoint. But what's also fascinating is that gaming, and I think this speaks to our human nature, which is why I think culture always sits on top, even though maybe in the world of Web3, we focus a lot on the financial aspect because of its nature. But culture, from a human standpoint, all stands on top because the reason we have fast GPUs that ended up first starting with mining and basically then went into AI is because of gaming. NVIDIA as a company would not have existed if gaming as an industry didn't happen, for instance, right? And why did people want to buy a fast GPU? Because they wanted to play a game better. It wasn't because they wanted to make money from the game. That didn't exist. It was because they wanted to have fun, entertainment. They had a desire to have this type of stuff. It's also social. Games are very social. So they bought these things and drove a whole industry. And then NVIDIA, and of course ATI before it became AMD as well. And now NVIDIA basically became the chipset that enabled things like mining and eventually went for AI. Right? These foundational things happened digitally in an entertainment space and then drove the rest of the industry. And we see many stories around that where our innovation doesn't begin with a utility, it begins with something fun and entertaining, right? That's where it happens, because as humans, that's actually what drives us. When you think about what makes us happy and where do we make these connections, it's about joy, right? Yeah. And what makes joy? It's culture, fun, and entertainment.
Yeah.
But so culture is something that's been around for thousands, I mean, since the beginning of mankind. And today there's still traces of it, where we go, we have so many different cultures. And in the digital world, it's just one big unified culture. Where is the originality going? Where's the uniqueness? How will we preserve this?
I think even in the digital landscape, agreed, it does feel a bit like it's together, but as Yat was saying earlier, I think there are so many subcultures within that. So when it comes to things like meme coins, when it comes to every single NFT project, when it comes to all the different games, even within those, I think there are different communities, different subcultures. And with more artists and creators getting on board and jumping into that, they're creating their own culture there as well. So I think it's actually, in a way, immortalizing a lot of like current cultures now. I can't really I don't know how to explain that exactly.
Just like, you know how like now you have like the Roman culture, you go to Vatican City and you see like these old museums. In the future, maybe we'll have a Dogecoin museum.
Oh no, absolutely we will.
Yeah, and I think it's entirely, I think it's very possible.
Definitely.
And that's also because when you think, for instance, from my parents' generation, the kind of culture that we worship today, whether this is, you know, Taylor Swift, or whether this is superheroes and men in tights and that kind of stuff, right? That sounds ridiculous if you told someone 50 years ago that we're going to worship men in spandex, right? I mean, that just conceptually, right?
Sounds okay.
Right? But here we are, and watching Marvel movies and basically skin-tight outfits, seeing all their muscles, and that's great. But back then would have been considered outrageous, right?
Yeah.
So that's the cultural concepts that we now see, and there are altars being built towards that as well, right? So whether this is a Bored Ape or whether this is, a meme coin, and also experimentation in culture, what's happened with technology is open to everyone now. Mm-hmm. So this was something that, maybe this person knew how to play an instrument, and it took time. Suddenly with AI, he can make the music faster, right? Or think about photography. Photography was considered a very special skill back in my day. And then, then came the smartphone and then Instagram, and now everyone was a photographer, right? Yeah. But actually that led to other forms of innovation that then fed AI to create better photos that then you can use, where you really just have to imagine it and create it as opposed to necessarily having that skill to do it per se. And some may lament it, but I actually think if you can harvest and nurture that, I actually think it opens up new avenues of capabilities. Mm-hmm. It's like, for instance, I grew up at a time where the calculator was not allowed in school. So I'm now totally dating myself, right? And it was considered cheating, right? But now everyone uses a calculator, and you don't have to think and focus around being a human computer to basically do a creative task or be a great architect, for instance, because the computer can do that and actually leaves you up much more to imagination, which I think is much more to our human nature anyway.
But in order for culture, to even form, you need a community, right? So I definitely see the communities with meme coins. I'm a massive meme coin junkie myself. But, one thing that attributed to people said attributed to the metaverse is kind of like, I don't want to say failure, but kind of like disappearance within like the bull market or bear or whatever within the cycle was the lack of users. Right, in the metaverse, there were tons of articles on that.
So I would disagree with that notion. So I don't know if you want to say something about that, but
I'm glad.
Maybe I'll start first. And the reason why I disagree with the notion, and first, I think there's a PR issue, because when Facebook went out and renamed itself Meta, it became the metaverse by definition. And so when the horizon basically failed, then everyone said, oh, because Facebook failed, the whole metaverse failed. But actually, to us, the metaverse isn't one platform. It's not, say, Sandbox or Decentraland or whatever. It's actually what we're doing in Web3 with ownership. So for instance, in the same way that people consider Fortnite and Roblox a sort of Web2 metaverse, actually Axie Infinity or basically sort of blockchain games, where people are making a real living and actually having income and having ownership on things, basically giving jobs to millions of people, that's a metaverse experience that has really grown and sort of demonstrated value in that. When you own an NFT, that's actually owning something, in our view, in the open metaverse that gives you value. For instance, if I own a Bored Ape, I'm now a target because I'm actually someone that has a certain asset base that I can derive value. It's kind of like no different than saying if I could really target every Rolex watch owner, genuinely, what is that worth from a marketing standpoint? And that comes in the form of airdrops, for instance, right? So there's multiple sort of things around that. So I think the metaverse is not dead at all.
I mean, 3 years ago, I think 3 years ago, when Sandbox and Decentraland they were top 50 tokens in terms of market cap. There were constant activities. I think Snoop Dogg bought a house in Sandbox.
Yes,
he
still has it.
He still has a massive amount of funding coming in. As a PR agency, every week we were getting 3-4 metaverse companies knocking on our door saying, we need PR, we're launching a metaverse. And I think that Sandbox and Decentraland really set the stage. Like they really showcased like what the metaverse was all about. And even we were getting clients that were advertising within Sandbox and Decentraland in the billboards that were within the metaverse. So I saw for a moment at the time, I really saw the potential. So it's very interesting to get your take that it's not dead, that it needs to come back. I'm just curious, like how and what will be the use cases? Will it still just be like like, what was the purpose of like this land? Is it like a getaway? Is it to do business? Is it just like, yeah?
I think we'll still be going through issues of like trial and error. Like, completely agree that this is still something that has not at all gone away. And there are certain like waves of interest that come, right? Like there's the meme coin season. Everybody wants to talk about AI. There are these seasons in time, but they're never truly dead. They never truly fade away. There are people who still write letters to each other. There's still all of these various niches that do exist out there in the world. But when it comes to the question of like what will it take to kind of get people back into the metaverse, I think it will just organically happen. It won't be like a big, sexy pile-in. It will be a gradual, and of course, like we've talked quite a bit about this before, but and it kind of ties into what I think will be quite interesting related to like IDs, DIDs, right? To have this gradual process where you build up over time your digital existence, your digital character, your digital identity, and you will just organically come to a point where you can say quite definitively, oh, I'm already in the metaverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's also, when we think about sort of the way that these sort of networks, whether it's a metaverse or a game, are constructed, the token actually represents effectively an ownership in that network in itself. And so when I actually become owner of the token, which could be non-fungible, doesn't have to be just fungible, like a meme coin, actually I am now owner of the network and I am a participant, and now I am actually part of their sort of giving it agency. And this to me is the powerful construct that actually enables, it's almost like, you know, when you look at a token network, you can almost look at it like a social network as well, right? They're just sort of just, you know, maybe Reddit subgroups, but the difference is that now the community gets to own it. And that actually is what's happening. And the attention is more diluted because in 21 and 22, when you thought metaverse, there were maybe 3 projects that mattered, right? Because there was just not that many. And so all the attention was focused around. It's the same with Axie Infinity. You know, Axie Infinity is still a multi-billion-dollar project. Okay? It's just not worth 20 billion. And so let's just, you know, let's just sort of put this in perspective and say, yes, it's a shame that they're not worth 20, but really, right? So, and we're earliest investors in them, and we want them to succeed, don't get me wrong, but so there was a little bit of hype, of course, there. But let's not say it's dead because it's still worth billions of dollars, okay? And it's still driving, you know, millions of dollars of sort of meaningful revenue. So I think that's just one perspective to make sure of. But now you have, you know, over 2 million meme coins have basically launched this year alone, right? And then you have, of course, you know, how many hundreds of gaming tokens and metaverse tokens released. Yeah. So what's happening now is you have a sort of a dilution of attention where the projects are more distributed. So it's not one you can sort of point to one project and say how that's going. It's actually something that's more divided. The entire altcoin space has increased by over $300 billion in the last 12 months. So it's, you know, not just Bitcoin and Ethereum. It just doesn't feel that way because, you know, amongst the field of all the tokens that launched, actually when you all add it up, it's actually a bigger number. So it's not taking away market, it's making it bigger, but it's just distributing it more broadly. But I also want to say that many of these metaverses take time to develop, like a good game. So I don't know how many of you have seen, for instance, Off the Grid. That's basically a AAA gaming title which is #1 on Epic at the moment, PlayStation and Xbox. People have no idea that this is a blockchain game, right? Yeah. I think the Fortune headline article is, people are loving this game and don't know it's crypto or whatever. I'm paraphrasing now. But anyway, that's kind of what this is, right? Yeah. And again, you know, it took a while to make a game that reached that sort of level of quality where the Web2 gamer actually says, hey, you know what? I'd like to play this game. And this comes from my other point about the metaverse and gaming, which is that most of the gamers in Web3 today are not gamers from Web2. Yes. They are a new category of gamer, right? Yes. With ownership and a little bit more financial. It's the difference between, you know, people, for instance, who play poker. There's one group of people who play poker to make money, and there's a whole different group of people who play poker just to have fun, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's the distinction between the two characters. And we have a lot of players in the original Web3 era who are in there to make money. They're still the same game, but a different category. Because of the 3.4 billion people who play games, there's another almost 3 billion who do not play games, right? So that's the market expansion area. Yeah. But with games like Off the Grid or other ones like, you know, Phantom Galaxies or whatever, these games are bringing in basically traditional gamers because they have the quality and bringing them in. So it's coming in from both sides. Mm-hmm.
So I want to talk a little bit more about DIDs, decentralized identities. And, you know, we've, as you mentioned, Sheldon, I mean, there's going to be a new wave of people that build their identities online. And they may, I mean, the pros is that, you know, there's no stereotypes. You are who you are online. I mean, there might even not be any language barriers at this point. But you see people kind of losing a lack of responsibility. There's a new wave of cyberbullying, of keyboard warriors. I've dealt with it on X a couple of times. So, I mean, do you think users know the implications of kind of building an identity online and the responsibilities that come with that?
I would dare say most people do not. As we've seen, like on a very regular basis, right, with cyberbullying, there's a lot that you can get away with currently in the Wild West of, it's not even just Web 3, just Web 2. And I would hope that this is actually something that we can solve in Web 3. I'm very much convinced this is something we'll be able to crack. Because as we move more and more, and this is like maybe me going off a little bit topic here, but there is, I think, a concern among some that as we have more AI agents come online, as we have more people with anonymous personalities, we can end up creating a digital space that is kind of toxic to navigate. It becomes something that some refer to it as like a bit of a dark forest, right? And you'll have communities that will just live in bubbles underground, right? They want to hide out from everything else that's going out there in cyberspace because it's dark, it's threatening. You're not sure if the other person on the other end of that conversation is a bot or not. And so these are like real concerns that need to be solved for, and I do think we stand a good chance of cracking that with some DIDs, with actually having some confirmed proof of existence, right, to crack through. And it comes out also with like IP and with music, right? If we're going to have now AI agents who are making up new mixes for Snoop Dogg, but they're not Snoop Dogg, right? You're going to need to have confirmations in some kind of capacity, right?
That's interesting, actually. I want to dive in deeper into that. So AI mixes of Snoop Dogg that are not Snoop Dogg. We've seen a lot of celebrities come in and petition against AI. And Lena, you worked with so many of these artists. So what's the sentiment right now in Web3 as a whole? Because not just with NFTs or with crypto blockchain, but with AI also being a part of this.
It feels like something that's being really missed here, and it sounds obvious, but hey, blockchain, we can use that obviously to authenticate whether it is real or not. Well, you know, we should be using it more in that sense. And I think that once that clicks, and like we're all working towards making that click, right? That's why we're having these relationships with different artists so that we can actually say, hey, by the way, we can make sure people do know this is actually you, and we can authenticate that on the blockchain. And I think that's such an untapped use case, and I'm really excited to actually see that expand and explode, and I think it will do.
Yeah, I mean, for instance, in music, there's a company called Pixelinks with Chorus AI. What they do is, I think 3Lau did some music tracks that he basically sort of embedded as, I think it was NFTs, as a way to basically protect the intellectual property rights over that soundtrack. But then anyone who owned the NFT could then basically use that soundtrack. But the value didn't come necessarily from just using the music, because someone, as you say, could just copy the music. But they now had permission to say, this is a soundtrack that was used with 3Lau, so to speak, right? So the value isn't actually, because, you know, it's kind of like the difference of, is it authentic or is it maybe a copy? The authentic version that is essentially given proof is actually more valuable. And that's something that you can now scale from an IP licensing standpoint, you know, on chain as well. But I want to touch a little bit on digital identity in terms of, I do agree with you that Web3 will solve that, because the reason why we have cyberbullying is because there's nothing at stake to bully.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So the person who does it can be anonymous, or as an identity has no consequences because there's no reputation attached to it. He can just open up a new account, or he can be hidden, or he can be anonymous. And I think our industry is quite obsessed about anonymity because of the whole sort of permissionless, trustless aspect of it. Yeah. But I think it's a bit of a mistake to say anonymous. I think people care about their privacy. But if you think about a society that is entirely anonymous, it can't work. Right? If you're basically doing business or wanting to have a relationship with someone who's new every single moment, then it will break down, right? I mean, how can you go to, you know, build a relationship with someone when the person next day is, again, someone new, right? It doesn't work. Yeah. And there's very clear statistics that show basically the kind of societies and countries that have high levels of trust in a query, like, do you trust people in your country or in your nation? They always have the highest GDPs, because you can only have good economic transactions and respect of property rights in a place where there is a high degree of trust, right? If I don't trust you, then nothing works, right?
Yep.
And so what is the antidote to that? And so this is kind of what we're trying to solve with Mochaverse, but I think other DIDs are kind of thinking about it the same way, which is reputation. Because think about what is the virtual thing that you invest in all the time? It's your reputation. Reputation is the one thing that you keep investing in over time. And once you have a reputation, then not only don't you want to give up on it, actually good things come to you. Right? For instance, in the physical world, it's like, okay, where did you go to school? And where did you work? And then what do your friends say? And what's your relationships and who you're associating with? These are all things that attest to your reputation. And that's what blockchain does really well. So the antidote to your thing about cyberbullying would be, if I do this, then I basically get a knock on my reputation from the community. Yep. And then what happens is that actually, okay, I can start afresh. I can start as a new person. But of course, I don't accrue any benefits. And I think the carrot is always better than the stick, meaning that if I know that I'm making a better reputation for myself, as we do in real life, and good things come to me, then I will behave better, which is basically how society generally functions. So I think, and we can do this now in a decentralized way, not in a centralized government way, which basically tries to control you. Because the kind of societies that have bad trust tend to have big police forces, right? Right? And that's the kind of thing that our industry doesn't want, understandably so. So I think it's a great way to sort of decentralize effectively an ecosystem by creating actually better trust, which will then basically bring more prosperity.
Yeah, a bit of accountability. I think it makes a huge difference.
Yeah,
actually, just today somebody came over and said, when you doxed, I bought 2 Clay Nations. And I thought it was a really interesting take, just because they knew who we were. It just built that layer of trust. And I think, not suggesting everyone needs to dox, that's definitely not the answer, but yeah, you're right, just having that kind of layer.
And I think the thing about digital identities, particularly in blockchain, is that ZK proofs make it possible for you to attest to your reputation without revealing who you are.
Yeah.
And this solves many issues like GDPR. GDPR's issue is that the ownership of my data and the privacy of that data belongs to actually a platform. So the platform has to promise that it doesn't abuse it. But with zero-knowledge proofs, actually, the platform doesn't know anything about you. You're just giving it permission to see certain things that you give it access to. And again, and I think that'll just scale a lot of innovation, because now you don't have to deal with overly large regulation that restricts you.
And most of this would be in a digital setting, correct?
Well, the digital setting will inform a physical one, because actually, eventually, what will happen is, I think, that digital identities will then transfer into things like your passport and other things. Because there is a kind of, we could look at things like social credit score as dystopian, but in a decentralized way, actually, it provides a lot of opportunity for other things. For instance, in Web3, unsecured credit. If you actually build reputation over a certain period of time, then you can open up unsecured credit markets. In Web3, everything's collateralized, because actually, I don't trust anyone, right? But in Web2, I can go to a bank and get a credit card, and I don't have to put collateral. Why? Because I have a reputation, because I have a job history, and I'm not going to abandon society, because if I do, then there's consequences. And that's actually what is possible in Web3 in a decentralized way. And when you open up unsecured credit market, like student loans, for instance, that's a $2.2 trillion market. I mean, that's basically the size of the crypto market as a whole.
But yeah, this could lead to a generation of people that don't leave their eyes off a screen or off a digital kind of world. Will the next generation grow up to have this social anxiety, to be socially awkward?
I mean, you guys can comment, but if that were true, then we would already be here. I mean, we spend on average, I think statistically, certain countries between 7 to 10 hours a day online anyway, right? And it's only going up. But I think we've seen post-COVID that there is a drive for us to actually have human connection. So I don't actually think we are only going to be online, right? Yeah. But I do think that the digital reputation and digital ID systems around that will actually make things more efficient. And also we can start, like for instance, even in a conference like this, we can actually attest to our reputation without actually knowing who you are. And that's okay. Yep. Actually, I think that's beautiful.
Yep.
Yeah, there's been a huge rise in young people pushing for experiences in real life as well. So instead of maybe going to the pub or just going and sitting, there's been a huge rise, especially in London, of people booking all these different types of experiences. Things like escape rooms, but many different types. There's a huge rise, and I think that is because people actually do eventually, after maybe using it too much, you do end up actually craving that time offline as well.
Yeah.
It's interesting. We were talking about artists coming in a couple of years ago. I was in a conference and I met one of my favorite rappers, Rick Ross, and I sat next to him. I said, Rick Ross, you should put your music on NFTs. You should you should get in the space. Every major like artist, celebrities in the space, and he goes, baby girl, I need to feel my assets. And I still remember that. Like, I mean, I laughed so much when he said that. But I mean, look how far we are. I mean, some people just they don't understand that this is an asset. NFTs, crypto, that these are all assets. I mean, they're thinking about tangible assets. We still have a long way to go to get there. There's a lot of education that needs to come into play. How do we bring in mass adoption?
I think some people need to, and I know this is a bit of a, it doesn't quite work, but some people do need to discover it on their own. And I think like there's that whole thing about if they say it, it's true. So if somebody like Rick Ross, he stumbles upon it and decides actually, hey, this is cool, and he makes a move instead of someone saying like, oh, have you looked into this, or you should do this, that can definitely help. But yeah, education and other people doing it, once you see that many people taking part in adoption, it just kind of snowballs, I think.
Yeah. I would say like the reality is that like the first billion organic users of Web3 they're likely going to come for the fun of it. They're going to come for games. It's not going to be realistically because of some complicated triple staking DeFi protocol. That would be cool though, but no pressure if that doesn't happen, everybody. But I think it's going to come through gaming. It's going to come through that need to have fun and connect to people. Mm-hmm. And once you provide the opportunities for that, they will come in droves. And it doesn't matter if it's Web3 on the label or not. Thinking of off the grid.
I mean, definitely gaming is the sort of utility way of creating mass adoption. But I would say if I were to put an umbrella on top of all of that, it's storytelling.
Yeah.
So as humans, we are all living on storytelling. And to your point about value, actually, it's all virtual. Most of our value is virtual. I mean, it's funny that a rapper would say, what's the physical thing? What is his value? It's his voice. It's his talent. It's what's in his mind. None of this is physical. He's not making money because he's producing stuff, like right? So that's exactly the point, right? And when you think about when you buy a Rolex watch, do you buy it because it tells you the time? Because it's made of materials? The value of it is 90% virtual in its construction, right? Yeah. So, and even our entire industry, or even the story of money, or the story of politics, it is all narration. So I think if we come with powerful stories, then that's actually how we bring mass adoption. Yeah. And gaming are these multitudes of stories. They are basically the medium of the youth today, right? I mean, we used to, well, my generation used to watch MTV, but other generations had radio, and so, black and white TV, whatever that was. Those were mediums at the time, and gaming is the medium of today, and that's how we were bringing mass adoption.
You talked about the right narrative with metaverse. You talked about storytelling. I feel like my job is very important as a PR agency in the space and spreading the right word and spreading the right news. We have just a minute left to wrap it up. Where is this space going, and what advice do you have for content creators, for gamers, for entrepreneurs, for artists that want to enter the space?
Ooh, well, that's a lot to unpack with just
I know.
60 seconds left. Well, I would say just like stay the path. Like I am not at all concerned about culture. I'm not at all concerned about art. I think we are very much on the right path. Of course, it might not always feel that way to everybody all the time. There's bumps along the road, but yeah, stay the course. Like we've come so far as a civilization, right? And I was talking about this the other day. Like we've gone from like asking our friends, like, is this a spot that's Instagrammable? And now we want to talk about things like, is it memeable? Right? Like it's part of our culture. So keep memeing and have fun, because we don't know what will come next, but it'll be a gradual evolutionary process we'll do together.
Mm-hmm. I think the most powerful thing, one of the most powerful things about Web3 is that once you fully get into Web3, you actually become more financially literate. That's actually
yes,
really interesting,
yes.
right? So for instance, when you think about all the NFT artists, and if artists who went into NFTs, suddenly they started trading, and they started looking at tokens, and they started trading and buying other NFTs. Not like a professional trader. It was more like they started to get interested in money, which they never did before, for example. And I think that's one of the great, powerful unlocks in Web3, where I think if we succeed in bringing basically more cultural assets into Web3, whether it's sort of RWA physical or whether it's something digital, will actually make the world more literate. So think about all the people who in the Philippines were playing Axie. Now they actually became financially literate. They had a wallet, they were actually making jobs, they were trading tokens. Before, they knew even nothing about money because they were completely unbanked, right? So to me, that's actually one of the incredible unlocks, because then you create a larger population that's more financially literate that then actually knows more about money, which then creates not just more liquidity, but also a broader, better, safer space for financial services. And this is the final point I would say. Culture is something that we connect with emotionally. We always learn better for something that we feel for. One of the reasons, my mom was a musician, and she never cared about money because she didn't understand it, and money and music back in those days were not really connected. And actually not much connected today anyway. And she was never able to invest in music. That wasn't an option. So if you told my mother, oh, you know, or any musician, you should invest in a stock, or invest in Tesla, or invest in some company around the world, or maybe Bitcoin. They're like, I don't care about this. You won't invest your time in something you have no affinity to. But if you connect it with someone that you love, then you start digging deeper into this, right? We see this, right? When you go to school and you love a topic, you learn it well. And if you don't, your eyes glaze over and you don't even care. And I think that's the problem about financial services. We focus a lot on financial services, but only 1 or 2% of the world care. Most of us don't care about money in that way. But if you introduce the topics you love, which is why culture is important, whether it's movies, film, gaming, and then you bring the Web3 layer, they actually become more financially literate, and that's how we onboard them.
I'll keep it brief because we're out of time. I just genuinely believe we're really scratching the surface with this, and there is so much untapped potential. I think it's going to change the world, what we're doing, and the fact that everyone's here in this room today, even we're miles ahead. So yeah, let's go.
I guess this is the natural course of cultural development alongside the fourth industrial revolution.
Yes.
So nothing to worry about.
Yep.
Thank you guys so much. Please give a big round of applause for our amazing panelists. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Another absolutely fascinating conversation. Lots of takeaways from that discussion, many of them really quite unexpected. I liked the fact that gaming is the medium of today, especially for young people, of course, and this idea that it can basically open the door to financial literacy, in particular in among the younger generation, because you have the ability to invest in something you love. Really, really interesting there. Huge thanks to Nikita Sachdev and, of course, her panelists, Lena Onto from Clay Nation. We had Yat Sui from Emergo Brands and Sheldon Hunt from Emergo. Right, we have up next a much anticipated conversation. I know that lots of people have been looking forward to this all day. And it is now time for us to welcome two key figures from our industry to join us for a very high-level conversation. And it's not often that you get two people of this stature in conversation in public. So we're very excited to hear the thoughts on building resilient, high-performing organizations. So I'm sure you'll want to join me in welcoming Richard Teng, the CEO of Binance, and Frederick Gregard, the CEO of the Cardano Foundation, plus their moderator. We have May Ben Khadra, of course, who you'll know from CNBC Arabia. Welcome to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining joining us. I know that this session is really a very much anticipated one. It's one of the key sessions that we're going to have during this summit. Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, I don't have to introduce either Richard or Frederick here because we are sitting with two visionary, prominent, industry-changing leaders who are going to share with us their insights about building an organization that is resilient in the blockchain space. But we promise you there will be more to this discussion. We're going to talk about a lot of the headlines we are all watching globally. So I would like to start with you, Richard, and Binance Blockchain Week 2024. Why is it different, in your opinion, than any previous year, and especially when it comes to this positive sentiment that we are seeing around the globe toward crypto assets since the start of the year?
Great. Thanks. First of all, thanks for having me. It's a great pleasure to be here. So we are holding Binance Blockchain Week next week, 30th and 31st of October. It promised to be a much bigger event, much better. We have great speakers. We have great innovators around the world joining us next week. So you have not joining us, please make sure that you mark the dates. There are more than 4,000 people now coming through. And I'm sure there's a lot of exciting side events, exciting side conversation. The theme of Binance Blockchain Week this year is momentum. I think it's very appropriate for what we are seeing in 2024. We are seeing great momentum on various fronts on the crypto and blockchain scene, right? So if you look at recent research that's just released by Ernst & Young, 94% of institutions are bullish about blockchain and crypto on that front. About 50% intends to make investments into that front. And if you look at earlier on in the year, the approval of the ETFs in the States and subsequently all around the world, from Hong Kong, Australia to Brazil, those are big shifts in terms of mindset from the institutional front. I got involved in 2017 in the blockchain space, and I must tell you, all these are really, really satisfying to see. 2024 is a landmark year in terms of the institutional shift into crypto, as well as greater regulatory clarity that's coming through into this space. And mainstreaming will start from now. The pace of adoption is going to be very, very fast going forward.
You mentioned two key factors that shape the crypto industry during this year. And Frederick, I would like to come to you with this. So we have the regulatory framework and as well as more institutional adoption. And that has impacted hugely crypto assets. To what extent do you think that this is also pushing more enterprises and more adoption for blockchain technologies as well?
So I think when I speak to global regulators around the world and to exchanges, what I see is I see a change. So the regulators is asking, well, you listed these 10 meme coins. So what is that actually? What kind of token is that? What does it represent? What kind of consumer protection do we need? And it's a little bit about like FX in the 90s. We were trading all FX pairs, and we were leveraging 100 times, and we were doing a lot of things. And then there came some regulatory scrutiny around it, and it sort of settled down and became very institutional. And I think what happened here is that we saw institutional adoption mainly coming to the blue chips with the ETFs and the approvals, but there's still a bit of a wild, wild west going on some of the DEXs and some of the exchanges. And what we're going to probably see is we're going to see more native assets and tokens who has an underlying liquidity formation or cash flow model or has some kind of purpose and utility winning in on the exchanges.
So when we talk about building an organization in the blockchain space that is resilient, compliance is a huge issue. And of course, the headlines now around in the crypto industry mainly is focusing on the legal issues CZ is facing. I want to ask you, Richard, to what extent does Binance today have a different perspective toward regulatory environment, toward compliance? To what extent did that reshape what Binance is doing in this regard?
Yeah, maybe if I can just give some context on that front. So Binance started in 2017. So it's a 7-year-old firm. It's a very young enterprise. I got involved in crypto around 2017 as well. I got to know crypto around 2017 March, right? And Binance started in July. And at that point in time, I'm wearing a regulatory hat. I was the CEO of Abu Dhabi Global Markets, looking at regulations. And the more I got to know about blockchain and crypto, the more I believe that is going to be the future of finance, right? But for it to take off, for it to be accepted mainstream, you need two elements to come into play, and those are the two elements that we have just spoken. First, you need institutional adoption. This asset class is very unique, unlike any other asset class that goes from institutions to corporate to high net worth individuals, and then ultimately to retail. This went the opposite direction. If you remember, retail was the only one embracing this, not the corporates, not the high net worth, not the institutions. And for me, you need to bring about that for this to really go upstream and go mainstream on that front. The second element that comes into play is really regulatory clarity. Because only then will all the crypto players know what the parameters that can operate within, what are the protection for users in terms of the various areas that users need to look forward to, right? But no regulators were doing it in 2017, right? If you think about it, no institutions do not believe that this asset class will last at that point in time.
That's true.
So at ADGM, we became one of the first in the world to then develop a very comprehensive framework to start regulating this asset class, because it's only then that you give the parameters for exchanges, for fund managers, for OTC players, for token issuance to know what to do within that framework. Obviously, in those early days, the rules were very formative, very nascent. So we are dealing with a very totally different environment then. I think in the last 2 years, I think the regulators are now catching on. They're putting forth new frameworks to start regulating. This year has been a landmark year, as I say, when the largest money manager in the world, BlackRock, Larry Finn, said that he used to be a skeptic, he used to be a non-believer, to a believer in this space. I think that speaks volume, right? On our own, we see a lot of those. So again, now the direction of travel is very clear, right? Compliance is the way to go, and we have invested greatly on that front. Last year alone, we invested about 213 million into our compliance program.
Wow.
And that represents a 30% increase over the previous year in 2022. This year, the figure will go up even more, right? And we are very privileged and blessed in the sense that we can make those sort of investments into our compliance. We intend to make compliance a competitive advantage for ourselves because we have the ability to do so. But compliance cost is going to creep up quite quickly for many players. And not every player in this space will have the privilege to make the sort of investments that we make into this space to make it a competitive advantage. So we intend to make this a key area of growth for us. Our user number on that front, we are deployed globally. Our user number continue to grow sharply, which is part of mainstreaming that I mentioned. This year alone, we saw a 56 million increase in number of new users, right? So we have now about 236 million users on our platform. We have regulatory approval in 20 different places around the world. More recently in Argentina, in India, in Indonesia, and the list goes on. So compliance is a key area that we focus a lot of attention on to make sure that we do things the right way.
So I would like to hear from you, Frederick. So to what extent do you think that compliance will have to go hand in hand with the legal framework and regulatory clarity? Because when you have this kind of uncertainty around regulation, it will be more difficult to comply and it will be more costly as well. But at the end, it's a factor that determines to what extent you have a very stable and sustainable blockchain organization.
Yeah, so the way I look at it is that capital markets and assets, specifically financial assets, fall under the financial assets and capital markets regulation, and we need to be compliant with the local law. However, I do think there's a lot of new models on blockchain who is not capital market assets or not money in that intent. They are being used to do something completely different, whether that is a supply chain use case or whether that is, ensuring your synthetic biology is represented with the right check marks before you start injecting that into a plant or something like that. And I think what we have to do right now is we need to fight two fights. One is the fight about freedom, on how we can liberate the financial market infrastructure and make it more efficient. And I think that's where Binance is doing extremely well. And then we need to fight another fight, which is about ensuring that everything you do on a blockchain is not necessarily financially regulated, but it might fall under another regulation, consumer protection, healthcare, whatever that might be. And very frequently, what I see is defragmentation. So for instance, you have maybe a single regulator who takes care of digital assets, and they maybe do a very narrow scope of what that really is, and then you have uncertainty about all the other things. So you might have a DEX who's transferring two types of tokens who actually shouldn't be classified as a financial token, right? It should be outside of that, but because it lives maybe in a gaming sense or something like that. And there we are really just scratching the surface, and we urgently need clarity, and we need to ensure that the industry comes together and participate in those discussions, because otherwise we will get to a situation that blockchain becomes synonymous with crypto, and crypto becomes synonymous with the old financial markets, and then we can't upgrade the infrastructure, and we can't get the job growth and the GDP growth, which we actually can do with this kind of new emerging technology.
So, Richard, you talked about having more than 236 million users for Binance Exchange. How do you protect them?
Well, that is a very important subject matter. I think we always place our user interest front. First and foremost, we are a very user-focused organization. User protection is at the forefront of everything we do. And every decision we make, right, we have to make sure that users are protected in terms of their interests. So just several instances, right? So from the very early days, even though regulators are not prescribing this, we came out with what we call a SAFU fund, Safe Asset for User Fund, right? Just in case in the untowards and unexpected episode where there's a security breach, right? There is enough money to compensate our users, right? So the fund now stands north of $1 billion US, right? So we are at the forefront. I mean, before anybody else is doing something like that, we push forward with that. We push forward with things like, you know, proof of reserve that give transparency, right, to users on their assets on the platform. And if you think about it, traditional financial institutions are not capable of such innovation on things like proof of reserve, right? They are not going to show you, you know, where exactly does your assets reside within the bank or financial institutions. But with this technology, we are able to do it, and we push forward with those transparency. On the security front, we invest, other than compliance, we invest very heavily into security and user protection. So just this year alone, we help our users avoid 2.4 billion equivalent of potential fraud and scams, right? In terms of transferring to things like poison wallets, etc. We help them recover north of 73 million in terms of stolen funds. And we work very closely with law enforcement globally on that front. So we continue to place a premium to make sure that all our users are protected on that front. And we always advise, we invest a lot of money into education as well, right? I get asked a lot of times, you know, what to buy, what tokens to buy. I always say, do your own research. It's very important that, and we don't only educate the users via things like Binance Academy, which is a free-to-air portal, which have, you know, from beginners to very advanced learner on that front. We work with universities around the world. We work with different educational institutions that build blockchain curriculum into their curriculum. We actually educate policymakers and law enforcement agencies around the world. Last year alone, we held close to 100 classes around the world for law enforcement agencies to highlight to them the power of this technology. Unlike fiat money, where once you transfer, it's very difficult to know who you give the money to. This is a traceable technology, right? So how do you use this to fight financial crimes, for instance? How do you counter the narrative that this is used for money laundering, right? It's extremely difficult because we can trace where the money go to. We can work with law enforcement agencies globally on that front. So again, educational effort is extremely important, right, for everyone.
A trending topic globally now doesn't only have to do with the blockchain, but with AI as well. Anything that is AI driven or has a prospect in terms of room for growth in the space of AI is just skyrocketing. So I want to ask you, Frederick, to what extent do you think that there might be some convergence we're going to see later on between AI and blockchain, and what does that mean? How can AI alter and add to blockchain technologies?
So what Richard really was saying about the proof of reserve is a really good place to start. So what we're actually building in the Cardano Foundation is the idea that normally you have a centralized ledger, nothing to do with blockchain, it's just how you run your financial accounts, right? And nobody has access to that. And one time a year, you invite, an audit company. They come in their, their black suits, right? And they charge you hours, and they look at a little bit at the financial transactions. Oh, I see fraud there, And that's really not a good way to do it. So what we've actually building in the Cardano Foundation is the idea that every single transactions or financial transaction, whether it's my credit card bill or salary run or rent for the office and so on, gets represented on the Cardano blockchain. And I'm coming back to privacy in a second. And then we basically are able to get the banks to give the account statements directly on the blockchain, including the reference rate for yield and for interest and for euro dollar and so forth. And then we can pull that back. We can build the balance sheet, and we can post the balance sheet out on the blockchain. And now you actually get the next generation of proof of reserves, because now you make everybody who wants to, and you have no extra cost, they can start using tools to see if there is a match between that. Now, you don't necessarily want to expose all the privacy data, so whose salary is it exactly? But when you start using, AI and language models and that, you start getting pattern recognition. So you start being able to see how many rebookings did the finance department do. If it's a holding company with sub-holdings, what's happening there. And that hopefully will entail, a retail investor or a person who may not have an ownership share in the company to come to the General Assembly, because they're very good in AI or very good in systems and regression analysis, and say, hey, I only have one share, but dear chairperson, I have a question. Right? And the more people we allow to get that kind of information, to get trust in a different aspect than just with the signature, that's going to change the way we run companies. Now, fast forward now to ChatGPT and Gemini. What we're doing today is we're asking ChatGPT and Gemini about thousands of different things, and it's been trained on, corrupt data, basically, right? Because it's not accurate data which is on the internet. There are so many bots and Twitter bots who is doing certain things to change narratives and so on. So it's not verified data. But what's so beautiful on a blockchain is everything you do on a blockchain costs a little bit. So that's the fact that it costs a little bit already cleans some of the data. Now, the second part, what's happening, right, is that if you suddenly can imagine when you went to the doctor 10 years ago, you got some prescription medicine, right? And you can't remember what it was, and you can't remember what was said about it, right? But the doctor have a file about it, but you don't have that data.
Yes.
When you are able to start harvesting that kind of data, you have actually sort of a twin, a digital twin of yourself. But that digital twin is more powerful than any version of yourself right now.
Because it has so much data and knowledge built in.
Yep. And now what I'm talking about is that I'm creating a digital twin of companies with all the financial transactions, and I'm creating a digital twin of people with all their past digital records, right? And then I put the large language models on top of that, and because it's clean data, and because it's data who's confined about you, right, using a very heavy identity scheme, we're now able to harvest the power of an AI in a way we've never done before. This is going to massively boost it, but it requires a foundation built on standards, decentralization, and infrastructure, because if you start hacking that, you get into really big problems.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you. How do you protect this data? I mean, it takes a huge infrastructure to have a protection system for such huge amounts of data.
Actually, we do have that today, and that's really good that you're asking that question. It's called a public permissionless blockchain. So when you look at the market cap of Bitcoin, of Cardano and something, that's a bounty which all hackers are going after today. So we know that for a fact that at any given time we have thousands of attacks going into the Cardano blockchain, to the Bitcoin blockchain, and trying to withdraw that. So we do know we have the type of security we need for the enterprise model, and for the private model, what we are hearing the regulators are saying, and more, I mean, sometimes money talks, the reinsurance companies and the insurance companies are saying, dear bank, dear exchange, you're now having so many hacks where the identity was stolen, money is being withdrawn, and you come to me and I'm claiming it, right? And now they're saying, I'm not going to pay you anymore because if you have 100 hacks a year, I mean, you cannot protect that data. And now we get into the magic of zero-knowledge proof and the idea that for the first time the regulator is going to find a very good idea that you manage your own data. As long as the entity you interact with, the vendor, has the possibility of doing AML and KYC in an authenticated way. And now what you see is magic, because this is UAE. In Abu Dhabi, they actually allow that. Under the local regulator, they actually allow to use CK rollups and proofs that the financial institution doesn't need to have all of that data. Now the technology is just catching up, and just a couple of weeks ago we did the last hard fork, which allows something called BLS signatures, and our great ICANN team is already looking at it, and another community project called CK Rollup is looking at these things. But in this way, what you're going to see is AI is going to power that up dramatically, the users of the blockchain, and this proof of reserves is going to be the forefront together with what we're building in the Cardano Foundation to change the way we think about trust mitigation on companies today.
Okay, so let's make some news. We are here today in Dubai. What kind of regulations, what kind of planning would you like the UAE government to do or to adopt in the next 5 years when it comes to blockchain or crypto assets? Richard.
Well, I think if you look at the journey of the UAE, it has always been pushing the forefront of embracing new things and changes, right? So on that front, I mean, I've been here in this region since 2015. I've seen all these changes, many transformational in nature. I initially got involved in setting up a new financial center in Abu Dhabi Global Market, and by now it's a very established center. If you look at, it's extremely vibrant now. When I first started it, we were drafting the foundational level of laws and requirements, and that's 2015. Look at how fast it has grown. But embracing blockchain is something that UAE has done very early on compared to many other countries, and continue to push the boundaries on that front, right? By creating a very vibrant ecosystem, by allowing talents to come in quite naturally, the best and drawing the best and brightest, where other countries and other regulators are taking a hostile approach sometimes towards crypto and blockchain. This region, this country is extremely embracing and welcoming, and that has resulted in the creation of a very vibrant ecosystem here. We look at all the events that's being held here, all the talent pool, all the new projects that's being built here. I think it's down to that, embracing ecosystem, having smart regulators that start to look at what does it mean to do to bring forth smart regulations to really embrace and support this ecosystem. What do I mean by smart regulations? Most of the regulators just focus on one aspect, just the risk aspect, right? To mitigate risk. That's what regulators are paid to do. But to be an outstanding regulator, my view is you have to pay attention to the growth aspect of it, right? And that's what I mean by smart regulation. Because regulation is not be all and end all. It must be there to help create value for the industry, for the economy, or for the talent pool, right? And that type of regulations is what we are finding here in UAE, in the region. And slowly, I think some of the other regulators globally are embracing that. So, I mean, be it ADGM, VARA, ESCA, the central bank are embracing this. Central bank just recently issued regulations on stablecoin, for instance, right? And we applaud all these initiatives. The more clarity that you can give to the industry, the better the industry is. And if you look at the blockchain adoption and crypto adoption in UAE itself, it's one of the highest in the world, right? And that is really the result of all these government initiatives and efforts.
So, Frederick, what message would you give to the regulator here in UAE?
I'm just laughing because Richard and I spoke about it, and he said, hey, Fred, you are very much an optimist, right?
Yeah, I'm an optimist.
And I'm even going above that, right? So I think there's a couple of things I would love to see. So the first thing I have to highlight is that people really have the ability to vote with their feet. And what you see is there's such a big net inflow of people and businesses in UAE, so they are doing something right. And you can just look at the population growth and you can basically establish that is the point. The next point is in thinking, what is the role of UAE and the region in the next 10, 20, 30 years? And here we have a very interesting concept about stability and a very long-term strategy. And that is very attractive in a world who's coming apart, where we see inflation being huge, where we see nation states changing regimes, where we see old, partnerships being broken up. People are looking for stability to operate their business. They're looking for clarity to enable to do emerging technologies such as cryptocurrencies and blockchains. And UAE is definitely offering that. But UAE is very small. I mean, it is extremely small. So what I was dreaming of and what I would like to see is that UAE gets to a point where some kind of passporting, whatever is possible, because this has really been a no-go area and you couldn't do this, right? Because everybody's protecting their own pond. But some kind of passporting within the emerging technology space is happening. So thinking about how UAE become a part of actually creating global standards for enterprise blockchain, for CK rollups, for transparency, for digital assets, and on purpose trying to add it up in different buckets, because I think if you take everything into one bucket, it won't happen. And you probably have to start somewhere else than capital markets. You have to start around the risk mitigation and security frameworks around critical infrastructure. So you might want to start with harbors, or you might want to start with logistics, or how goods are trading. And if you take what the World Trade Organization has done in terms of digitizing the standard contracts, so they're binary readable, and then think about, instead of talking about blockchain, you actually implement a type of blockchain that everything you do on that blockchain is regulatory conform, without necessarily AML and KYC everybody. So when you start building business processes, as long as you're within those business processes, you know what you're doing is okay. And then use these binary contracts in how you move goods from the east to the west through UAE. I think you have a winning formula, which you then later can take into capital markets.
So when I posted on my social media that I'm moderating this session, many of the viewers asked me, please ask them how bullish are they toward crypto assets. Now, we're not going to talk about prices here, everybody chill out. But I would like to know from you, Richard, because going in late 2023, you were extremely bullish on crypto assets generally. Are you today more bullish than the start of the year?
Well, I think for those of us that have been involved in crypto for long enough, crypto tends to move in 4-year cycle, right? And the bull normally starts about half a year, 160 days after a Bitcoin halving episode, right? So you're right into that period now. I am bullish. I'm vested in this phase, right? I own tokens on that front. I'm bullish for a few factors, right? So if you look at, other than the Bitcoin halving episode, institutions are coming through in a big way.
Which is something we didn't have in 2023.
Which is something that we didn't have before. They're bringing new liquidity, new user base, new user pool, right? And with the institutions, they're creating a lot more products. I mean, if you look at what's happening throughout the world, other than the approval of ETFs, you have wealth planners around the world for private banks now starting to advise their clients to do allocations. On our front, I mentioned that we have about 56 million new users this year. But year to year, compared to last year, for year to date, we saw a 131% increase in number of institutional onboarding on our platform alone. So you can see a lot more family offices, a lot more high net worth individual, a lot more institutions are starting to increase the allocation into this space. You have many trading firms in the past that just used to trade commodities, FX, stocks, bonds, now adding a crypto trading desk, right, to this. And we are still very, very early in the game. We are about 5 to 6% crypto adoption globally. If you look at the pace of growth, the first 100 million users took us 5 years, right? The next 100 million users took us 26 months. It's just north of 2 years. And the third 100 million users will take us even shorter period of time. That shows the pace of adoption, right? And the pace of adoption in the next 5 years is going to be much faster than the last 5 years. And for all those multitude of reasons, including greater regulatory clarity, which allow for more mainstreaming, which allow for more users to gain confidence to come into this space, for all those reasons and the utility, the new innovative projects that's coming through, the best and brightest are working in either blockchain space or AI space, make me extremely bullish for this one.
That's interesting. And Frederick, I have a good one for you as well. So I've been covering international business news for the last 10 years. Not that that has to do anything with how old I am. Please don't do that. But just generally, never have I seen a US election have an impact on an asset such as that we're seeing today. And there seems to be this very high bar set for a Republican presidency and what that means for the regulations, the regulatory framework of crypto assets. Do you think that this is something that matters? Who wins the president election and what kind of impact will they have on the regulations?
I think people are looking at it in the wrong lens. So when we look at it so isolated, there's always two sides of the coin, right? So it's Bitcoin versus dollar, and most things are denominated in dollar.
That's true.
And the question everybody is saying is, if Bitcoin goes up, is that because the value of Bitcoin increases, or is that because the value of dollar diminishes? On the long time horizon, what we're going to see is that the US is very interested in growth. They're interested in creating a stability, which they used to have, and they're interested in ensuring that there is abundance for the people they serve. And what they cannot deny is that blockchain is a part of enabling new technologies and guiding and steering new technologies, both from a regulatory perspective, but also from a safety perspective. So when we start looking at the long time horizon, this election is not going to mean too much. What it's really going to do is going to just make it abundantly clear that if they get this wrong, other countries is going to get an opportunity to be a part of the world order. And then we have players like where we're sitting here, but also Singapore is doing an amazing job, who's going to take the leadership in how we define, world trade and growth. And with the market the size of the US, I'm not so sure they can allow that. So if you look at the top market cap of the 10 largest companies in the world, they're all US. You have to get down around 16, 17, and then you find a little bit of diversity there, right? You even have a Danish company coming now due to Novo Nordisk and the medicine they're offering,
Yes.
right? But you see a very large concentration. But you also see that jobs are not there anymore, and you see, technology is moving faster and faster outside the US. So I think when I look at the long lens, the US will definitely catch up. I really think so, due to the market size.
Do you agree, Richard?
No, definitely. I think the fact that it is part of the conversation of US election just show the growing influence of this industry, right? I mean, 4 years ago, it is not part of that conversation. But it's not in the US, right? If you look at many of the other political developments around the world, right? It has now featured into the consciousness of political candidates, of the election electorates, so to say, right? So that just showed the growing influence of crypto. I think different people will have different view on this thing. I take the long-term view that long-term it doesn't quite matter because this is a technology, it continue to evolve, it's transformational. And going back to the point about AI and blockchain,
yes,
I believe that these two transformational technology will form the foundational layer for every economic sector going forward, from real estate to media to financial infrastructure to supply chain, etc., etc. Because if you look at it, you just take financial institutions, financial sector, the middle and back office technology in many instances are quite archaic, right? So if you want to think about the future, what technology do you want to build those on, right? So many firms still build trading and settlement for traditional stocks and bonds, still do T+2, T+3. Blockchain is instantaneous, it's immutable, you can't change the records, etc. So there are so many good use cases coming through, right? So long term, this technology, I don't think is going to impact. You have different governments coming through to embrace it, because it's only then that you can bring about much greater economic development and growth, bring through the talent pool that's needed to support this sector. But near term, it might have some impact.
So let me ask you, have you watched the HBO documentary on who is the real Satoshi Nakamoto?
We are all Satoshi.
I wanted to ask you, do you think that it's really Peter Todd?
I think he has come out to deny that. Right?
Yes, he did.
On that front. I've not watched a documentary. Going back to the joke that I have just now, I think all of us, especially those involved in this sector, at some point in time ask this question, but I don't think we want to find out. Bitcoin is extremely decentralized, and we want to keep it that way, right?
Yeah.
So I joke that we are all Satoshi, but many of us are very early adopters and believers in this space when nobody believed in this space. So I think we all deserve to give ourselves a pat in the back to say that job well done. The pace of growth is going to be much faster going forward. The future is very bright for this sector.
Frederick, I feel when I ask this question is like another question, interesting question I have. Is there intelligent life beyond Earth? Now, this question is exactly the same for me. So do you believe that it matters for us to know who is the real Satoshi?
No, I think it's completely irrelevant. But I think what's really relevant is that whoever that person was, he actually created the tenets for how to really change the incentive mechanisms politicians will have in the future. And I think we forget that sometimes because we think, a blockchain is just a blockchain. But the concept of, for instance, sound money, which Bitcoin have and Cardano has, the concepts of UTXO, which many people cannot explain, but what that really does is enable us to do some things which cannot happen on other blockchains. His ideas about, being able to move money between two persons and settle that without an intermediary, including the metadata and the trail where it could be identity, but it could also be, proof of an identity. Some of those things are extremely powerful, and I think we need to ensure that they live on in how we build the future protocols, who's going to lie underneath, as Richard said, all technology in all industries. And Cardano is best suited for that.
Thank you so much for such a beautiful, interesting, and insightful discussion from two industry leaders. I mean, you're changing the world. So thank you so much for joining us today. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Shukran.
Yeah, we love a full house, and I'm telling you now, you won't want to go anywhere because our next speaker is waiting in the wings, and he's been flown in especially to give this talk. But my goodness me, what a fascinating conversation. Thanks, huge thanks there to Richard Teng and, of course, Frederick Gregard, our host here today, and, of course, their moderator, Mayben Kadra from CNBC Arabia. Now, somehow, we have already come to a near close of our first day right here at the Cardano Summit, but we have long-awaited closing keynote speech for you on how decentralization is reshaping our future. Now, it is time for us to consider a potential reality or a certain reality, depending on your position. Because as digital entities increasingly participate in the economy, we need to rethink the nature of work and even what it means to be a human in a digital world shared with intelligent machines. To speak to this deeply philosophical topic, we're going to be joined by a legend, Don Tapscott, who is the CEO of the Blockchain Research Institute. Now, as I'm sure you know, he's the author of 18 books, including his bestseller, Blockchain Revolution, which he wrote with his son. He is one of the most influential people in the digital age. He was ranked by Thinkers 50 as the #2 living management thinker in the world. And it's worth mentioning that Don's TED Talk has now been seen by over 10 million people. My goodness me, what a great billing. Let's welcome Don to the stage.
Well, it's great to be here, and I've had a wonderful week. Could I get my slide? There we go. Decentralization. It's sort of a mantra of the Web3 community. But why is it really happening? Is it a good idea? What will its impact be on institutions and society? And how are we going to get there? I've actually never heard a speech covering all that, so I thought for the Cardano Summit, I'll put one together and share my views. So I hope you'll bear with me when I stand back and take a big picture look at what we're doing here. Let me give you a little background to begin. I wrote a couple of books in the 1980s that nobody read. There were studies in bad timing, I think. But I started selling bestsellers in the early 90s. Paradigm Shift's obviously a big book, and The Digital Economy was the first bestseller about the web and business. And 20 years later, I was asked to write the anniversary edition of The Digital Economy, and I had to reflect on what happened and how did it all turn out. And the book held up pretty well, but I was quite struck by the issue of decentralization because I talked about the traditional firm and its boundaries becoming more porous and giving way to what I called an internetworked organization. This is in 1994. But that didn't really happen. It was an idea in waiting. It was an idea whose time had not come. And what's happened now is that there are powerful forces in the world and with technology that enable this to finally occur. So what I'm going to talk to you about is what is decentralization? What are the driving forces for this, both a demand pull and a technology push? What do decentralized organizations look like? How's the architecture of the firm changing? What does this mean for a number of different industries and our economy as a whole? And then how are we going to get there? So let's get into it. To begin, centralized systems have been the way that humans have organized the orchestration of capability to create goods and services, to govern themselves, and to create value. And in decentralized systems, there's a clear hierarchy of control. The top, a central controller, has the power and directs the level or the activity of lower level components. And hierarchies have worked. You know, when I was talking about decentralization in the early 90s, I got a lot of pushback. This is a very famous article by a guy named Elliot Jakes in Harvard Business Review. And it was called In Praise of Hierarchy. And the traditional business community just loved it because it went through in an organized way and talked about why hierarchies work, why they've been so resilient over time. Decentralized systems, they happen in nature, and they can happen with human organization, and they operate without a single controlling entity. And each component acts on local information, interactions with the environment, other components, and at the heart of decentralization is the notion of self-organization, where a single entity might act understanding that what it does, it's not only in its own interest, but it's in the interest of the community as well. So that's just some high-level theory about the difference between the two. Now, what's happening today that's changing this conversation that's been going on for decades, where the centralized folks have really had the upper hand? Well, there's a demand pull from a new business environment, and there's a technology push from the technology and the ecosystem that you're working in. So let's just look at those for a sec. First of all, the Edelman Trust Barometer is at an all-time low for traditional centralized organizations. The corporation, the centralized media, traditional media, and government, the institutions of government, are all at an all-time low. And there's a crisis of legitimacy that exists for these institutions. Legitimacy is the idea that you may like or dislike the institution, but you think the model is a good one, and it's the best one. You may like or not like who's in power in government, but you think, your model of governance is a good one. And it's also the growing distrust comes about from the behavior of bad actors. who are, have abused their power. There have been data breaches from traditional centralized computer systems. And even in this ecosystem, you've had people that have acted badly, and they could do that because they had central control of the business model. Now, secondly, these centralized systems are becoming increasingly ineffective. The best-selling management book of all time wasn't written by me. It wasn't even written by Peter Drucker. It was written by a guy named Scott Adams. It's called The Dilbert Principle. You know this book, right? Cartoon. And Dilbert really nailed the traditional command and control organization. The top is the supreme governor, the bottom, the permanently governed, and then between those alternate between governed and governors. Your goal is to move up the hierarchy, get more people reporting to you, because that means the Hayes system will give you greater compensation. It's inwardly focused, it's vertically integrated, does everything from soup to nuts, and bureaucracy slows things down, and the organization can't learn, which is a big problem, because today, things are becoming so complicated that the person at the top can't learn for the organization as a whole anymore. And we've seen lots of examples of these traditional organizations. Nokia was the biggest provider of mobile phones in the world, and the second biggest was RIM with BlackBerry. And both of them had a very centralized and bureaucratic traditional model. Secondly, it's not just about the corporation. Hey, the world that we have has a lot of problems. It's not sustainable, it's too conflicted, it's too unequal, and we need new ways of solving global problems because the traditional centralized ways are not working. Now, you may not know the history on this, but after the Second World War, in 1944, 44 countries got together in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, in the United States. And they created a bunch of global institutions that each had a headquarters. The World Bank and the IMF. A year later, they created the UN, and then the GATT, the General Agreement on Trades and Tariffs. They created the WTO and the WLO and the G20 and the G8, global institutions based on nation states. But increasingly, the nation state is the wrong size to solve global problems. Carbon moving around the air doesn't know about borders. And since Bretton Woods, some big things have changed. Seen the rise of the civil society. There were a handful of NGOs at Bretton Woods because there weren't any. There were 50 NGOs in the world. Corporations now, some, have become a second kind of pillar of society in the sense that many of them understand that they have to do good in order to do well. And we've also seen the rise of the internet, the traditional internet, where people can collaborate globally. So there's a whole new model based on networks of how we solve problems and even how we govern ourselves. Fisheries are not governed by the UN or something. They're governed by a global network. We even govern things like the internet. The internet's not governed by the IMF or the UN. It's governed by a collaborative network globally. And then a third big pull, if you like, is we've seen the concentration of wealth. And this is kind of going a bit against the arc of history, which is more the distribution of assets. But we've now got less than 1% of the people owning half of the economy. And the next 7% owning almost the other half. Now, this is a formula for all kinds of problems, for social unrest, even revolutions. And it's a trend that is kind of antithetical to what we would expect in the digital age. The economy is growing, but prosperity is declining in many countries. And then finally is this thing called the agency problem. Now, the idea here is that agents act in the interests of shareholders, management. But often there's a conflict of interest, and we see today that many executives and CEOs take steps that are not in the interest of shareholders in order to advance their short-term material interests. And one of the results of that is that CEO salaries have skyrocketed, and they're quite out of control compared to the salaries of other people in the organization, or compared to the opportunity to issue dividends to the shareholders. So you put those together, and the world needs something different. Add the second era of the digital age, a new kind of technology that creates possibilities for something different. On the left there, that's what a data center looked like when I started out in computing in the late 70s. And the only people who used computers were programmers. And these were big, centralized mainframes. Now, the internet, you all know about that. It was built originally in the ARPANET to resist a nuclear attack and so on. And it decentralized a lot, but not the important things that matter. You see, because it was an internet of information. And what that means is that it was an internet that published information. Even with communications, if I send you a piece of information, a document, a PDF of this deck, I'm not sending you the information, I'm sending you a copy. And that works great for information. But it doesn't work well for the things that are really important in an economy, which are assets, things of value, things like money, securities, intellectual property, the data in our identities, contracts, deeds, art, music, votes, asset, something of value that belongs to somebody. You don't want someone copying your vote or your identity. And if I send you $1,000, it's really important that I don't still have the money, right? So you all know about this. The double spend problem, as cryptographers defined it. And the way that we solve this problem is through large, powerful, centralized intermediaries. And they perform all of the business and transaction logic of every type of commerce. They identify the asset, they clear and settle the transaction, they keep records, they enable us to trust each other. Well, what if they were an internet of value? And of course, that's what's happening today with blockchain, where any asset can be managed, transacted, communicated in a secure and private way, peer-to-peer. And trust is not achieved by a powerful central authority, it's achieved by cryptography and collaboration and some clever code, which is why sometimes we refer to it as the trust protocol. It's a native digital medium for trust. Now that opens up a lot of possibilities. The second thing is, if you look back historically over time, assets have become more decentralized. So go way back, the history of the world, the old slave economies that surrounded the planet, the Romans, the Greeks, the Aztecs, the Incas, the Japanese and Chinese emperors, you know, they were slave economies. The pyramids weren't built by volunteers, okay? And the main asset was people. You actually owned people in the literal sense, and it was a very small number. Then they fell all around the world, and all around the world we had feudalism, where people were tied to the land, and the main asset became land. The nobility, the kings, and a small group of people, but larger than the slave owners, owned value. But then value and assets started to become more abstracted with the Industrial Revolution and the rise of industrial capitalism. So assets became abstracted into instruments like securities. We had the creation of the stockholder corporation, where a number of people could pool their money together and buy a piece of a company. And then over time, funds, where investors could come together and buy a portfolio of companies that were in a fund. Then we had things like the labor movement, where unions got together and demanded a bigger piece in the further distribution of assets. And as a result, today, one of the biggest owners of wealth are pension funds of unions. So that was kind of progress. This all gets blown apart under the digital age now, because tokens, a further abstraction, can represent literally any asset. Now, it can be a synthetic asset, like, say, a currency or a carbon credit, but it can also be a physical asset, like a barrel of oil. A token can represent that. And we think of tokens just as containers. The asset can go into a container, and if it's a physical asset, all the data about the asset and its movement through a supply chain or whatever can be tokenized as well. And you know, I heard an interview here a couple of days ago, and it was someone was debating crypto versus gold as an asset. And the gold person was saying, no, gold is a real thing. And the crypto person was saying, no, crypto is really cool. And the entire conversation was thinking about all of this as a speculative asset that investors can purchase. Well, there's a role for that, but that's just a tip of the iceberg. And a currency is not just a store of value or something of value. It's a medium of exchange. It's a unit of record. And currencies are one of hundreds of types of assets that can be tokenized. So this is a little taxonomy from my son Alex's book, Web3, which is a big book, best-selling book. But he makes a good point. He says this is a taxonomy, but it's very temporary because eventually it will be stupid to build a taxonomy of assets, just like back in the Web 1 and 2 days, we didn't build a taxonomy of websites. We might have done originally, websites that give you information, and websites that enable you to shop, and websites that, enable collaboration. I mean, that's given away to this deep understanding that the traditional web can do a lot of stuff with information. Well, this will give way to a deep understanding that any asset can be abstracted, tokenized, and managed that way. So just to make sure we're all on the same page here before I get into the meat, first web, computer lingo, was a read web. You accessed the web. You went to the web to get information. Second web was a platform for computation. Around 2000, we saw XML. You could write to the web. You could go onto Wikipedia, make an entry. You could create a social media post. But the problem is still there, that all of this is about information, and that information was captured by a tiny handful. We call them digital conglomerates. And the new web, Alex refers to it, and others, as the read, write, own web, where, enabled by blockchain, everything that happens with things of value, the creators of value can own the value. So, and then we have smart contracts that these were central institutions that did all that, lawyers and rules and laws and big corporations and so on. These can now be programmed. Understandings and behavior between people can be programmed. A smart contract that kind of has a bank inside the contract. And you do certain things, you abide by your commitments, the contract fulfills it. Now, a second, or another big factor on the technology push is the physical world is becoming digitized. And we're going to need blockchain for that, too. It was waiting for that because, when that light bulb buys some power from a distributed source, and its reputation is enhanced as a trustworthy device because it promptly paid for the power, and the device functions under the demands and requirements of the owner. I want reliability, low cost, and green in that order, or something like that. That's not going to go through a central system. It's not going to go through Visa, okay? We need a distributed and decentralized platform to do that. So, the world is demanding a different model, and now we have technology that's enabling a different model. So what actually happens? Well, in nature, there are all kinds of decentralized organizations. Now, this is really a 4-hour presentation, so I'm not going to go through all these, but, swarming, the murmuration, starlings. I'll talk about one of these later on. And nature finds a way to self-organize and create things that work. And over the years, different people have tried to put together decentralized human organizations, federated structures, co-ops, teal organizations, agility. That was a big theme back in the 90s. But again, the world wasn't demanding it and the technology didn't enable it. So what's really going on here to the firm? Do you know this guy, Ronald Coase? Anybody take economics? Nobel Prize winning economist. I raised him in 1994 and it was totally premature. I said, this guy's going to be the economist that will enable us to understand the impact of technology on the firm. And it's become true now. So let me just briefly explain. 90 years ago, Coase wrote a Nobel Prize winning paper where he asked a deceptively simple cost. He said, why does the firm exist? If Adam Smith is right, the open market's the best mechanism for allocating goods and resources in society. Why do we have firms? Why isn't everybody an independent contractor at every step along the way in production? And he said the answer, and he won a Nobel Prize for saying this, the answer is transaction costs. The cost of search, finding all the right people, money, and information in an open market, if you're trying to make something, that'd be prohibitive. The cost of coordination, getting them all to work together. We bring that inside the boundaries of a firm where the costs are lower. Of contracting, overall of establishing trust. So the traditional industrial age corporation was vertically integrated. It did do everything from soup to nuts. Henry Ford, within the boundaries of the Ford Motor Corporation, had a power plant, steel company, glass factory. Why? Because the costs of transactions in an open market were greater than the cost of doing things inside the boundaries of a firm. Now, in 1993, in paradigm shift, I said, no, I think the firm's going to open up because of IT. I called it the extended enterprise. Then in the 90s, we saw the rise of business ecosystems, or business webs. But these were still limited because they were about information. What happens when you bring this new era of Web 3 to the table? I think this demolishes transaction costs in an open market, leading to entirely new models of value creation. And that's the meaning of DAOs. The DAOs are not some cool way of doing something. They're a radical new way of organizing capability in society to innovate, to create goods and services, to govern ourselves, to manage. This is a profound change. They represent a profound change in the deep structure and architecture of the firm, the biggest since its creation. So this is a big deal. Now, what does it do, and what's the impact? Well, let's start on individuals. You know, the digital you knows more about you. You're the virtual image of you that you leave behind, because you don't know where you were a year ago, what you said, what medication you had, what diagnosis you had. But all of that data that you create gets expropriated from you by a new class, a new species of business. We call them a digital conglomerate. That's what Alphabet, Apple, Facebook, Amazon. Fewer than 10 of them own half of the NASDAQ. This is a massive concentration of power because they own the asset, remember, of the digital age, which is data. So what if, using Web3, we could capture all that data, sweep it up into a self-sovereign identity that we own the data? Well, that would be important, and not for the reason that people talk about. First of all, sure, it would enable us to monetize the data. Jared Lanier says that there are 1.5 billion people who could double their income if they could monetize their data. But you could use the data to plan your life. You could aggregate the data together anonymously to do things like, say, stop a pandemic. And this would be key to protecting privacy. And people say to me, well, Don, privacy's dead. Get over it. You know, if you got nothing to hide, what's your problem? I think this is foolishness. Privacy is the foundation of freedom. And all this data represents our identities, and we need to get this data back so that we can manage our identities responsibly for ourselves. Now, each of these is a 1-hour talk. So if you got another 10 hours, I mean, we can go for it. But I think this is between now and a cocktail party, so I'm gonna pick up just 5 of these and do 1 minute on each of them. Financial services, it's the one where everybody starts. Anybody know what this diagram is? It's called a Rube Goldberg machine. He was an American engineer and cartoonist, and he built all these super complicated machines that would do something really simple like crack an egg or open a door. I look at the banking system and the industry, and I see something like that. It's not that hard, really. What does the industry do? It stores value, money, securities, value. Used to be in safes, now it's in computer systems. It moves value. It lends value, it funds activity with value, venture capital, private equity, mutual funds, hedge funds, and so on. All of these things can be done by software. And someone asked me earlier today in an interview, talked to me about fintech. You know, fintech is helpful technologies to enable better use of the existing institutions, like a new coat of paint on the wall of the bank. Whereas DeFi is the elimination of these middlemen functions. Now, that's not going to happen, sure, overnight, because the banks are smart and they're powerful and they're getting all over this. But the financial institutions are ready for a big shakeup. And my son Alex gave a talk on how blockchain is eating Wall Street. It was a TED Talk, and a lot of people watched that thing, including Wall Street. He was in the Goldman Sachs 2 weeks later, and they were like, well, what's going on? Then our physical infrastructure, right now, it's all centralized. We need a decentralized physical infrastructure. Now, this is a big discussion, but I'll give you a reason that maybe you didn't think of. AI. The current hardware to do what we're talking about with AI is insufficient. You know what? We need to marshal all of the hardware in the world, including your laptop and the server down the hall from you. And the reason that we need a decentralized model, not just of the hardware, but of all AI, is because we can't go forward with this powerful technology when it's controlled by somebody else, where there's no transparency, there's no community governance. Everyone's talking about we need to regulate AI so that we don't lose our human agency and this stuff doesn't take over it. Well, there may be a role for that. We need a whole new model of AI that we control. Decentralized physical infrastructure. The foundational language model should be open source. There should be community governance. We need decentralized ownership of data with transparency, accountability, attestation, and we need open applications. Now, if that sounds like a big job, it is. But it's not the fact that it looks overwhelming, is that a reason to not do it? No, it's called an implementation challenge. And it requires leadership, and I appeal to you. I don't have time to talk about this, but we're doing a whole program on this at the BRI I'd love to share with you. Science. The model of science is really flawed, and there are all kinds of areas where we're not having discoveries the way that we should. We have these silos of pharmaceuticals that don't share data. Government grants, we're going to give you some money, and we want you all to compete. Don't talk to each other. And then the winner, we give you that money and they go off and do the research. Don't collaborate. And then you come back publishing and you write a paper 3 years later, and maybe we'll put that paper into a university or something, you can pay for it. What's wrong with that picture? Well, just about everything. So DAOs and other decentralized models of revolutionary science. The Internet of Information broke the business model of culture. You know, going way back, pre-industrial, culture was funded by patrons. The Medicis would fund artists, symphonies, and so on. Then under the industrial age, culture became more distributed. You're a musician, you could get a record and it would go out to a lot of people. You get paid for it. Under Web 3, or Web 1 and 2, you had these streaming platforms. Do you know if you're a songwriter 40 years ago and you wrote a hit song, 1 million singles, you'd get $48,000 in royalties. Today, you get 1 million streams, you get $7. So this is a big problem. We have to fund culture. How are we going to do that? Well, under Web 3, we can have an artistic centric model with not just NFTs and DAOs and a whole distributed way where the creators of cultural value can also benefit from what they create. Then the same thing is true for supply chains, these centralized EDI systems and ERP and so on. And they don't work, so people are sending faxes and emails and phone calls and so on. What if all of that were a shared network state, a decentralized single version of the truth, where you could have real-time transactions, where you could have smart contracts that automate a lot of this activity without a central authority? This is powerful stuff. And then the same thing is true for the planet. You know, we have a big problem here. Some of you may not believe in science. Now, we're not in the United States, so I'm sure most of you do. But if we reduce carbon emissions by 95% in the year 2050, it's still going to take 1,000 years for the planet to cool down. And in the meantime, bad things are happening. You know, there are 1.5 billion people that are losing their water supply right now. And you've all seen the effect of climate in your area. This is caused by humans. And so, well, we have these carbon taxations. We're going to need a lot more than that. We're going to need a green digital infrastructure, digital green infrastructure, where we can track every single thing in an economy and know what carbon it's creating and how it can be reduced or offset. And this is a very powerful thing. You may have heard of DMRV. We got the people from Guild 1 here, James and Alexis, that are, you know, real world leaders, and I'm excited to collaborate with them. But the idea is that we tried to measure carbon as it goes through stuff. This can all be digitized on a blockchain. So you create a product, and you can know about the carbon it emits throughout an entire supply chain, and then you can figure out ways to reduce it or offset it by having a real-time single version of the truth. And this is a very powerful thing, and it's all, of course, a decentralized network. Final point on this. Oh, man, I'm out of time. Okay, I got to fly here. How can this be? That our economies are growing and the middle class is shrinking in many countries? How can it be that we have wealth creation and declining prosperity? Well, it's happening. It's got a lot to do with the digital age. And the big solution to this is called the redistribution of wealth, right? We're going to tax the rich more. Well, there may be a role for that. I mean, Elon Musk got to pay some taxes. But there's a whole different way of thinking about this that's a Web 3 way. It's that rather than the redistribution of wealth, we could pre-distribute wealth. We could make our economy more decentralized, where people can participate directly in the economy and share in the value they create. And I'm trying to explain to you what you're doing and why it matters. This is changing the nature of the enterprise so that shareholders and workers are no longer different people. They become stakeholders. And there are many other ways that we can decentralize the creation of value too. I mean, remittances, that's $1 trillion ripoff. People shouldn't be paying 11% to send money back to their families somewhere. 70% of land titles in the developed world are not enforceable. So let's put those on a blockchain. Now, it's not easy because you have to have a valid land title in the first place. But there are many ways, you know, Uber and Airbnb, the so-called sharing economy. These are not sharing economy organizations. They're successfully precisely because the owners don't share. They capture all the data. Let's put that on a blockchain. So all these cars are moving around. You can own a car, and it just drives around. It's part of the creation of wealth for you. So we need to think really differently about how we're going to solve these big social problems. The final one I want to talk to you about, a penultimate one, is this metaverse, right? Is Yatsui here in the audience? He was here earlier. He said a very cool thing about what's happening here. So we have a Web3 model of the metaverse that we can access. And we're going to access it through wallets and VR and so on. But we can't have a centralized model. If it's Mark Zuckerberg creating the metaverse, you know, Yat says it's like a theme park, like Disney World. You go there, and they set all the rules, and you pay, and you participate. They capture all the value. No. I mean, not to diss Disney World. You got some kids, take them there, and it's fun. But don't think it's going to transform the human experience, okay? So we need a Web3 vision where the metaverse is decentralized, where the creators of value own the value, where there's a currency, where there's transparency and community governance. So again, this theme keeps coming back and affecting everything about technology, but also everything about the way that technology is applied. And the final one is kind of personal to me because it's my new book. You heard it here first, the first time I talked about it on a stage. And it's being written with Joseph Bradley, who's the CEO of Autonomous, the technology company of Neom. And the idea is self-sovereign identity, data, right? What happens when that data is infused with intelligence? The virtual you becomes a digital persona that can act on your behalf, that goes to work with you. It's your co-pilot. It helps you remember stuff. It's helping you with your lifelong learning plans. It's helping you in every part of your life, measuring your body and making medical recommendations. If you're dating, you won't be swiping. Your virtual self will go on 1,000 dates and screen out all the losers and come up with a couple of good recommendations. You know, just let your mind go about having the smartest thing in the world being part of you. What are you going to store on board and off board? What tasks are you going to do and have that your digital, the multimodal you do? So this is a pretty juicy thing. You may have heard it here first. It's called agentic AI, agent, your agent acting on your behalf. Finally, how are we going to get there? We held a big meeting, Alex and I did, up at our lake house after the book came out, where we brought together the leaders from many different parts of this ecosystem. And a guy named Pinder Wan, who attended, said, just because it's decentralized doesn't mean it has to be disorganized. We need to steward the platforms, but we also need to steward these new models of the institution that are emerging. Now, there's lots of stuff that we can draw upon. If any of you are interested in this, if I had another life, I'd just spend all my time on this. Because we've had these old models, holacracy and so on, but they've been lacking the technology to make them really work. Now, we've got on-chain and off-chain, and we have a whole new platform for rethinking the nature of governance itself. And IOG was doing a project with BCG, and they brought us in to help bring some stuff together. And it ended up being a sort of a triangle like this. And at the top, we've got decentralized platforms. How do we determine how money gets allocated in these things? Vote? Well, it can't be all about voting. There's got to be other ways. Maybe consensus. Maybe we redefine consensus as the absence of sustained opposition as opposed to agreement. Maybe we assign certain people to make certain types of decisions. there are all kinds of new ways that we can think about the allocation of funds on a platform. And then we have the governing of platforms, which is broader than just how do we allocate funding. And below that, we have the governance of firms and decentralized businesses, DAOs, and so on. And then ultimately, we have governance of entire industries. You know, Fred Smith, the CEO of FedEx, the founder, he's now the chairman emeritus. I interviewed him at Consensus a few years ago. I did the opening talk. I brought him on stage, and he says, we're going to have to rethink our entire supply chain, and we need governance of a supply chain, of an entire industry. So this is a key enabler, but it's also a key roadblock right now because we're still learning. Now, a point that you probably haven't heard, you've heard talk about governance. As shareholders become stakeholders, you have to think about the platform is algorithmic. You know, it's got rules and it works. Now you can upgrade it, make changes to it, and so on. But it works. Whereas these shareholder ecosystems are malleable, they're dynamic, they require human intervention. And when you think about it, this is not just about governance, it's kind of about management. You know, the traditional model of management science has been around 100 years, but there are, I don't know, thousands of textbooks or of business schools. There are probably tens of thousands of textbooks. There's tens of thousands of management professors, all assuming a certain model of the firm and of how we orchestrate capability in society. We're going to have to rethink all of that non-trivial job. So, decentralization is different. It's an idea as time has come because there's a demand pull from a new environment and a technology push from this new Web3 that's blockchain meets AI meets IoT meets XR. Decentralized organizations have a very different architecture, and that's what we're doing, changing the nature of the firm. Every industry is going through a transformation like this, and what will the future bring? The future is not something to be predicted, it's something to be achieved, and everyone in this room has a role to play in governance and leadership for this new world. To close, paradigm shifts create a leadership crisis. Typically, vested interests fight against change. Leaders of the old paradigm have great difficulty embracing the new. You know, Galileo had a tough life trying to convince the church that the earth wasn't at the center of the universe. The leaders of Newtonian physics fought against Einstein's general theory of relativity. And so, how are we going to find the leadership to bring about this change? Well, my call to you is that leadership is your personal opportunity, because it can come from anywhere in this new environment, not just from the top. And it's not the opportunity of the person sitting next to you or your boss or something. It's your opportunity if you will it. You might want to remember this slide or take a picture of it or something. Web3, Wall Street Journal bestseller. It's a beautiful book. Hey, he's my son. I'm a bit biased, but it's a great read. And it's the new book. We hope that it does for Web3 what blockchain revolution did for blockchain. We got another Tapscott here, former CIO of Citibank, has written a book about the trivergence of blockchain, AI, and the Internet of Things. And we're working away on this, trying to bridge the gap between the potential that I've described to you today and the actual deployment. So let me close. Oh, we're going to need the volume way down, please. Thank you. By showing you a system. Now, we've been studying organizations, but as alluded to, we've also been studying nature to see what we could learn from this. And bees come in swarms, fish come in schools, starlings, different parts of the world, over the moors of England, come in something called a murmuration. Have you heard that word? Murmuration. It's a word in the dictionary. It refers to the murmuring of the wings of starlings. And they're out over a 20-mile radius throughout the day doing their starling thing. They come together at night and they create this extraordinary thing. And it has a function. It protects the birds from predators. Yeah, you can see there on the right of the screen, that's a hawk. 25 times the size of a starling being chased away by the power of the little birds. Sorry, I can't quite hear the background. And scientists that have studied this say they've never seen an accident. And there's leadership, but there's no one leader. And when the moment is right, this magic happens. Now, is this some kind of, I don't know, fanciful analogy, or might we actually learn something about decentralization from it? This thing functions under all of the principles that I just described to you. Remember I said trust is not achieved by a middleman? There's no middleman. It's achieved by cryptography, collaboration, and code. This is a big collaboration, and there's kind of cryptography in the DNA of the birds that gives it certain rules. The big rule is don't get too far ahead, and don't bump into somebody else. That's the most important rule. But there are other rules too. Remember I talked about interdependence? I don't think business can succeed in a world that's failing. And the murmuration functions as if the interests of an individual bird are connected to the interests of the murmuration as a whole. And I talked to you about trust and integrity. This thing has a great integrity in the sense, well, let me explain. What is trust? What is trust? I wrote a book about this. 2 months, I didn't write a sentence, but I read everything on trust. I think I can describe it in a sentence. That trust is the expectation that the other party will act with integrity. Trust is the expectation that the other party will act with integrity. They'll do the right thing. Now, integrity means you're honest, you're considerate of the interests of me in a negotiation, you abide by your commitments, say you're going to do something, you do it, and you have a degree of transparency and openness. You know, the expression, what are they hiding, shows a relationship between transparency and trust. So this thing has integrity, which is why a little bird will chase a killer 25 times its size, because it trusts. It knows that the other birds will have its back. I don't know. What would happen if we link ourselves in this planet with some new network of glass and air and cryptography and intelligence? What kind of intractable problems could we solve? I look at this thing and I get a lot of hope that maybe this smaller, smarter, more decentralized world that my grandchildren inherit might actually be a better one. So, thank you very much.
Wow, quite hard to follow a speaker like that, I have to say. Don Tapscott there, CEO of the Blockchain Research Institute, bringing today's talks to a close on a high. And I suppose, in many ways, sending us all off into the night with a whole new perspective on the future. And it is amazing as well to look back on everything that we have learnt today, to consider how many preeminent guests we've had on this stage. We've covered everything from the UAE's roadmap to blockchain. That was the start of the day, blockchain adoption. Then we've talked about leveraging tech for positive change. That was an important conversation. To empowering Cardano startups, also key. We've also learnt so much about how blockchain will facilitate crypto accessibility, cultural connections, and of course, the upcoming crypto super cycle. I was very intrigued by that. And the good news, there is so much more to look forward to tomorrow. so much more. But for now, I thank you for your time. I wish you the best of evenings, and I look forward to seeing you back right here tomorrow morning from 9 a.m. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen.